gravity, the shades of Mr. Darcy. Written by P.O. Dixon, read by Christopher. Chapter 1. This Proclamation. London, England, April 1812. Marry your cousin Anne. His father's dying wish was etched in Fitzwilliam Darcy's memory. Not a day went by that he did not think of his excellent father and the exemplary life the gentleman had lived. How I miss him! Sitting tall and upright, Darcy's pensive gaze lingered all about the richly appointed study. He often imagined his late father, as well as his father's father, doing the same. Indeed, he was the product of a long line of Darcy men. Proud men whose solemnity of character was evidenced in every aspect of their lives. His great-grandfather's likeness hanging on the wall, in fact, all that he observed throughout the room, served as a stark reminder of the gentleman who he was always meant to be. The best landlord and the best master, a devoted brother and the most steadfast of friends, and one day, a faithful husband and caring father. One day. Even while in London during the height of the season, Darcy could not escape the gravity of his situation in life, that being the preservation and, most importantly, augmentation of his family's legacy for the next generation upon generations to come. Having sat in the same attitude for some time, Darcy rose from his rich burgundy leather armchair to stretch his long legs. Moments later, he wandered across the room to command a closer look at the imposing portrait of his ancestor. At length, he rubbed his hand against his chin. Each ensuing generation saw a further tapering of the branches of the Darcy family tree. While the death of his beloved mother, Lady Anne Darcy, had been the catalyst in Darcy's growing up much too soon, it was the loss of his excellent father that had proved to be the most heart-wrenchingly painful. The senior Mr. Darcy had died nearly 4 years prior, leaving Darcy with not only all the responsibility that being the master of Pemberley, one of the grandest estates in Derbyshire, entailed, but also the guardianship of a sister nearly a decade his junior, Miss Georgiana Darcy, a favourite niece of the Earl of Matlock, Lord Edward Fitzwilliam. No doubt as a means of keeping the elder members of the aristocratic Fitzwilliam family at bay, the senior Mr. Darcy also thought to appoint someone as young Miss Darcy's co-guardian, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, the Earl's second son. Not that young Darcy had objected. Even with the Colonel's help, Darcy felt he had failed his sister miserably, a mistake he would no doubt remember for the rest of his life, and one he surely would never make again. At present, his sister was residing at Matlock House, under the supervision of his Aunt Lady Ellen Fitzwilliam, the Earl's wife. Indeed, one of the daunting tasks which occupied his busy mind was hiring a suitable companion for Georgiana in preparation for their eventual return to Pemberley. What a comfort it was knowing that, in the interim, his sister was safe and surrounded by family who cared for her, thus allowing Darcy the much-needed time to vet his next hire more thoroughly. The sound of the clock striking 4 aroused Darcy from his wool-gathering. I was supposed to meet the Colonel at White's hours ago. As this was not the first time he had uttered those particular words out loud, Darcy returned to his desk and resumed reading where he had left off before he allowed his mind to drift off. No doubt Richard will understand the call of duty must not go unanswered, at least not so far as I am concerned. Being one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Derbyshire is something indeed, but there is always room for more. A quarter-hour later, Darcy's cousin and closest friend strolled into the room. "I thought I might find you tucked away in your study, poring over tedious ledgers. I do not know how you do it. I, for one, can hardly imagine a more dreadful means of passing the time away." "It is a pleasure to see you too, Richard," said Darcy, without tearing his eyes away from the task at hand. "Except that you have not bothered to look up even once since I entered the room." A tall, amiable gentleman, who fell readily into conversation with everyone whom he met, the Colonel was as different from his cousin in that regard as night from day. Whereas Darcy would willingly confess that he found it awkward at best, trying to catch the thread of conversation with people with whom he had nothing in common, the Colonel would surely counter, saying his cousin would simply never give himself the trouble of even trying. Whatever the reason, the end result suited Darcy perfectly fine. Time spent not pursuing his ambitions of increased wealth and power was time wasted so far as Darcy was concerned. It was not that he did not occasionally enjoy the company of close family and friends, but thoughts of more consequential matters that needed attending were never far from his mind. Colonel Fitzwilliam threw himself down into the large leather chair in front of Darcy's desk. Leaning forward, he reached for an opened ledger, casually perused a line or two, and just as quickly slammed the book closed. Tossing the ledger aside, he said, "I do not know how you do it. I, for one, would find such endeavours exceedingly tiresome. This is certainly no way for a fellow to be spending such a fine day as this." "Here." Darcy looked up, and seeing the ledger out of place, he retrieved it and placed it where it ought to be. "It is fortunate, then, that such matters fall to my lot instead of yours." As his cousin was the second son of the Earl of Matlock, Darcy knew he would get no argument from the other man on that score. He knew his cousin to be a good man, indeed, one of the best men of his acquaintance, but in matters of finance and business the colonel could scarcely be bothered. The older man shrugged. "I should only imagine what a dreary old fellow you shall be once the favourite wish of all our Fitzwilliam relations unfolds." "Why do you suppose that?" Darcy asked. "When I consider the amount of time you spend managing your current business affairs, I cannot help but think it will double once Rosings Park and all the vast holdings that estate entails," here the colonel cleared his throat, "falls to your lot." The colonel had spoken nothing but the truth. Rosings Park was renowned as the finest estate in Kent, which was really saying something, and Darcy stood to own it all if and when he chose to embark upon the path to which his cousin had alluded. The favourite wish of all our Fitzwilliam relations, indeed. Darcy had heard the story of how his late mother and his aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, had planned the union between his cousin Anne and him for so long as he could remember. From their cradles, it had been decided that the two of them were meant for each other. As her daughter, Anne, was Lady Catherine's only child and thus the heiress of extensive properties, including Rosings Park, it was considered vitally important that Darcy never forgot what was expected of him. To add to the gravity of this proclamation was not only Darcy's late mother's reaffirmation, but his dear father's dying entreaty as well. "My son, you are meant for greatness. Marry your cousin Anne and assume your rightful place among society's elite, the hallowed echelon of lords and dukes." A man would have to be a fool to forgo such an advantageous prospect as the combining of the two great estates entails, Darcy declared. The colonel leaned back in his seat. Crossing one long leg over the other, he said, "It sounds as though you have finally made up your mind. Shall I be the first to wish you joy?" "Not so hastily, if you please. I have not said I will marry Anne." Indeed, he had not said as much explicitly. Owing to the peculiar nature of the arrangement, he had no reason to do so. Undoubtedly, Lady Catherine will begin ordering wedding clothes for her daughter the instant I speak the words aloud. "And yet you have not exactly said you will not," the colonel responded. Darcy scoffed. "I say only this. I like to suppose I'm nobody's fool." Chapter 2. Tacit Agreement. When she woke that morning, Miss Elizabeth Bennet never imagined she would have tea with Lady Ellen Fitzwilliam, the Countess of Matlock, and her young niece, Miss Georgiana Darcy. Yet, there Elizabeth sat amid the richly decorated surroundings which spoke of generations of wealth, in particular awe of all she observed. The second eldest of 5 daughters, Elizabeth was enjoying a much-needed holiday in London with her aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner. The opportunity to be away from her immediate family could not have come soon enough. Late last autumn, Elizabeth had committed the ultimate sin, as far as her mother, Mrs. Fanny Bennet, was concerned. She had refused the hand of a so-called respectable, albeit utterly ridiculous man, Mr. William Collins. Adding insult to her mother's injury, the gentleman stood to inherit Longbourn, the Bennets' home. Such an alliance would have secured her family's future in case of her father's death. "Mr. Collins shall toss us all into the hedgerows the minute Mr. Bennet dies, and it will be all your fault, you headstrong, obstinate girl," was now Elizabeth's mother's favourite complaint. A woman of mean understanding, little information, and uncertain temper, who fancied herself nervous when she was discontented, Mrs. Bennet vowed never to speak to Elizabeth again, as a result. Amid the former's constant complaints ever since that fateful day, Elizabeth almost wished her mother had kept her promise. What a delightful reprieve from all the mayhem in Hertfordshire. Elizabeth raised her delicate gold-rimmed porcelain cup to her lips. She breathed in the hot tea's sweet floral aroma. The steam tickled her nose as she took a sip. How soothing! The last thing I should dwell upon at such a time as this is the goings-on at Longbourn. London is so diverting. As for her being at the Countess's palatial Grosvenor Square home having tea that day, Elizabeth owed it to her aunt Mrs. Madeline Gardiner. While her dearest uncle, Mr. Edward Gardiner, lived in Cheapside near his warehouses, he and his wife had escaped the censure inherent in their situation in life. An elegant lady of sense and education, Mrs. Gardiner could readily boast of having friends and acquaintances beyond her sphere. As a courtesy to her aunt, Elizabeth had agreed to spend time in company with Mrs. Gardiner's dear friend, Mrs. Alice Hamilton, whose husband had passed several years prior. A very wealthy woman in her own right, Mrs. Hamilton rounded out Lady Matlock's soirée that afternoon. Having followed the thread of the conversation between Lady Matlock and Mrs. Hamilton most attentively, Elizabeth grew more and more aware that her ladyship's niece seldom spoke anything beyond a monosyllable. Sensibly adorned in a cream-coloured muslin gown with a light blue ribbon sash, young Miss Darcy reminded Elizabeth of her dearest sister Jane, the eldest of the Bennet daughters. Both ladies had angelic countenances, fair complexions, and long blonde locks. Mrs. Hamilton had informed Elizabeth while on the way to Matlock House that young Miss Darcy was but 16. Hence, Elizabeth was quite surprised upon being introduced to one whose fully formed womanly features belied her youth. Elizabeth had first perceived the young lady's reserve as haughtiness. She was, after all, the niece of an earl, his favourite by Mrs. Hamilton's account. Close observation persuaded Elizabeth that the young lady was merely shy. She soon took it upon herself to draw the young lady out. "Do you play, Miss Darcy?" After glancing at her ladyship as though awaiting her cue and not catching her aunt's eye, Miss Darcy nodded. "I do." The rather curt reply aside, Elizabeth persisted. "I suppose you play remarkably well. Do you enjoy exhibiting?" "It depends," the young lady replied. By now the Countess's attention was drawn. A regal woman who had kept more than her fair share of youthful beauty, her ladyship exclaimed, "My niece is quite modest, Miss Bennet. Let me assure you that her mastery of the pianoforte is exemplary." The young woman silently demurred in the wake of such high praise. As if finding her voice, she asked, "Do you play, Miss Bennet?" "A little," Elizabeth began, "although I fear my own mastery of the instrument is severely wanting. I have no one to blame but myself, for I rarely practice." "I practice copiously, especially when I am at Pemberley, my brother's home. He recently had the most exquisite instrument sent up there for me. I can barely wait to play it." "It sounds as though your brother is very thoughtful." "Oh, he is indeed," the young lady exclaimed with some energy. "He is the best man I know." The Countess said, "Georgiana, perhaps Miss Bennet would like to see the pianoforte in the blue salon. Granted, it is not so grand as the one your brother gave you, but it is a fine instrument nonetheless." Now rather animated, Miss Darcy turned to Elizabeth. "Shall we proceed to the salon, Miss Bennet? I must have you play for me, for I suspect you are modest as regards your musical acumen." Elizabeth looked at Mrs. Hamilton. Seeing in the older woman's face tacit agreement with the scheme, she smiled heartily. "I accept your invitation with pleasure, Miss Darcy, and as for my modesty, it is incumbent upon me to say I have warned you." Chapter 3. Performing to Strangers. Darcy consulted his pocket watch for the third time in under a quarter hour. Being in a crowded ballroom surrounded by eager mammas in want of husbands for their single daughters was the last thing he wished for himself. Because he had rebuffed his cousin's request to go with him to such affairs too many times to count since his arrival in town for the season, Darcy supposed the only way to appease his cousin was to acquiesce. Not for the first time that evening, Colonel Fitzwilliam came from the dance to press his friend to join the festivities. "Darcy, had I known you would be such a dire old fellow this evening, I should not have insisted you attend the ball." His expression pinched, Darcy said. "Surely my repeated refusals provided some sort of clue as to how I would behave. Well, now that you are here, I must have you dance. There are a plethora of young ladies in want of dance partners. It is a shame to see so many denied the privilege of your excellent companionship." Darcy raised an indignant brow. "Am I to give consequence to young women whom other men have slighted?" he scoffed. "I think not." "When you couch your position in such unflattering terms as that, I suppose not. But what say you to the prospect of making the acquaintance of some of the more recent additions among our society?" Darcy knew, without being told, to whom his cousin was referring, the flood of bright-eyed young ladies who had recently celebrated their coming-out balls and presentation at court. "I say no. Unlike you, I take no interest in performing to strangers. You had better return to the lovely Mrs. Connolly's side, for you are wasting your time with me." The Colonel glanced to the other side of the ballroom and smiled upon catching the eye of the woman of whom Darcy spoke. Adorned in an emerald-coloured silk gown which supplied a good view of her ample bosom, the dark-haired woman was indeed one of the handsomest creatures in the room. Widowed 2 years prior at the young age of 24, the freedom her tragic past afforded was commensurate with the vast fortune entailed. Ah, the lovely Mrs. Connolly indeed. Returning his attention to his cousin, the Colonel continued, "She's quite divine. She has a younger sister, you know. While she's not nearly so rich as our cousin Anne, your time spent with her will likely prove quite diverting if you take my meaning." Darcy drew in a deep breath before folding his arms across his chest. He uttered not a single word in response to his cousin's insinuation. "Very well, old man. I shall leave you here standing about and looking rather stupid, I might add, amid the promise of such gaiety." With a nod of his head, the Colonel was gone directly. Having dressed with more than the usual care in preparation for the much-anticipated Richardson ball, Elizabeth gasped upon her arrival because of the splendour of it all. "My first ball of the season. I am a long way from Meryton. Pray, this evening's ball is everything a society ball ought to be." The bevy of introductions which immediately ensued afforded the chance to dance with a gentleman or two, but the vast disparity of the number of women in attendance, in comparison to gentlemen, was not inconsequential. As a result, Elizabeth was obliged to sit out more than a few dances. When she could, she made some excuse about needing to refresh herself before quitting the room. Though Elizabeth was Mrs. Hamilton's guest at the ball that evening, she did not intend to squander all her prospects for gaiety by lingering by the older woman's side. Unfortunately, the simpering antics of so many of the young ladies to whom she had been introduced that evening held no pleasure for Elizabeth either. Had I wanted to be surrounded by some of the silliest girls in all of England, I should have been quite satisfied to remain at home in Hertfordshire. My younger sisters, Mary, Kitty, and Lydia, are quite proficient in that regard. Thoughts of her own sisters drew Elizabeth's mind to her time spent with Miss Darcy. What a pleasure it was to have tea again with the young woman and her aunt. Despite being Elizabeth's junior by nearly 5 years, Miss Darcy's sensibilities and ease in conversing on any number of subjects severely belied her youth. That is to say, once one manages to draw her out, Elizabeth considered. How unfortunate that Miss Darcy is not yet out in society, for I am sure this evening would be infinitely more pleasurable were she here. If Elizabeth could not spend the better part of the evening dancing, and as she did not wish to engage in meaningless chit-chat with silly girls, passing the evening pursuing one of her favourite pastimes would have to suffice, that being, studying the various people in the room. Walking about the room alone under the general guise of admiring the number of couples and overall splendour such an evening of dancing and fine dining afforded, was infinitely more appealing to Elizabeth. She comported herself this way for the next half an hour. One person in particular caught her eye, a tall, handsome gentleman with dark, brooding eyes, and an air about him that set him apart from every other man in the room. She watched as he stalked about the place in a determined effort not to be ensnared by young ladies who may or may not have been acquaintances of his, but whose eagerness to be in his presence was embarrassingly evident. Elizabeth really did not know which situation amused her more, the young lady's ardent pursuits or his clever means of eluding them. He was indeed an unusually handsome gentleman, and as she had nothing better to do, she indulged herself in admiring him from afar. Her pleasure in doing this lasted for some time until she lost sight of him among the crowd, soon after the officer with whom he had been speaking left his side. Perhaps the tall, handsome gentleman has absconded for the evening. What a shame, for I must now choose another creature to study. Pray, he or she is just as fascinating. Elizabeth turned to walk to another part of the room when, to her surprise, the object of her fascination stood not 2 steps away, directly in her path. The manner in which his dark eyes pored over her body from head to toe gave her pause. Her stomach fluttered amid the onslaught of his stare. Elizabeth swallowed, weighing how she ought to act in the face of such brazenness. Approaching a total stranger in such a circumstance meant breaking one of the strictest rules of proper decorum. But if I do not say something, I may very well forgo the possibility so many other young ladies in attendance this evening have evidently longed for. A disquieting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps the gentleman detected me studying him all evening, and he merely means to frighten me by behaving similarly toward me. If that indeed was the correct conjecture, Elizabeth knew exactly what she must do. My courage always rises with any attempt to intimidate me. Elizabeth took a deep breath. Courage. Please do not fail me now. Chapter 4. Perfectly safe. A step or two closer and they would be in each other's arms. The tall, handsome gentleman bowed ever so slightly. "Pardon me, miss." Elizabeth curtsied. "No, pardon me, sir." An awkward silence ensued. Standing this close, she found the stranger more handsome than she had thought. "Say something," she silently demanded. "Say anything." "I suppose you mean to chastise me for nearly colliding into you," she said, as a means of breaking the dreadful silence. "Or perhaps you feel I intentionally threw myself into your path, as have so many other young ladies before me this evening." His smile in the wake of her deliberate impertinence took Elizabeth aback. This is the first time I have seen him smile all night. "There is something about you which leads me to suspect that I am perfectly safe in that regard," he uttered finally. Elizabeth said, "Oh my!" I'm not sure whether I should be offended or flattered by such a remark. By his expression he was a bit baffled. "Pardon me?" "Should I be offended," she began, "because you perceive me as one who is not capable of tempting you, or flattered, because you are willing to risk that I am?" He nodded. "Risk it indeed. After all, the night is young." The gentleman cleared his throat. "That is to say, I dare not spend the entire evening eluding the company of young ladies who have, as you say, thrown themselves in my path." Though flattered in hearing this, Elizabeth did not mean to let him know. "I am surprised one would admit to such stratagems, sir," she responded, half rebukingly, half teasingly. "If what you are accusing me of is indeed engaging in a stratagem of some sort, it is evidently one I have not attempted to employ with you. No doubt I ought to consider myself among the luckier ladies in attendance this evening. Our conversing with each other as though we are acquaintances of a long duration must surely satisfy my purposes in preventing other young ladies from, again, as you say, throwing themselves in my path." Half shrugging, he continued, "However, before we continue engaging in such delightful subterfuge as this, I believe Subterfuge, sir. I don't know that I would consider myself a willing participant in your scheme to discourage the attention of other young women. I might argue you have given me no choice." "Well, I suppose you could walk away, but then I would be terribly hurt, and I do not believe you are the type of young lady who would willingly harm anyone." A challenge cloaked in flattery, Elizabeth silently considered. How intriguing! Before she could fashion a fitting response, the elegant Lady Ellen Fitzwilliam approached Elizabeth and her gentleman companion. "My dearest nephew, I see that you are acquainted with Miss Bennet." She looked at Elizabeth. "My dear, why did you not tell me that you already knew my nephew?" Elizabeth could feel the colour spread all over her body. "Your ladyship," she said, curtsying, "I am afraid—" The gentleman interrupted. "Your ladyship, I am afraid the young lady is far too generous to tell you that, until a few moments ago, the two of us had never laid eyes on each other. I took it upon myself to flaunt the rules of proper decorum by throwing myself into her path and introducing myself. However, I am failing miserably. If you would do the honours, I would appreciate it greatly." The Countess raised a quizzical brow. "By all means. Miss Elizabeth Bennet, allow me to present my nephew, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire." Elizabeth's eyes widened. "Darcy, as in Miss Georgiana Darcy. Do you know my sister?" "A little," said Elizabeth. "Well, what I mean to say is—" Here again Lady Ellen interrupted. "Indeed, your sister and Miss Bennet had the opportunity of making each other's acquaintance just the other day at my home." She smiled at Elizabeth fondly. "The two of them have since met on a few other occasions as well." She rather suspected, based on her conversations with his sister, that he was a very protective older brother. Elizabeth searched the gentleman's face for some sign of how her ladyship's revelation affected him. She detected no hint of disapproval, which she regarded as a good sign. On the other hand, she detected no trace of his tacit approval either. Lady Ellen's voice pierced her musings. "Darcy, more than a few of my friends have complained of your reluctance to dance this evening. I know how much you dislike the amusement in general, but I shall not accept that as an excuse, especially when there are so many young ladies in want of partners." She tucked her arm into the fold of Elizabeth's. "My dear Miss Elizabeth, I noticed you have not been dancing." She looked at her nephew. Darcy, you must request Miss Elizabeth's hand for a set. I wager even you cannot refuse to dance when so much beauty is before you." As much as Elizabeth wanted to dance, doing so with a reluctant partner hardly seemed fun. She was on the verge of forming her mouth to say no to his aunt's entreaty, when the gentleman extended his hand most willingly. "I would consider it an honour, Miss Bennet." Elizabeth surrendered her dance card to his outstretched hand and watched as he pencilled in his name. Taking the card back, she glanced down and could not help but admire his excellent penmanship. She smiled a little inside. What else did I expect? His initial behaviour aside, he appears in every way the consummate gentleman. Elizabeth was once again by Mrs. Hamilton's side when Mr. Darcy claimed her hand for their dance. When at last the two of them stood opposite each other on the ballroom floor, a strange feeling came over Elizabeth in doing so. Is it just my imagination, or is every eye of the ton upon us? None of the previous dance couplings that evening had garnered such attention. It stood to reason that her estimable dance partner was the chief object of everyone's fascination. As a point of fact, I have yet to see the gentleman stand opposite anyone else this evening. Perhaps his dance skills are wanting. Her concern in that regard was put to rest the instant the orchestra commenced playing. Is there anything at all about Mr. Darcy that might be found wanting? As she was dancing with the older brother of her new friend, Miss Darcy, who quite frankly never had an unflattering thing to say about him, Elizabeth thought surely she would find their conversation throughout the dance engaging. She surely did not expect the now taciturn man opposite her. What on earth has become of the Mr. Darcy I met just a quarter-hour ago? Elizabeth silently beckoned. Dancing in silence was certainly not unheard of, but it was not exactly Elizabeth's idea of fun. She determined to draw him out when the dance reunited them. "I have always enjoyed this dance," she said, when they were once again face to face. "It is one of my favourites." "Indeed," he replied. She waited in vain for him to say more. At length she spoke on the size of the room, even the number of couples, and still he would not talk. Elizabeth grew more determined. "I now perfectly comprehend your motives for avoiding the dance floor all evening. I beg your pardon. At first, I suspected that your dance skills were wanting, and hence your reason for not dancing when there are so many young ladies in want of partners, but now I realise it is merely your way of avoiding conversation. I have never been given to understand that conversing while dancing was a rule, Miss Bennet." "Oh, but I sincerely believe one must have some conversation while dancing. I find it renders the experience infinitely more diverting." The two were parted again by the dance, and Elizabeth, pleased for having garnered more than a couple of syllables from the gentleman, could hardly wait until they were reunited. "Her ladyship said you know my sister Georgiana." "Indeed. We are recent acquaintances, of course. In the short time that I have known her, I must confess to having grown exceedingly fond of her." Mr. Darcy's expression in hearing this gave Elizabeth pause. "I hope that does not meet with your disapproval, sir." Without responding one way or another, Mr. Darcy said, "My aunt said nothing about your family. I presume they are long-time acquaintances of hers. Would that be on the Countess's side or the Earl's?" "Actually neither, Mr. Darcy." "Neither?" At the moment the dance drew the two of them apart. Elizabeth's busy mind would not be silenced. Pray, he is not the sort of gentleman who judges others by their particular situation in life. "I was introduced to Lady Matlock and by extension your sister by one of her ladyship's close friends, who just happens to be a close friend of one of my relations. Your aunt's friend is Mrs. Hamilton, the woman whom I was standing with when you claimed my hand for this dance. I presume you know her." "I have never had the pleasure of meeting her." "I am more than happy to introduce the two of you to each other after the dance." Again he did not respond to Elizabeth's offer. Instead he said, "Is that the extent of your family's connection to my uncle and my aunt, Lord and Lady Matlock?" "Indeed." His puzzled expression combined with his ensuing silence piqued Elizabeth's curiosity. "Sir, you appear troubled," she said. "It is just that Lord and Lady Matlock," he began, "are among the most prominent people in the ton. Their reach is wide and their connections are vast." Coming to an abrupt halt, Elizabeth drew a little closer and looked the gentleman straight in the eye. "My family is not considered as part of the ton, sir. My family hails from Hertfordshire in a village near Meryton." Now Mr. Darcy really was silent. The manner in which he looked at Elizabeth was such that no other man had ever looked at her before. Is he looking at me merely to find fault? Or perhaps there is another explanation, one I am unable to conceive. Whatever is his purpose, I dare not look away. Upon their resuming the dance, the sound of her pounding heartbeat shut out all the noise on the crowded ballroom floor. Her eyes staring into his brooding dark eyes, every other dancer blurred. The two of them were the only couple in the room, and so it was, at least in Elizabeth's busy mind, for the remainder of the dance. When the dance concluded, Mr. Darcy escorted Elizabeth back to Mrs. Hamilton's side. However, rather than remain long enough to allow for a proper introduction as Elizabeth had offered, he simply bowed and went away. Elizabeth almost gasped aloud. Almost! A kind, congenial woman, Mrs. Hamilton did not seem to be bothered in the least bit by Mr. Darcy's slight, but Elizabeth surely was. And she began to consider, Miss Darcy's high praise of her brother's excellent qualities aside, Mr. Darcy was not nearly so handsome after all. Chapter 5. Bewitching Creature. I have no one to blame but myself for my encounter with Miss Elizabeth Bennet this evening. Now it seems I cannot get her out of my head. Sitting alone in a dimly lit corner of White's, Darcy swallowed the remaining brandy in his glass and frowned as the amber liquid burned his throat. What was I thinking? The fact is, he never planned to have a face-to-face encounter with her at all, even though he had purposely walked to her side of the ballroom and taken up a spot not 2 feet behind her. His curiosity about the young woman who had spent so much of the evening indulging her unabashed curiosity about him demanded satisfaction. At length, Darcy espied a familiar figure approaching his table. It was his cousin, whom he had been expecting. No doubt the Colonel had observed the spectacle earlier that evening at the ball. "I was hoping to find you here," said Colonel Fitzwilliam. He took a seat in a comfortable leather chair across from Darcy, and then signalled a waiter, who wasted no time hurrying to the table. "I will have what my friend is having," the Colonel directed. "In fact, bring over the entire decanter, will you?" When the waiter went away, Colonel Fitzwilliam leaned back into his chair and looked at Darcy intently. "Pray, do not keep me in suspense." "In what regard?" Darcy asked. "As if you do not know," said the other man, his brow arched. "With so much to countenance, it would help if you were a bit more specific." "Very well," Colonel Fitzwilliam began. "Who was that bewitching creature who managed to tempt you onto the ballroom floor this evening? I believe I owe her my congratulations for succeeding where so many others had failed. Heaven knows that I had all but given up on you." Baffling is a more apt description. Indeed, Darcy had never been so baffled by any woman as he was by her. That, my friend, was Miss Elizabeth Bennet. By now the waiter had returned with a decanter of brandy and a single glass. After filling the glass for the Colonel, he refilled Darcy's upon receiving his silent consent. "Will you need anything else, sirs?" The Colonel waved the waiter off and, after taking a sip of his drink, returned his attention to the conversation at hand. "Elizabeth Bennet, you say? I was hoping you would introduce me to her, but you seem to disappear immediately after your set." Disappear, indeed. After spending the past half-hour in Miss Bennet's company, Darcy escaped the crowded ballroom, intending to clear his head in the cold night's air. Finding the chill insufficient to sort out what all had happened, he determined only a stiff drink or two at White's, beyond the temptation of members of the opposite persuasion, would do, and there he had remained ever since. "I'm amazed you have not made her acquaintance, for it appears that there are others in our family who are rather acquainted with the young woman." "Do you speak of anyone in particular? My brother Robert, perhaps?" the Colonel inquired, his brow arched. Darcy flinched. "Heaven forbid," he silently lamented. The Viscount Lord Robert Fitzwilliam was a determined rake. A strange feeling came over him, an odd mixture of concern and apathy. For all he knew, the young woman might very well be acquainted with Robert. He had not remained long enough after their set to think to ask. "Actually, it is your mother of whom I speak, your mother and my sister." "My mother and Georgiana?" Colonel Fitzwilliam asked, his tone evidencing his surprise in hearing this. "Yes," Darcy replied, nodding his head. "It would appear Miss Bennet met both of them at Matlock House very recently, unless I am mistaken." "Is that a hint of disapproval I detect in your voice?" "I must confess it caught me by surprise that someone so wholly unconnected to our family can openly boast of an acquaintance with Georgiana, however fleeting. Surely the young lady's having been a guest at Matlock House is a testament to her good character." "One would hope," Darcy muttered. "I trust her ladyship's judgment where my sister's welfare is concerned, else I would remove her from Matlock House. However, after the Ramsgate incident, I believe extreme caution is warranted to shield my sister from potential opportunists. Georgiana Darcy loved her brother very much. Owing to the difference in their ages by over a decade, she often looked up to him as one would a father. It was for that reason that she confided the entirety of her plan to elope with a man whose sole purpose in pursuing her had been her fortune of £30,000. The vile man had conspired with Mrs. Young, the woman in charge of Miss Darcy, to meet the young lady in Ramsgate and go about making love to her until she agreed to marry him. Georgiana was but 15 at the time, too innocent to distinguish between ardent love and mere infatuation, but sensible enough to realise that escaping to Gretna Green without her brother's knowledge would be the makings of not only a great scandal, but heartbreak for her entire family. Thank heavens I arrived at Ramsgate in time to put a stop to the sordid affair, despite the ensuing heartbreak to my sister in the aftermath of it all. Darcy smoothed his finger along the rim of his glass. My sister has always been rather shy. This incident at Ramsgate has been the means of shattering her trust in others. This knowledge gave him an even greater cause for concern as regarded Miss Bennet's sudden appearance in his sister's life. The Colonel began pouring himself another drink. It might help if we told my mother the entirety of what happened last summer, and then she would know precisely how to act where Georgiana's supervision is concerned. Darcy shook his head. Were her ladyship to learn what occurred in Ramsgate, she would be obliged to tell the Earl, who would then be compelled to tell Lady Catherine, for neither of them is entirely reconciled with our guardianship of my sister. Both of the noble Fitzwilliam siblings had argued vigorously among themselves that the guardianship of the niece of an earl ought not to be the responsibility of two unwed gentlemen, but there was nothing to be done but to accept the late Mr. Darcy's dictate. Staring at the amber liquid in his glass, he continued, It is one thing to allow Lady Catherine to constantly remind me of my duty to the family. I shall not give her fodder to dictate my sister's marital expectations as well. At least one of us ought to marry for love. He raised his glass to his lips and quickly swallowed the remaining contents. The burning in his throat aside, he said, No, the fewer people who know what happened in Ramsgate, the better for all concerned. Colonel Fitzwilliam leaned in. Lowering his voice, he said, There is always a possibility of Georgiana confiding the secret to another. I trust she will not, but if she does, I shall deal with the consequences. In the meantime, it is my responsibility to protect my sister from being taken in again. Do you believe Miss Bennet's intentions where Georgiana is concerned are dishonourable? Darcy shrugged a little. I do not know what to think. I know so little about the young lady. Having foolishly trusted Mrs. Young, I surely do not mean to make such a mistake again. So what do you plan to do about it? He eyed his cousin intently for a moment. In truth, he had not quite settled on how to handle the matter. All he knew was he had to do something, and quickly, in order to protect his sister. At length, Darcy spoke. As a start, I plan to launch an investigation into Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Her family, her past. She said her family lives in Hertfordshire, near the town of Meryton. The Colonel nodded. Pursing his lips, he said, You mentioned as a start. Have you another scheme in mind as well? The more Darcy thought about the young woman, the more fascinated he grew. Fascinated and bewildered. He told his cousin as much. Concluding his speech, he said, Let me just say, there are some things I wish to learn about Miss Elizabeth Bennet which are best discovered on my own. Chapter 6. Paragon of Virtue. Elizabeth lingered at the breakfast table that morning, enjoying a cup of hot coffee and reading her latest letter from her dearest sister Jane. Just as she had feared, the letter confirmed her sister's low spirits. Little wonder. At least 10 months had passed, and still Jane had not received a single letter from her lover, Mr. James Shipman. An amiable young man who was more handsome than rich, and whose family lived in a neighbouring county, Mr. Shipman had fallen in love with Jane some time ago. Jane's feelings toward the gentleman were mutual. Before going away to the Navy, the young man asked Jane to wait for him. Upon his return, he meant to ask for her hand in marriage. Jane, being the dutiful daughter that she was, readily agreed to the scheme. A formal declaration was to be made on the heels of his return from sea. Jane's future felicity in marriage was all but complete. Nothing pleased Elizabeth's mother more. Even the promise of an engagement was better than no commitment at all, Mrs. Bennet had proclaimed. Her business in life was finding husbands for her daughters, which was no easy task, for the girls hardly had dowries worth speaking of. What a conundrum for an anxious mother of 5 daughters and no sons, and whose husband's estate was entailed away from the female line. How grateful she was to have such a beautiful daughter, for surely that was the reason Jane was able to secure the promise of a marriage proposal with so little trouble to Mrs. Bennet herself. As beautiful and graceful as the eldest Bennet daughter indeed was, Elizabeth attributed her sister's good fortune in having won the heart of a decent, respectable man to Jane's goodness. A man would have to be a fool not to fall in love with such a paragon of virtue, Elizabeth liked to suppose. This makes the agony Jane now endures all the more insufferable. It is such a shame to be separated from one's true love with no certainty of an imminent reunion. Mrs. Gardiner walked into the room in time to see Elizabeth folding her letter and placing it aside. She commenced busying herself about the room. "Good morning, Lizzie," said she. "I see that you just finished your correspondence. I trust it is a letter from Jane." Elizabeth nodded. "Indeed, it is a letter from my dearest sister, Jane." Smiling, her aunt sat in a chair next to Elizabeth and began filling her own cup with piping hot coffee. "Lizzie, if I do not ask too much, pray tell me that our dearest Jane has finally received a letter from her dear Mr. Shipman." Elizabeth shook her head. "Regrettably, she has not. I cannot tell you how much my heart breaks for her, not knowing how Mr. Shipman fares or even where he is. This continuing lack of correspondence leaves so much to the imagination, and none of it, I fear, is good." Mrs. Gardiner reached for her niece's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "I know it is hard to remain positive in the wake of these things. However, we must endeavour to do so for Jane's sake," she began, wishing to reassure Elizabeth. "I am certain that she is relying upon her family to keep her spirits high, even when evidence suggests that all hope may be gone." Elizabeth nodded. "Of course, you are correct." "Pray all the news from Longbourn is not so dire," urged the older woman, wanting to change the subject at hand. "I received what one might suppose to be happy news, and from Mary no less," Elizabeth responded. "She wrote to tell me the militia has recently encamped outside of Meryton." "Oh dear! No doubt Kitty and Lydia are exceedingly pleased, to say nothing of your mother. Indeed, Mary said they are excited as can be. Pray neither of the girls will meet with any trouble, what with their being in such proximity with gentlemen donned in scarlet coats as far as the eye can see." Again Elizabeth nodded. "They both are so silly. I suppose my family's greatest consolation is that even in a town the size of Meryton, Kitty and Lydia are too senseless and too inconsequential to attract any serious consideration from the officers." Before the older woman could say more, a servant entered the room and walked over to the table to where Elizabeth sat. Reaching out her hand, she said, "A letter for you, Miss Elizabeth." Handing it over, the servant curtsied and quickly quit the room. Rather pleased for a reprieve from a conversation which promised more sadness than joy, Mrs. Gardiner said, "My dearest Lizzie, you are very popular this morning. Judging by the seal, that is not another letter from Hertfordshire." Elizabeth quickly perused the envelope. "This is interesting. It appears to be a letter from Lady Matlock. I wonder what this is about." "Well, open it at once." Elizabeth was quite hesitant about opening Lady Matlock's missive, and for a good reason, the fear that it might have something to do with her new friend, Miss Georgiana Darcy. She had spent a fair amount of time in the young lady's company early on in their acquaintance, but she had not seen the young woman at all since meeting Mr. Darcy at the ball. She almost suspected their lack of contact was the brothers' doing. Opening the letter, she quickly read its contents. Biting her lip, she folded the letter and placed it to the side, just as she had done previously with her sister Jane's letter. Only this time, Elizabeth did not wait to be asked about the letter's contents. Instead, she said, "It appears Lady Matlock has invited me to dine at her home this evening." "That sounds wonderful, Lizzie. However, were I to judge by your tone, you do not seem to think so." "Oh, no, I agree it is an honour to be invited to Matlock House for dinner. I am only surprised that there is no mention of my attending with Mrs. Hamilton. As you know, I have only gone to her ladyship's home while accompanying Mrs. Hamilton. Being invited to come without her gives me pause. If you are worried that my friend will be offended, then you need not be. She's far too kind and too sensible to take umbrage with you, as well as wise enough to know that your accompanying her to various soirees of late must surely open doors to you that might otherwise have remained closed." "Of course, you are correct, dear aunt. I suppose I have another cause for concern. May I ask what it is, Lizzie?" "Well, as you know, I met Mr. Darcy at the Richardsons' ball. What I did not tell you, however, is that I am not quite certain he approves of my acquaintance with his sister, and I fear that going to Matlock House under such circumstances may not bode well." "You believe Mr. Darcy does not approve of you?" Mrs. Gardiner responded, half questioningly, half disbelievingly. "Why would you say that?" "Well, I am not sure I made the best impression on him," Elizabeth answered tentatively. "Indeed, I know I did not. And if I am to be completely forthcoming, I would have to confess my own opinion of him leaves much to be desired. Lizzie, dare I ask what happened that evening to lead you to draw such a conclusion?" Having grappled with the events of that particular evening all by herself for days, Elizabeth was relieved to unburden herself to another. Had she been in Hertfordshire, she would have confided the whole of it to her sister Jane. However, pen and paper were not the best mediums for conveying such intelligence. Besides, Jane had her own weighty matters with which to contend. Elizabeth took a sip of coffee. "Very well, but prepare yourself to be baffled, just as I was." She went on to explain all that had led to her making the acquaintance of one Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire, the bravado he had shown in approaching her in a wholly unconventional manner, and her own daring in encouraging rather than rebuking him. If Mrs. Gardiner was shocked by either of the parties' behaviour, she held her tongue, which was sufficient inducement for Elizabeth to go on. "Imagine my surprise as well as my embarrassment when Lady Matlock herself approached the two of us and made the formal introduction." "I can well imagine your being surprised, but why on earth were you embarrassed?" Elizabeth shrugged a little. "My immediate concern was that her ladyship might have thought that I had known her nephew all along, and had simply chosen to conceal it from her. To see Mr. Darcy is to understand why I would feel that way. So you're saying he is a handsome man?" Elizabeth could feel the colour spread all over her body, just as it had done when she was standing close to him. "I would be lying if I did not profess him to be the most handsome man I have ever seen." She laughed a little in spite of herself. One might even say he is beautiful if such a word could be used to describe someone of the male persuasion. "Thus far you have hardly provided a basis for dislike on either of your parts. Until the moment the two of us stood opposite each other on the ballroom floor at his aunt's behest, Mr. Darcy was the consummate gentleman, and as I had been the only woman to be bestowed such a distinction, I was not insensitive to such an honour." Here Elizabeth paused. She bit her lower lip, pondering her next speech. At length she said, "And then the music started, and our dance commenced." "Pray, you're not going to complain about his lack of dance skills. Did Mr. Darcy step on your toes?" Elizabeth arched her brow. A part of me would have preferred it if he had, but no, he did not step on my toes. Mr. Darcy is as deft on the dance floor as anyone, male or female, would wish to be. However, he did injure me in a manner that he may very well have intended, for it took more than a little prodding on my part to coax him to talk, and once he began, his tone grew more inquisitive than pleasant by the second, especially when he learned my family has little to no connections to speak of. The gentleman could hardly wait to escape my presence once our dance concluded. "Insufferable man!" "Oh dear," Mrs. Gardiner cried. "Your invitation to dine with his aunt. Did she mention whether her nephew will be among her guests?" Having read the missive rather hastily, Elizabeth picked it up and reread it. After a moment she shook her head. No, she did not. Elizabeth half smiled. A part of her secretly wished the gentleman would indeed be a guest at Matlock House that evening. I am not afraid of him. Having risen to Mr. Darcy's challenge once before, I am more than capable of doing so again. Chapter 7. Persistent Worry. Darcy and his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam sat opposite each other at White's, having drinks at their favourite table in their favourite corner of the room. The former's investigation into Miss Elizabeth Bennet's background was apparently uppermost on the Colonel's mind, for he wanted Darcy to share whatever details would be pertinent to that evening's gathering at Matlock House, his parents' home. After Darcy gave his cousin a cursory account of most everything that he had learned thus far, no doubt, the Colonel was left with more questions than answers. His sentiments, incidentally, echoed Darcy's. "Other than her mother having roots in trade, it seems you have yet to unmask any deep, dark secrets," the Colonel said. "By your own account, the young lady's father is a gentleman. That alone must certainly count for something." Darcy nodded. "True, he is a gentleman, one with a rather modest estate just outside the rather insignificant town of Meryton, An estate which happens to be entailed away from the female line. The Colonel arched his brow. With 5 daughters, he began. You did say there were 5 of them, did you not? Again Darcy nodded. 5, he confirmed. How unfortunate. The unsettling matter of the entail must weigh heavily on everyone's mind. The constant and persistent worry that they are only a heartbeat away from possible destitution. It cannot be easy for any of them. One would suppose, Darcy said, and what is that supposed to mean? Ironically enough, Miss Bennet might easily have spared her family such an uncertain fate had she accepted the hand of the presumed heir of her father's estate. Would that be the eldest Bennet daughter or one of her younger sisters? No, not the eldest. I am speaking of the second eldest, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. It would appear that the eldest daughter was engaged to another when the heir made his offer to the next daughter in line. The Colonel shrugged. Then, perhaps that explains Miss Elizabeth's decision to refuse this other man's hand. Darcy shook his head. No, I do not think so. Miss Elizabeth's sister is engaged to marry a second son. As a second son yourself, I am sure I do not need to tell you what that means. That the gentleman is not very rich, the Colonel said, his tone a mixture of inquiring and knowing. From what I've learned, he has a commission in the Navy. I understand there is more to the story, however. My man is still investigating all the facts, and to answer your question, the gentleman's family has little to no wealth of which to speak. Well then, that ought to reassure you where the Bennet family's character is concerned. How so? Clearly the family, despite their modest means, are not mercenary. What it tells me is the eldest daughter likely harbours some fanciful notions of marrying for love. As for Miss Elizabeth's motive, that I have yet to discern. The Colonel raised his glass. To an evening of discerning the mysterious Miss Elizabeth Bennet's motives. Raising his glass in reciprocation, Darcy said, Indeed. He finished his drink in a single swallow and set the empty glass on the table. Standing, he cleared his throat. By the way, cousin, it ought to go without saying that our discussion this evening was meant for your ears only. Colonel Fitzwilliam threw back his drink in one long swig. And yet you felt obliged to say it nonetheless, Darcy scoffed. For good reason, he said. Who knows you better than I do? Elizabeth had ridden in an elegant carriage before, what with having accompanied Mrs. Hamilton about London of late, but it was nothing in comparison to the one in which she found herself at that moment. If it had not dawned on her before, it certainly did now. The Fitzwilliams were the wealthiest family of her acquaintance, yet neither Lady Matlock nor Miss Darcy seemed to possess the haughty and condescending nature Elizabeth had taught herself to expect from people of their ilk. But Mr. Darcy surely does. Elizabeth could not help but consider as she wondered again if he might be the instigator of her invitation to dine at Matlock House. If he indeed is, then what on earth could be his purpose, she silently questioned in one breath. I suppose he means to scrutinize my own character for defects, she whispered in the next. Once again, his haste in quitting her side the night of the ball crossed her mind. How he must have felt upon realizing that he had spent the past half hour with someone so beneath him in consequence. Such ridiculousness in others always made her laugh, but for whatever reason, she could find no humour in such a case as this. Alone in the carriage, she allowed herself to speculate at liberty that which she had theretofore been loath to admit. Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy had wounded her in a way no other man had ever done. I dare say in a manner I shall not easily forget. By the time the carriage arrived at its destination, and she was being handed out by a servant, the encounter with Mr. Darcy had played out several times in Elizabeth's busy mind. As she climbed the stairs, Elizabeth had made up her mind to think no more of the enigmatic stranger who had disrupted her equanimity long enough. Every time I visited Matlock House, I have enjoyed myself immensely. I have no reason to believe tonight will be any different. Most of her worries ceased when young Miss Darcy raced up to Elizabeth and took her by both hands. The young lady's warm, welcoming smile would likely calm a raging storm. "Miss Bennet," cried Miss Darcy, "I am so happy you have come. It has been far too long since we last saw each other. I have missed you terribly." "My feelings are exactly the same as yours, Miss Darcy. It is such a pleasure to see you again." "Indeed. Pray tell me if you believe I am too forward. But may I call you Elizabeth? I should love it if you referred to me by my given name as well." "I have no objection if you do not have any," Elizabeth replied. "How delightful," the younger woman responded. Linking arms with Elizabeth and gently coaxing her along, she continued, "I have a wonderful surprise in store for you this evening." Before Elizabeth could fashion her thoughts, Miss Darcy said, "Indeed. There is a member of our party this evening who will claim an acquaintance with you." Elizabeth's heart slammed against her chest, and for a second the smile she bore in the wake of seeing Miss Darcy again slipped. There was only one mutual acquaintance between the young lady and herself, other than the Countess and Mrs. Hamilton. Seconds later, said person stood proud and tall in front of her. "Mr. Darcy." The gentleman bowed slightly. Elizabeth curtsied. Before either could speak, Miss Darcy said, "Brother, here is my friend, Miss Elizabeth. Is she not lovely? You must join me in telling her how delighted we are to see her this evening." To Elizabeth's surprise, the gentleman's countenance evidenced a measure of warmth she had persuaded herself not to expect in the wake of his abrupt disappearance at the ball. No doubt his warm expression is meant solely for his sister and can have nothing at all to do with his seeing me. "Miss Elizabeth Bennet," he said, taking her hand in his. Bowing once again, he raised it to his lips. Resuming his former attitude, he released her hand. "It is indeed a pleasure to see you this evening." Elizabeth hardly knew what to say in the face of such gallantry, but say something she must. Finding her voice, she said, "I am sure the pleasure is all mine." She silently rebuked herself for replying in such a milquetoast fashion. Determined to match his unexpected civility with equal cordiality of her own, she said, "I was exceedingly delighted upon receiving your aunt's invitation to dine in her magnificent home this evening. She is very kind." Miss Darcy said, "Yes, my aunt is very kind indeed. However, as for your being here this particular evening—" "Georgiana, my dearest," Mr. Darcy interrupted his sister's speech, "did you not mention having to speak with our uncle just before Miss Bennet's arrival? It looks as though he is free. I posit this is a perfect opportunity." The young lady's countenance clouded. A second or two later, a knowing look etched across her face. "I am sure Miss Bennet will not mind," Mr. Darcy added, "and I am more than happy to be of service to her while you are away." Miss Darcy said, "But of course." Turning to Elizabeth, she said, "I shall return shortly." When they were alone, Elizabeth said, "Sir, if I did not know better, I would say you mean to have me all to yourself. Perhaps you know me better than you think you do. I think not, for if such were indeed the case, I would not be standing here, racking my brain pondering what you are about. Then you must allow me to end your suspense." "Please do, Mr. Darcy." "Well, first of all, I believe I owe you an apology for my abrupt leave-taking after our dance." Elizabeth said nothing, which he inevitably perceived as sufficient cause to say more. "You must have perceived my behaviour as particularly rude. I surely did not mean to give offence." "I assure you no offence was suffered," Elizabeth replied, knowing full well that his behaviour had wounded her deeply. But in her defence, how could she possibly admit such a thing? That he, a perfect stranger in effect, had upset her composure in such a manner that she had dwelled upon it for days. She could not. She would not. "I cannot tell you how relieved I am to hear you say that, Miss Bennet. The fact is, I enjoyed our dance very much, and I hope to have the pleasure of standing opposite you on the dance floor again." Here he smiled a little. "I never knew that conversing while dancing could prove so provocative." With words spoken in so sonorous a voice as his, Elizabeth did not know whether to be flattered or offended, a feeling not too dissimilar to the way she felt when the two of them first met. Before she had too much time to think about it, the gentleman's aunt joined them. "Nephew, pray, you will allow me to introduce our special guest to other members of our party this evening," said Lady Matlock. "Come, Miss Bennet, for unless I am mistaken, you have yet to meet my sons, the Viscount Lord Robert, and my other son, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam. Allow me to present you to them." After the formidable introduction to the Viscount occurred, it was time to meet the Countess's younger son. What polar opposites the two were! Whereas the former was stern and grave and looked as though it was a burden to speak to anyone, the Colonel was amiable, indeed quite gregarious. Though not nearly so handsome as his brother or his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam was charming, and behaved as though he knew no strangers. When Lady Matlock walked away, leaving Elizabeth standing alone with the Colonel, the gentleman said, "It is incumbent upon me to tell you, Miss Bennet, that your reputation precedes you. As the two of us have so few mutual acquaintances, I would hope the greatest source of your intelligence, so far as I am concerned, is your lovely cousin, Miss Darcy." He nodded, Indeed, my young cousin can do nothing but sing your praises. You have made quite an impression on her. I pray that meets with your approval, sir. Indeed, I find I have no cause to repine. Who among us is not in want of friends? From the corner of her eye, Elizabeth could see that Mr. Darcy was looking directly at her and the Colonel. Deciding it was rather impolitic to dwell on Mr. Darcy and their baffling intercourse, she positioned herself just so in order to thwart her wandering eyes. The Colonel continued his speech. However, in this case I speak not of Miss Darcy, but of her brother. Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth cried, and to think that I had hoped to pass myself off as a mysteriously intriguing figure this evening. What if I confess that would be in keeping with my cousin's account? Oh dear, Elizabeth said. I say that not in a negative manner, Miss Bennet. Are you quite certain? For I am not entirely persuaded I made the greatest impression on your cousin the night we met at the ball, she cried, despite their baffling conversation, moments earlier when he apologised for his own rudeness. I beg to differ. You impressed Darcy to quite a great extent. Her spirits rising to playfulness a little, she half smiled. Of course, quite great is not necessarily quite favourable. Indeed, there are such varying shades of impressions that the two of us might well debate their subtleties all evening. But where is the fun in that? I see that I shall have no success in learning anything more from you of what Mr. Darcy may or may not have told you about me, which is quite a shame. Might I just say that Darcy is extremely protective where his sister is concerned, and there is nothing he would not do to protect her. I feel the same. Does the Colonel mean to suggest that Mr. Darcy views me as a threat to his sister? Did the gentleman simply intend to disarm me with feigned pleasantries, to trick me into letting down my guard with him? What on earth is he about? In reply to the Colonel's declaration, Elizabeth said, That is quite understandable, sir. Miss Darcy is very fortunate to have such a loving and protective older brother. Having no brother to call my own, I envy her in that regard. Colonel Fitzwilliam nodded. Yes, I understand you only have sisters, 4 of them, and your father's estate is entailed away from the female line. Such an uncertain future must wreak havoc on your dear mother's sensibilities. Taken aback by the gentleman's speech, Elizabeth said, I am sorry, sir, but how could you possibly know? Here, Elizabeth paused and searched her memory. She could have sworn she had never shared such intelligence with Miss Darcy, that she had 4 other sisters. Yes, she had undoubtedly told her new friend that, but details about the entail on her father's estate never. She had not even told Miss Darcy that she had refused her ridiculous cousin's hand in marriage. Some things one simply does not discuss. The relief that spread across the Colonel's face when their intimate party of 2 became a party of 3 was palpable. Cousin Richard, Miss Darcy cried, linking her arm with Elizabeth's. You have monopolised Miss Elizabeth long enough. Now, if you will pardon the 2 of us, I should very much enjoy my share of her company this evening. Without waiting for her cousin's reply, she said, Come with me, Miss Elizabeth. There are other members of our party whom I would like you to meet. The 2 young ladies were gone directly. When she could, Miss Darcy said, As much as I adore my cousin, and enjoy seeing the 2 of you getting along so well, I am concerned that you have hardly spent any time at all getting better acquainted with my brother. However, all that is destined to change before the evening is over. Oh, Elizabeth responded with a hint of concern in her voice. How so, if you do not mind my asking? Miss Darcy smiled knowingly. Why, the 2 of you will be seated beside each other at dinner. The dinner was exceedingly handsome, and there were all the servants and all the most exquisite delicacies which could be expected at such an affair. The beautiful bouquets of rich red, brilliant orange, and vibrant yellow flowers purposely adorning the table were such that Elizabeth had never beheld, and their fresh fragrances brought to mind a summer garden. Elizabeth found herself seated between Mr. Darcy and his eldest cousin, the Viscount. Speaking to the latter was beyond her power, for the gentleman, his handsome visage, and decided air notwithstanding, was not nearly so amiable as his younger brother. Lord Robert contented himself with food and drink and the frequent examination of his watch. Indeed, the party in general did not supply that much conversation. Any topics to be entertained were raised, discussed, and promptly concluded. The gentle clatter of sterling silver knives and forks on fine china filled the frequent bouts of polite silence in the room. Silence the likes of which Elizabeth had never experienced when she dined at home in Hertfordshire, with family and friends. Dinner parties at Longbourn were always such lively affairs. To Elizabeth's way of thinking, the noble Fitzwilliam family and their lofty guests behaved toward one another as though they were strangers. As Elizabeth was always eager to speak, it seemed she had no choice other than to do so with her other seating companion, Mr. Darcy. Turning toward him, she asked, "Do you often dine here at Matlock House, sir?" "Occasionally," he replied, somewhat dissatisfied by Mr. Darcy's lukewarm response, but far from discouraged. She went on to talk about the exquisite meal and her honour in having been invited there that evening, only to be acknowledged by a nod and a half-smile. "Pardon me, sir," Elizabeth said in a hushed voice meant only for Mr. Darcy. "Is conversation during such an affair as this generally frowned upon?" As though taken aback, the gentleman said, "Pardon me, Miss Bennet?" "I said—" "Here," Mr. Darcy interrupted. "No, I know what you said. I'm merely surprised by your question." "Well, sir," Elizabeth began in her own defence, "there is a certain, shall I say, back and forth inherent in intercourse between two people. In this case, I say something, and then it is your turn to speak." "I know how it works, Miss Bennet." Elizabeth merely scoffed. She lifted her glass and sipped her rich burgundy wine. If there was to be any further interaction between the two of them, then he must take the lead. "I am very pleased you were able to accept my aunt's invitation to dine here at Matlock House this evening," he spoke at length, his voice tentative. "My sister is equally delighted, I'm sure." Elizabeth threw a quick glance at the end of the table where Georgiana sat. Upon catching her friend's eyes, Elizabeth smiled and was pleased to receive a warm smile in return. Directing her attention to her companion, Elizabeth said, "Indeed, it was very generous of your aunt to include me in this evening's gathering. I always enjoy spending time in company with your sister. She's so good and kind. She reminds me of my elder sister, Jane." "Are you and your elder sister very close?" Mr. Darcy asked, his voice reflecting a genuineness Elizabeth had not expected. She nodded. "My sister and I are as close as two people can be. I love her above all else." "What a touching sentiment," said Mr. Darcy. "I imagine you feel the same as regards your own sister." "Yes," he responded, nodding. "Of course, I only have one sister. I understand you have 4 sisters. How must the others feel, knowing the eldest is your favourite?" Having touched on a conversation that went on to occupy the remainder of the meal, Elizabeth secretly congratulated herself for drawing out the otherwise reserved Mr. Darcy. In so doing, she could only guess how much pain she had caused him to suffer. That being said, it was Elizabeth's turn to suffer when it was time for the ladies to quit the room, leaving the gentlemen to their port and cigars. Just as she had arisen from her seat, Mr. Darcy leaned close to her, almost too close. Speaking in a voice that was only intended for Elizabeth's ears, he said, "If, at any point this evening, you are interested in engaging in further intercourse with me, do not hesitate to let me know, for I would by no means suspend any pleasure of yours." Chapter 8. Constant Companion. With both Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam having spent time in company with Miss Elizabeth Bennet the evening before, it was unavoidable to speak of anything other than one or the other's opinion of the young woman when they met for drinks at White's the next day. Once the waiter had filled their glasses with liquor and left the decanter on the table at the Colonel's insistence, and then walked away, the older gentleman's curiosity would no longer be repressed. "Now you must confess that Miss Bennet is quite unlike any other woman of your acquaintance, cousin," said the Colonel. "Indeed she is that," said Darcy tentatively. Not only had he been just as fascinated by her wit and charm the evening before as he was the night he first met her at the ball, but thoughts of the young lady had been a constant companion of his ever since, going so far as to creep into his dreams. Just thinking about his most recent dream affected him in a manner he dared not contemplate too long without growing increasingly uncomfortable. "If only I were not a second son in need of a woman of a large fortune," Colonel Fitzwilliam waxed poetically. More affected, nay irritated, by his cousin's words than sound reasoning dictated, Darcy scoffed. "We each have our own cross to bear." Colonel Fitzwilliam shrugged. "Some burdens are weightier than others, I'm sure. Pray, having spent additional time with the young woman, and hopefully having completed your investigation into her past, what is your conclusion?" "Conclusion?" Darcy repeated, and the Colonel nodded. "Indeed. Does Miss Elizabeth Bennet meet with your approval? Is Georgiana quite safe being acquainted with her?" "I have found no reason to conclude otherwise," Darcy began. "Despite my suffering some lingering concerns about her family, I can have no reason at all to object to the lady herself, except that she has bewitched me like no other woman before her, and if I am not careful, I shall be the one to find myself in danger. Grave danger. Whatever was his cousin's response, Darcy heard not a word, for his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking of her. Again. It will not do. I need only to keep my distance from Miss Elizabeth Bennet for the remainder of my time in town. Darcy consulted his pocket watch. Picking up his glass, he consumed the last of his brandy, and then arose from his seat in preparation to leave. "I say, old fellow, where are you off to so soon?" Colonel Fitzwilliam raised his glass. "By my count, we have only just begun." "You're welcome to remain here and imbibe to your heart's content for so long as you wish. As for me, your mother has requested a private audience this afternoon, and I dare not keep her waiting." "Ah," the Colonel said, "what do you suppose my dear mother is about?" Darcy shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." Lady Ellen Fitzwilliam knew her own mind, and she was never hesitant in speaking it. However, on that particular day she suffered some reservations regarding how best to fashion her impending argument with her nephew, Mr. Darcy. Unlike so many other young men who might welcome such a scheme as she had in mind, her nephew might quickly balk. A private man who was much too severe for someone so young, her nephew guarded his own privacy even more so than he guarded his sister's, especially of late. Her premise was well-founded, having paid particularly close attention to her niece and her new friend, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Perhaps it was because Miss Bennet had 4 sisters of her own, 3 of them of a younger age. Whatever is the reason for Miss Bennet's positive effect on my niece, I am not looking forward to their acquaintance coming to an end. I just know that the young woman is the answer to my niece's predicament. I simply need to convince my nephew. Darcy arrived at Matlock House and was shown into the parlour where his aunt awaited him. Once all the usual civilities were exchanged, Lady Ellen said, "Nephew, I know not the details leading to Mrs. Younger's abrupt termination, and I am perfectly content to wait until you are ready to confide in me. That said, the reason I asked you here today has everything to do with Georgiana's current situation." "Oh," Darcy responded, now equipped with a better understanding of the purpose of his being there. He had always planned for his sister's stay with Lady Ellen to be a temporary arrangement. This conversation had been delayed long enough. His aunt, no doubt, was of the same mind. A moment of silence ensued as her ladyship handed her nephew a cup of tea. "Indeed," she then said. "Your sister says you plan to return to Pemberley soon, ahead of the close of the season. Is it your intention to take her with you?" Darcy nodded. Given that the season is largely meant for single young women primarily in want of husbands, there is little reason for either of us to be here, especially with all that awaits me in Derbyshire. You have had several occasions to get acquainted with Georgiana's new friend, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, have you not?" Thoughts of all the information gleaned from his private investigation into the lady's background uppermost in his mind, Darcy nodded. "You might say that. Pray, what do you think of her?" "Pardon?" "Perhaps I should come straight to the point," her ladyship said. "What do you think of hiring the young lady as Georgiana's companion? Then your sister will have someone close to her own age to spend time with her at Pemberley." Taken aback by his aunt's suggestion, he hardly knew how to think or how to feel. True, Miss Bennet's family was not very rich, but nothing he had learned about the young lady during his investigation into her background suggested she needed to seek employment as a paid companion. Is that the nature of her association with Lady Ellen's friend, Mrs. Hamilton? That of a paid companion? Surely not. Darcy was silent. He stared. He said nothing. Seeing this, Lady Ellen said, "Think about it, nephew. The 2 young ladies get along exceedingly well. In fact, Georgiana is quite fond of the young woman. Having observed the 2 of them, I can honestly say Miss Bennet is a positive influence on my niece at a time when she needs it most." "Did Georgiana ask you to do this?" he wondered. "Is that the reason she contrived to have Miss Bennet seated next to me at dinner last evening? So the young woman might draw me in and induce me to be more amenable to such a scheme?" "Your sister knows nothing about this. I did not want to raise her hopes only to have her be disappointed if you do not agree to the scheme." With a determined air she looked at the young man pointedly. "Nephew, although you and my son have yet to confide the details of what really happened to Georgiana when she went to Ramsgate, no doubt something consequential occurred that has drastically altered my niece. Why else would you have given her over to my care for the past several months while you devise a more lasting solution? As I have said time and again, I will not pry. You and my son, and my niece for that matter, may keep your secrets." All I wish to say is that I have not seen her so lively before, as I have seen her with her new friend, Miss Bennet. Why not form a more lasting arrangement by offering the young lady the position as your sister's companion?" Weighing her ladyship's words in silence, Darcy considered. "I suppose it is not entirely unheard of that a gentleman's daughter might seek employment as a governess or paid companion, given the gravest of circumstances, but do I dare act as my aunt suggests? Invite Miss Elizabeth Bennet into my home, into my life?" "I appreciate your consideration," Darcy said, his tone disinterested. "Is that your way of saying you are opposed to the idea?" "Frankly," Darcy began, "I do not know why I would not be. There was almost nothing he would not do for his sister, but this would go against his own best interest, would it not? Besides, did I not resolve under an hour ago to keep my distance from Miss Elizabeth Bennet?" Lady Ellen said, "Pray, rather than dismiss my suggestion out of hand, you will give it serious thought for your sister's sake. I dare say you have nothing to lose and perhaps even something to gain. I have to wonder why you would say such a thing as that. I posit both of you, what with Georgiana being so shy and your being so serious, want nothing but a bit more liveliness in your lives. From all I have seen, Miss Elizabeth Bennet is just the young lady to provide it." Chapter 9. Moment of Truth. Darcy paced the floor. He took several deep breaths. In recommending Miss Elizabeth Bennet as a paid companion for his sister, Lady Ellen had given him much to think about. She could not possibly know that in doing so she might very well have put forth a possible resolution to his sister's dilemma of not having a proper companion as a girl of her age ought to, but she had created a new dilemma for her nephew, one he most certainly did not need. Not now, not ever. The fact of the matter was, Darcy was far more intrigued by his sister's new friend than he ought to be. Perhaps had they been introduced under different circumstances, specifically by Georgiana herself, as her new acquaintance, he would not have been nearly so captivated by the young woman. So perplexed. He likely would have paid little attention to her at all, as was his wont to do with so many young ladies thrown into his path. His guard would have been up. However, he had met Miss Elizabeth Bennet under such circumstances which had nothing at all to do with his sister. He had first laid eyes on the beguiling young creature from across a crowded ballroom. He had deliberately thrown himself into her path, and from the moment their eyes met, try as he might, he could not stop himself from thinking of her. She occupied his thoughts by day, and crept into his dreams by night. It would not do. This young lady who can never mean anything of consequence to me. At length, a sense of clarity settled upon him. His pacing ceased. What am I thinking? This matter has nothing at all to do with me and everything to do with my sister. Lady Ellen has made a rather compelling case. My sister is very much a picture of her former self when she is with Miss Bennet, the way she was before the Ramsgate debacle. I owe it to Georgiana to follow through. Thus resolved, Darcy knew precisely what he must do. Early the next day, Fitzwilliam Darcy found himself sitting in the parlour of a man whose acquaintance he had never made, and in a part of town he, heretofore, had never ventured, waiting to be received. Glancing about the room, he found it was rather quaint by his own exacting standards. Still, he was pleasantly surprised to find it so well appointed with the proper balance of good taste and economy. No doubt the gentleman fares very well in his business, having focused primarily on Miss Bennet's Hertfordshire background during his investigation. It was reassuring to know the young lady had such suitable familial ties as his immediate surroundings suggested. Before he had too long to sit and wonder about all the other things he had yet to discover about Miss Bennet, she walked into the room. Elizabeth's surprise in seeing Mr. Darcy was palpable. He stood and bowed. "Miss Bennet," he said. Elizabeth curtsied. "Mr. Darcy." Before he could speak, she said, "Sir, you are the last man in the world that I might have expected to see here in Cheapside." She could honestly say she'd never supposed Mr. Darcy had heard of such a place as Gracechurch Street. Having entered it, he likely supposes a month's ablution insufficient to cleanse himself from its impurities. Are you lost?" Elizabeth asked the gentleman in jest. There was something about the grave man that made it impossible for her not to tease him. "Lost, Miss Bennet," Darcy responded. "I am afraid I do not take your meaning. Is a man not free to move about various parts of the country at his leisure, without being mistaken for being lost?" By his tone, Elizabeth surmised the gentleman was not accustomed to being mocked. Still, she persisted. "But you, sir," she said, "you're you." His countenance clouded and his voice cautious, Darcy said, "Again, I do not take your meaning." Elizabeth placed her hand on her bosom. "Oh, my, Mr. Darcy, if I did not know better, I would believe that I have offended you. But how can that be? Far be it for any man, even one as serious as you, to be incapable of laughing at himself." "It is true, Miss Elizabeth, that I am indeed a serious man," he solemnly declared. "Men who are the bearers of such responsibilities as I have can ill afford not to be serious." Here he paused. He cleared his throat. "With that being said, I'm not incapable of laughing at myself, allowing for the fact that I try to avoid doing the sort of things that might render me the target of derision." "Then by all means, please accept my apology, sir," she cried, feigning remorse. "You presume, then, that you have offended me. Let me assure you that you did not. Indeed, I believe you are far too considerate to give offence to anyone purposely. Then, I believe I have succeeded in hiding what I perceive as a flaw in my character, for I dearly love to laugh at those whom I find ridiculous. I am not nearly so virtuous as you would have me be. Indeed, it is my sister Jane who can best be described as incapable of giving offence. All the world is good in her opinion. I only wish I had half her goodness." "I am sure you are quite good enough," he said. "Indeed, I know you to be." Smiling a little, Elizabeth shrugged. "If you insist, sir, I shall not argue your point, for if I were to do that, what type of influence would I be on your sister?" Without answering what he no doubt supposed was a rhetorical question, he said, "Your surprise in seeing me aside, it is my concern for my sister that brings me here." She caught her breath. Here it is, the moment of truth. Elizabeth had long suspected this day would come. No doubt having scrutinized me most suspiciously at his aunt's home, the gentleman has found me wanting, and he wants his sister to have nothing more to do with me. "What say you speak candidly, so that no more of your time is taken than is necessary?" Elizabeth said, her voice guarded. "I respect the value you place on my time," Darcy said, still standing. Elizabeth gestured for the gentleman to take his seat. She sat as well. "Shall I call for tea?" "No," Mr. Darcy said quickly, a little too quickly in Elizabeth's busy mind. No doubt the thought of having tea in an establishment in Cheapside with me is his abhorrence. "I should not wish to take up too much of your time," he said. Elizabeth nodded slightly, but she remained silent, which no doubt encouraged him to say that which he had come all the way to Gracechurch Street to say. "My aunt Lady Ellen has recommended you as a possible companion for my sister Georgiana, thinking she's gone without having such an arrangement long enough. I came here to tell you that as much as I respect her opinion, and as much as I respect you as well, I am inclined to disagree that you are the best candidate for what I have in mind for my sister. Georgiana is very young, and although very educated in all those areas a young lady is expected to be, she is ignorant of the ways of the world. What she needs most is an older, more experienced woman. The fact that she never had, and likely never would entertain such a notion as that to which he had alluded, was not lost on Elizabeth, but perfectly understanding his speech as yet another example of his uncharitable opinion of her, she interrupted. "Do you mean to suggest that I am not quite accomplished enough, sir? Well, there is the matter of your rather, shall I say, unconventional education. My sister is well versed in all the modern languages, and unlike yourself, she has had the benefit of the finest masters in the country." Here again she interrupted. "Pray, what do you know about my education, sir?" "Is it untrue that you were raised with no governess?" Mr. Darcy inquired. "Your assertion is true enough, but I have to wonder how you would know that, Mr. Darcy." He merely shrugged. "My sister may have made mention of it, or perhaps my aunt. Yet, despite all my deficits, your own aunt has deemed me worthy. Again, why am I arguing for something which holds no interest to me? She really could not help herself, especially when it came to frustrating the proud gentleman seated across from her. Try as she might to deny it, she found verbal scrimmages with Mr. Darcy quite exhilarating. How unfortunate that this visit likely marks the end of our fleeting acquaintance, she could not help thinking, despite her steadily increasing ire. My aunt is rather less logical, and far more a creature of her emotions. I cannot afford to be. Well, as you are the ultimate decision-maker in this regard, I suppose I should thank you for travelling all this way to tell me I have failed to meet your exacting standards." Elizabeth stood. "Shall I show you out, sir?" Mr. Darcy's countenance clouded. He could see that Elizabeth had taken offence to his gesture, even though he had spoken nothing but the truth. He said, I am afraid you have mistaken my meaning, Miss Bennet. I didn't come here to tell you that you have failed any sort of test. I simply wanted to tell you that I disagree with my aunt about possibly engaging you as a paid companion. Georgiana and I would like it very much if you would join us when we return to Derbyshire, as her dear friend. You are, after all, a gentleman's daughter, and so long as your father is alive, I am sure there is no reason whatsoever that you would require a position as anyone's employee. If you would come to Derbyshire, you would come as my sister's equal. She is very fond of you, as you very well know by now. I believe such an arrangement will satisfy all parties concerned, both my immediate family and your own. You came here to invite me to travel with you and your sister to your home in Derbyshire, Elizabeth responded, her voice conveying a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Yes, he said, as our guest for the summer, rather as Georgiana's guest. We intend to depart London in under a week, as soon as arrangements can be made. So soon? Elizabeth inquired, returning to her seat. He nodded. I have some business in Pemberley that requires me to leave before the end of the month. I suppose the timing may very well factor into your decision whether to join us, but I hope you will consider it. Sir, I am honoured by your request, but— Are you rejecting my invitation, Miss Bennet? Mr. Darcy asked. I must ask why, with so little thought. No, I'm not rejecting your invitation, sir. I simply require a bit of time to think about it. I should like to think you will allow me that. His expression filled with contrition, Mr. Darcy said, Of course, of course. Pray, accept my apology if I seemed a bit harsh. Patience is not my strongest suit, especially once I've resolved on a particular course of action. Elizabeth nodded. Yes, your sister has spoken lovingly, of course, of your wont to arrange things for your own convenience. Mr. Darcy smiled a little. That his sister could speak so frankly about him to Miss Bennet spoke volumes about the bond that had been established between the two ladies. Elizabeth said, When shall you require my decision? As I said, I have business in Derbyshire that requires my attention, but I do not wish to rush you. Well, I should like to speak with my aunt and uncle, of course, as I am their guest as well as my father. How does the coming Wednesday sound to you, Mr. Darcy? It sounds perfect, he said, standing in preparation to take his leave. Elizabeth also stood. Taking her hand in his, he raised it to his lips and brushed a soft kiss across her knuckles. Their eyes met and remained fixed for a tender moment or two. It seemed so natural. Releasing her hand, he said, My sister and I await your decision with bated breath. Speaking of bated breath, Elizabeth reminded herself to breathe once the gentleman had taken his leave. All this time she had persuaded herself that Mr. Darcy's opinion of her was severely wanting, and yet by the end of his visit she was not nearly so convinced. His soft lips against her skin, however brief, completely belied any possible ill feelings toward her on his part, did they not? And then, too, was the longing look in his eyes. Might he possibly have seen the same in hers? Elizabeth immediately chastised herself for thinking such thoughts. His interest lies solely in acting in service to his sister. Any interest that he may or may not have in me is nothing more than a means to an end, is it not? Elizabeth gazed at her hand, the same hand he had kissed. She curled her fingers and then relaxed them. Breathe. Chapter 10. Such an Opportunity. Elizabeth was sitting at the window staring out into the distance when her aunt returned. In truth, she had completely lost track of how long she had been in that particular attitude. Her mind had been busily engaged on the other side of town. "Lizzie, my dear, I understand you had a visitor while I was out," said Mrs. Gardiner, having finished her own round of morning calls. "Indeed," said Elizabeth, almost wistfully, "it was Mr. Darcy." No doubt Mrs. Gardiner was just as surprised in hearing this as Elizabeth had been astonished in receiving the gentleman. "Did he come with his sister, Miss Darcy?" her aunt asked. "He did not. However, his purpose in being here was indeed in service to his sister. Pray, the young lady is all right?" "Yes, she is," Elizabeth said. She looked at the older woman. "Oh, aunt, there is so much I would say about Mr. Darcy's visit, for it came as such a surprise to me. I always supposed the gentleman detested me, and that he did not approve of my friendship with his sister, when in fact nothing could be further from the truth." Again, Elizabeth did not wish to give the impression that Mr. Darcy cared one fig about her. "What I mean to say is he does not object to my friendship with his sister. So his purpose in calling on you was to tell you that? His purpose in calling on me was to invite me to travel to Derbyshire with the two of them, to be their guest for the summer, Mrs. Gardner clasped her hands. How wonderful, my dear. You must be terribly excited. Actually, I do not know how to feel about it all. As you know, I am exceedingly fond of Miss Darcy, but do I dare accept such an invitation as this? Do you mean to say that you have not given the gentleman your answer? I found it utterly necessary to request some time to consider such a prospect. I wanted to speak with you first. Surely you recall when we first spoke of your coming to town for a visit how bored and restless, and how in want of adventure you were, the likes of which you could never experience in Hertfordshire. I dare say travelling to Derbyshire would suit your purposes quite nicely in that regard. I do not know that the prospect of rocks and mountains as far as the eyes can see is what I was expecting. It certainly does not meet my mother's criteria, for no doubt, she looks upon my time in town as an opportunity to meet a single man in want of a wife. What are men compared to rocks and mountains? Despite your mother's feelings on the matter, I say you have more than enough time to meet your future husband. But being a guest at Pemberley might very well be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, your mother is always going on and on about the prospect of her daughters being thrown into the paths of rich men. I dare say she would be beside herself were you to forgo such an opportunity. What will your friend Mrs. Hamilton think of my abandoning her? Is she not depending upon me to accompany her to several upcoming soirees here in town? I should hate to disappoint her, for she has been exceedingly generous with me. Lizzie, my dear, you are young, and you really ought to be with young people when you can. It is not as though you are in any way indebted to my friend. In fact, I believe she will be very happy for you in being the beneficiary of the Darcy's kindness. I have never told you this before, but my friend was also acquainted with the late Lady Anne Darcy. She has always spoken very highly of the Fitzwilliam family. To further bolster her argument that Elizabeth should indeed accept the Darcy's invitation, Mrs. Gardner added, "As you know, your uncle and I will be travelling to the north this summer. As you were meant to join us, a slight deviation from our original plan will allow us to bring you back to Hertfordshire from Derbyshire before the end of the summer. That is, should you wish it." Here Mrs. Gardner shrugged. One never knows. You might take one look at Pemberley and decide you never wish to leave. Her aunt had certainly given Elizabeth something to think about. So far as her opinion of Miss Darcy was concerned, Elizabeth could not think of a good reason not to accept Mr. Darcy's proposal. She would be the first to admit that her own accomplishments paled in comparison to those of Miss Georgiana Darcy's. However, the two of them got along very well in spite of all that. Elizabeth was, after all, a gentleman's daughter. She was the younger woman's equal. She was Mr. Darcy's equal. The vast disparity in their wealth would never change that. If there was but one thing that gave her pause, it was Mr. Darcy himself. Everything she knew about the gentleman informed her that he was a confounding man, who comported himself as though he bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. In the span of a half-hour he had gone from wounding her with his words, however unintentionally if that were indeed the case, to flattering her with his actions. I shall not let a little thing like Mr. Darcy's opinion of me, be it good or bad, prevent me from accompanying Miss Darcy to Derbyshire for the summer. Thus resolved, Elizabeth set off to write the necessary letters. One to her father, informing him of her decision, and the other to Miss Darcy, who would undoubtedly inform her brother. Even as she folded the latter of the two letters, lingering doubts intruded. If I know anything at all about Mr. Darcy, it is that he will always be coming and going while dealing with matters of business, even pleasure, whatever suits him. Men of his ilk always do. With any luck, Mr. Darcy and I shall rarely spend time in each other's company at all. A few days hence, Darcy and his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam sat at their favourite table at White's, discussing the former's upcoming departure from town. The former commenced informing the latter of all there was to know about the scheme. "Actually, your mother proposed the idea of Miss Bennet travelling to Derbyshire with Georgiana and me," said Darcy. "She had some idea of my hiring the young lady to be my sister's paid companion." "An idea which you squelch, no doubt," the Colonel said. "You and I both know enough about Miss Bennet's background for me not to entertain such a scheme. She's a gentleman's daughter. Besides, I have someone in mind as a viable replacement for Mrs. Young." "Oh, pray, who is she?" the other man was eager to know. "She is a Mrs. Annesley, an older woman who resides in Lambton and whose credentials are impeccable. I plan to meet personally with her when I return to Pemberley." "Then, what is your purpose in inviting the beguiling Miss Elizabeth Bennet into your home for the summer? It is not as though Georgiana will be in want of companionship. Colonel Fitzwilliam asked, arching his brow. Darcy arched his own brow in turn. You make it sound as though I have nefarious intentions. It is not as though I am unaccustomed to entertaining summer guests at Pemberley. None so lovely and, dare I say, tempting as Miss Bennet, the Colonel replied. Am I to be discredited because my sister's friend is, as you say, so lovely? Asked the younger man. And tempting, Colonel Fitzwilliam added, arching his brow. That is debatable, said Darcy, knowing full well he had long settled that argument with himself, and resolved that so long as he kept his own behaviour under proper regulation, there would be no reason for concern. Whatever is the case, we should all be so fortunate as to have sisters with such alluring friends, the Colonel uttered. I assure you, cousin, in inviting Miss Elizabeth to be a guest at Pemberley for the summer, I am thinking primarily of what is in Georgiana's best interest. I cannot tell you how excited she is. She even suggested that having Miss Bennet at Pemberley will be akin to having a sister. Indeed, said the Colonel. More like a sister-in-law, he thought, but did not say. He knew his cousin to be an honourable man who took his responsibilities and duties to his family very seriously. The family expected Darcy to marry his cousin Anne, and no doubt Darcy intended to do precisely that when he felt the time was right. On the other hand, the Colonel knew Darcy was not entirely immune to Miss Elizabeth Bennet despite his cousin's ardent protests. Concluding his speech, Colonel Fitzwilliam said, That is precisely what concerns me. I beg your pardon? Darcy, old fellow, I would be entirely remiss if I did not fully convey my concern about this scheme of yours, and by your account, my mother's. I am still not entirely persuaded you have sufficiently thought things through. So far as your own sentiments are concerned, you seem to have all the right answers, but have you given adequate consideration to Miss Bennet's own motives? I suspect I am going to regret this very much, but I might as well ask you to what you are referring. You have invited this young woman into your home, knowing full well that such an action is likely to increase her expectations. Have you not always gone out of your way to avoid encouraging the affections of young women who can never truly mean anything to you? You know I have, and with good reason. But Miss Bennet is not like other women. You're suggesting that she does not aspire to marry a rich man? I am saying, unlike other young ladies in her position, she does not seem to be affected at all by me. Whereas most young women are always saying and doing things solely for my approbation, I do not suppose Miss Bennet has once thought to ingratiate herself with me. I respect that about her. Besides, she will be travelling with us to Pemberley for Georgiana's sake, not mine. And you know I would do anything that is within my power to see my sister happy again, the way she was before the Ramsgate fiasco. Not a day had passed since Darcy's timely arrival in Ramsgate that he did not silently congratulate himself for being there during the one time his sister needed him most. I do not mind confessing that is the root of my concern about this young woman. Pray continue, Darcy urged his cousin. He trusted his cousin's counsel, and if there was something about the lady who was to be spending so much time with them that he might have overlooked owing to his secret infatuation with her, then he surely needed to hear about it. Indeed, I intend to, the Colonel said. I know you say that this young woman has not intentionally ingratiated herself with you, but from what I have surmised in having met her is that she is very clever. So clever that perhaps she never tried to ingratiate herself with you. She opted for a more surefire approach, that being to ingratiate herself with your dear sister. Darcy sighed. Surely you must consider that I have thought of that. Let me assure you, Miss Bennet is not at all as you fear. I observed her most studiously when she and my sister were together, and I observed no symptoms of duplicity on her part. She genuinely cares for Georgiana, and the feelings on my sister's part are mutual. It would seem you have fully thought through this scheme. I, for one, am glad to hear that. I know not why you would doubt me. Miss Elizabeth Bennet and I are completely safe from each other. Some hours later, Darcy found himself giving his cousin's words more than a passing thought, as well as his own words in response. Miss Elizabeth Bennet and I are entirely safe from each other. I certainly hope we are safe from each other. My obligation to my family, as well as to myself, is clear. I will marry my cousin Anne. Doing so is entirely in keeping with my goals for Pemberley and its legacy. Nothing and no one will deter me. Chapter 11. So amazing. Pemberley, Derbyshire, England. One enjoyment was guaranteed for Elizabeth when she awakened the morning of her final day on the way to Pemberley, and that was the pleasure of being in company with Miss Georgiana Darcy. Though several years Elizabeth's junior, Georgiana was nothing at all like the younger Bennet daughters, Mary, Kitty and Lydia. There was a seriousness about her which belied her youth. True, she was rather shy, but she was by no means unassuming, and when prevailed upon to speak, she did so in a most intelligent and engaging manner. She was very good-tempered as well as a good listener, a young lady who had a certain self-respect, but there was no sense of the superiority that was natural to one in her sphere. There is also a sadness about Georgiana, albeit rarely on full display, but present all the same, be it the sadness inherent in a young girl who had suffered the loss of both parents so early in life, or the wretchedness of misplaced trust and an ensuing broken heart. Elizabeth could not say, although she had borne witness to not too dissimilar forlorn looks in her sister Jane. She would not entirely rule out the possibility that her friend had been crossed in love. Elizabeth quickly dismissed the thought, supposing Georgiana was much too sheltered in life to have considered herself in love. She's not yet out in society, whereas all my sisters are out. What is more, Kitty and Lydia are always fancying themselves in love. In fairness to her own sisters, Elizabeth knew she should never compare either of the younger girls to her new friend. Although she did, at times, suppose that had her family been nearly so wealthy as the Darcys, she and her sisters might at least have had the benefit of a governess to guide them in all those ways in which their mother was woefully deficient. So long as they could read and write the bare requisites to go about the business of composing letters, Mrs. Bennet felt her work was done. Elizabeth had her father to thank for her habit of improving her mind through extensive reading and the like. So did her elder sister Jane. Such was a passion instilled in both of them from a very early age. By the arrival of the third child, another girl, it seemed her father had all but lost interest in parental involvement, effectively handing all such matters over to his wife, and finding for himself solace in the sanctuary of his library. Elizabeth's quiet reflections were interrupted when Georgiana closed the book she'd been reading and leaned closer to the window. "We are here, Elizabeth. We have arrived at Pemberley Woods," she exclaimed with energy. The young lady was practically bouncing on the seat, such was her enthusiasm. Elizabeth could honestly say she had never seen the young lady being so lively. Encouraged by the younger woman to take in the view, Elizabeth saw with pleasure all that her travelling companion found so amazing. The park was vast and contained such a great variety of ground. They had entered it in one of its lowest points, and they drove for some time through a beautiful wood stretching over a vast extent. At length, Georgiana peeled her eyes from the window and looked at Elizabeth. "I do not like to boast of my own home, rather my brother's home, but the manor house is the most spectacular place I have ever seen. I am sure you will come to love it as much as I do." "That sounds wonderful, Georgiana. If the manor house is half as magnificent as the park, I imagine it is really something. How much farther shall we travel before we are there?" Elizabeth asked, her voice nearly as animated as was her friend's. The young girl's joyfulness was almost contagious. "We shall be there before you know. Prepare yourself for something wonderful." They gradually ascended for 1/2 mile, and then found themselves at the top of a considerable eminence, where the wood ceased. By now Georgiana's joy could hardly be repressed, which informed Elizabeth just how much the young lady truly loved Pemberley. Her own eyes were instantly caught by Pemberley House, which was situated on the opposite side of a valley into which the road, with some abruptness, wound. It was a large, handsome stone building backed by a ridge of high woody hills. In front flowed a stream of utter natural beauty, its banks neither formal nor falsely adorned. Elizabeth was just as delighted as her young friend had predicted. To have spent the better part of one's life at such a place as this must truly have been something. An excellent walker, Elizabeth already had espied what she supposed would be some of her favourite paths for her long, solitary rambles. Any lingering reservations she harboured about going with the Darcys to Pemberley were now thoroughly washed away by the spectre of it all. "I shall make it my mission to avail myself of every single pleasure to be had during my stay. Indeed, this summer at Pemberley promises to be quite agreeable." When Elizabeth stepped down from the carriage with the aid of a tall, sharply attired footman, she was in awe. Never had she expected such a reception, even if it was solely intended for her friend who had eagerly descended ahead of her. Mr. Darcy had chosen to ride ahead of Georgiana and Elizabeth that morning, and thus he was among the throngs of people standing in front of the manor house, anticipating their arrival. Despite having been parted from each other for a mere matter of hours, he welcomed his sister with open arms. Such familial affection as existed between the two Darcys came as no surprise to Elizabeth. Having travelled with them from London to Derbyshire gave her many opportunities to see how much the two of them meant to each other. As grave and stern as Mr. Darcy presented himself to the world at large, he evidenced no such severity with his sister, owing to the differences in their ages. What with Georgiana being more than a decade his junior, Elizabeth likened their relationship to that of a parent and a child, a most loving, albeit indulgent parent. She was sure there was nothing he would not do for his sister that was in his power to bestow. Her own reservations about Mr. Darcy aside, there was no longer any wonder on Elizabeth's part as to why Georgiana loved her older brother as much as she did. By now, Georgiana was happily engaged, greeting some of the others in the welcoming party, and it was Darcy's turn to greet Elizabeth. "Welcome to my home, Miss Bennet. I trust the rest of your journey was pleasant." He offered Elizabeth his arm, and they began walking side by side. Pleasant hardly described what Elizabeth had just experienced, but she certainly was not about to tell him that, for she did not trust herself to express her sentiments fully without sounding like a sycophant. "It was a pleasant trip indeed, sir. Your home is beautiful." "Thank you. I am honoured to have you in my home. Allow me to apologise again for leaving ahead of you and my sister this morning. This business with my steward needed to be settled swiftly. I hope you will allow me to make amends. Sir, I am sure you are a most thoughtful host, but I hope you will not allow my being here to interfere with your normal routine. I insist you carry on as though I am not even here." He smiled kindly. "Ah, but you are here, Miss Bennet." Stepping into the foyer, Elizabeth marvelled at the splendour all around her, the stunning black and white marble tiles, towering staircases to the left as well as to the right, and paintings rich in exquisite details high above on the ceiling. "Whomever Mr. Darcy decides to marry shall be a lucky woman indeed to be mistress of all this." "As your sister's guest," Elizabeth reminded herself to say. He nodded. "Indeed, however, I like to suppose any guest of my sister is also my guest, and as such, I am at your service." Her spirits rising to playfulness, Elizabeth said, "Are you this magnanimous to all of your sister's guests, Mr. Darcy?" "Actually, Miss Bennet, you are the first person my sister has ever wished to bring to Pemberley." Elizabeth had somehow supposed there had been many young ladies of his sister's acquaintance clamouring to be guests at Pemberley. Before she was able to fashion a response to that effect, Mr. Darcy said, "You seem surprised in hearing this." "I suppose I am. Your sister is such a charming creature, I always assumed," she began. Wishing to change the direction of their conversation, she said, "I shall consider myself as special." "I could not agree more, Miss Bennet." "You think I am special, Mr. Darcy?" He nodded. "I rather suspect I am not the first person to have told you that." "I dare not confirm or deny your assertion. However, I will say thank you for your kind words." "I believe I ought to be thanking you for agreeing to join my sister and me," Darcy said, his voice tender and his manner sincere. "Indeed, this summer at Pemberley promises to be quite agreeable." Chapter 12. Without Reservations. Darcy awoke the next morning to the same thoughts and meditations which had at length closed his eyes. What on earth was I thinking of in allowing my sister's friend Miss Bennet to occupy an apartment mere footsteps away from my own? Indeed, what manner of temptation for a healthy man of sense and education and experience with the ways of the world to endure night after night. Making matters worse, the times he spent in Elizabeth's company during the day were played out in his mind over and over again in the lonely hours of the night, giving rise to his longing to spend time with her at night, in his bed. The disparity in their stations tempered their interactions during the day, but in the solitary hours of the night, no such barriers existed between them, certainly not in his mind, certainly not in his bed. In bed she was his equal in every way, and he was hers. Just as he had done that morning, and so many other mornings of late, Darcy awakened with pleasant dreams of making love to Elizabeth heavy on his mind, dreams he wished had gone on and on. His hands tracing intimate paths along her body were as familiar to him as were her hands tracing intimate paths along his. As his nocturnal stirrings would have it, he was Elizabeth's first, her only, and she was just the best he ever had by far. With Elizabeth, Darcy was free to tease, to taunt, to play, to be happy or sad, to laugh, even to cry. He had taken to ending evenings spent in company with Elizabeth and Georgiana early. just to be close to Elizabeth in the shadows of his mind. Having allowed his eyes to gaze over her when they were in company, he had committed everything about her to memory. Alas, mornings would always come, reminding him that such time spent with Elizabeth were only in his mind. Not for the first time since he had returned to Derbyshire did Darcy recall his parting response to his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam's cautioning words about inviting Elizabeth to spend the summer at Pemberley. Miss Elizabeth Bennet and I are entirely safe from each other. Now there he was in his library with Miss Bennet sitting directly across from him. Just the two of us. Darcy had struggled in vain to remain faithful to the conviction he had espoused to his cousin, but was now compelled to concede that the young lady attracted him more than he liked. What was I thinking, indeed? It is as though I never really knew myself at all. Being all alone with Elizabeth after a long night spent dreaming of her in his arms was the last thing he needed. Of all times, Georgiana is nowhere around. He wisely resolved to be particularly careful that no sign of admiration should escape him, nothing that could elevate her with the hope of influencing his felicity. She was his sister's guest, nothing more, and certainly nothing less. Besides that, Elizabeth was beyond his reach, for although she was a gentleman's daughter, she was not a wealthy gentleman's daughter, which she most certainly would have to be if they were to form any serious attachment to each other. What am I thinking? Miss Bennet might be the daughter of one of the richest men in the land, and it would not signify. I am bound and determined to marry my cousin. Steady to his purpose, he resolved to adhere most conscientiously to his book. Having greeted Elizabeth in the usual way upon first entering the room, he had not looked at her since. Shifting in his seat after sitting in the same attitude for a half-hour, pretending to read his book, Darcy picked up another book that had been placed on the table. He started flipping through the pages, his mind thoroughly consumed with thoughts of Elizabeth. He should not have been surprised to find her in the library that day. Whenever she was inside, and she was not in company with Georgiana, she was always reading. She never painted tables, covered screens, or engaged in other pastimes, so generally expected of members of her sex. She would occasionally perform on the pianoforte, but only when strongly urged to do so, and she never practised. Georgiana spent hours and hours a day practising, which left a prodigious amount of time for Elizabeth to read. Darcy was sure his library ranked high among Elizabeth's favourite parts of Pemberley, the library and the park. From the window of his study he had often seen her enjoying a solitary ramble about the park. It was all he could do not to abandon whatever task was at hand and accompany her. Had his sister been with Elizabeth, he most likely would have joined the two of them. However, Georgiana was not nearly so fond of the exercise, preferring instead to enjoy the out-of-doors on horseback. From the side of his eye he thought he detected the object of his fascination staring at him. Still, he would not look her way. Truth be told, Darcy needed not to look at Elizabeth to be affected by her in all those ways a man was affected by a woman who held him enthralled. He had committed to memory everything about her. The subtle hints of lavender in her hair, her charming smile, her teasing manner. Indeed, his mind was not nearly so calm as his outward appearance would suggest, for just thinking of her aroused him. Amid the quiet thoughts of the many nights he had spent sating his carefully concealed admiration and longing for Elizabeth in the solace of his apartment could not help but intrude. Tonight shall be no different, he surmised. Glancing at the clock on the far side of the room, he drew a deep breath. With hours and hours before I surrender once more, he waxed poetically, albeit in silence. Chapter 13. That Particular Skill. Georgiana was sitting at the breakfast table when Darcy entered the room. Also present was Georgiana's new companion, Mrs. Annesley, a woman who hailed from the neighbouring village of Lambton, and whose credentials were impeccable. Finally, Darcy could rest comfortably in that regard, and he hoped Mrs. Annesley would remain with his sister until Georgiana married. When he sat down at the head of the table, one thing was uppermost in his mind. Where is Miss Bennet? I believe she's walking. She's exceedingly fond of the exercise. Picking up his paper, he said, I'm surprised the two of you have yet to go horseback riding. I know how much you love doing so. Indeed. However, I do not suppose I'm likely to enjoy the particular pleasure with Elizabeth any time soon. Why ever not? Darcy asked. Well, as surprising as it might seem, Elizabeth does not ride. She much prefers the comforts of a carriage, that is when walking is not a possibility. We have enjoyed a few leisurely rides about the park in one of the phaetons. On the one occasion when I invited her to go horseback riding, she promptly declined. I left it at that, surmising she has not acquired that particular skill. Darcy folded his paper and picked up his steaming hot cup of coffee. He took a sip. Georgiana continued, I would gladly teach Elizabeth to ride, but I suspect I am not the ideal candidate to do so. She placed one hand under her chin and started tapping lightly on the table with the other. Darcy arched his brow. Georgiana, is this your way of asking me to teach Miss Bennet to ride horseback? Oh, brother, would you? How do you know Miss Bennet wants to learn to ride? A young woman of her age ought to have learned to ride horseback long ago, should she have wished to. I cannot say with certainty that she does. However, I believe she will love riding once she learns to do so. Now that you have agreed to teach her, I shall leave it to you to know how to proceed. I always say you are nothing if not persuasive. When have you ever said that? Why? I say it all the time. You need only ask Cousin Richard should you doubt me. Darcy could honestly say he liked this playful side of his sister very much. He knew he had but one person to thank for encouraging this side of his sister, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. He had taught Georgiana to ride at a very young age. No doubt that was the reason she thought little of the possible impropriety of his teaching Elizabeth to ride as well. Surely there was nothing more to infer from his sister's request. Whichever of the two siblings deserved to be called persuasive mattered little at that particular moment. For truth be told, Darcy longed to spend more time with Elizabeth. He had been mindful not to impede on his sister's time with her friend, but now Georgiana was inviting him to spend time with the two of them, was she not? Darcy said, I trust you will be present during these riding lessons. Of course not, Georgiana replied. Why in heavens would I be present? I already know how to ride. Several days later, Darcy set off from the stables atop his own horse, while holding the reins of another in his hand, a reddish-brown gelding. He hoped Elizabeth could be persuaded to accept riding lessons. What a brilliant idea on his sister's part. Finally, he had the perfect excuse to spend time alone with Elizabeth, without impeding on his sister's time with her friend. Finally, he was at liberty to establish a closer, more intimate connection with her, and not merely admire her from afar. But first, he would have to convince her to overcome any possible reservations against riding, and put her trust in him. He had seen Elizabeth walking along the path heading eastward, but he had not supposed she had walked so far so quickly. She was more than 2 miles away by the time he caught up with her. After making his case for teaching her to ride, Elizabeth, having listened to every word he said, put forth an argument of her own. Sir, even if I wished to accept your generous offer to teach me to ride, and I am not saying that I am, only if I wanted to, I am not adequately attired. What young woman would wish to be seen riding such a beautiful creature without a proper riding habit? What would people say? You strike me as a young woman who could not care less about such matters. Her brow arched, Elizabeth asked, Mr. Darcy, are you suggesting that I take pride in flaunting generally accepted norms and social mores? Do you not, Miss Bennet? Mr. Darcy asked, a hint of playfulness evident in his voice. If you really suppose that to be true, however do you tolerate me, sir? Elizabeth asked, her spirits rising to playfulness. You are quite unlike any other young woman of my acquaintance. There is a certain stubbornness about you that never can bear to be frightened by the will of others. You're not easily cowed by what others think. Your courage never fails you during those times when you need it most. I must say, Mr. Darcy, you have a rather intriguing notion of me. It is not every day that I find myself coming face to face with a person so able to expose my real character, especially in a part of the world where I had hoped to pass myself off as rather demure. Pray, you will keep my secret. All your secrets shall be safe with me, Miss Bennet. Well, sir, if you are sincere as regards my secrets, I ought to tell you that there is a reason I do not ride. While it is true that I am not easily intimidated by the will of others, my courage completely fails me whenever it comes to horses. How can that be? They are among the most beautiful creatures on earth. I never said horses are not stunning creatures to behold. I merely prefer to admire them from afar, preferably from the seat of a carriage. Is there a particular reason for your fear of horses? Other than the possibility of falling and breaking some of my bones? A possibility that might be minimized greatly with proper training. That is supposing I would allow myself to get close to one. But you are close to one, too, in fact, Darcy said, throwing a quick glance over his shoulder at the giant steed and smaller horse, grazing in the grass nearby. "Pray, do not mistake my calm outward composure for fearlessness. I am quite concerned about being this close. One would never know to look at you. That's only because I am standing here with you. I have no doubt that you would protect me if need be. That is all the more reason for me to be the one to teach you to ride, to help you overcome your fears. Your trust in me shall be rewarded 1,000 times over once you give yourself over completely to the pleasures a satisfying mount entails, as well as its liberating effect. Your sister warned me that you like having your own way. My giving you riding lessons is my sister's idea." "Ah, then you're simply a good brother in offering your services. Being of service to you is certainly no burden, Miss Bennet. Especially in such a case as this. I want you to enjoy every pleasure that Pemberley has to offer during your stay. Riding horseback is but one of them. What other pleasures do you have in mind, if I may ask? What say you that we master this one pleasure, Miss Bennet, and then we shall be at liberty to entertain others?" By now, heavy clouds were closing in over the horizon. The winds picked up. "As much as I enjoy such delightful intercourse with you, we ought to return to the manor house while there is still time to escape the rain," Mr. Darcy beseeched. Tiny drops tickled Elizabeth's nose. "Sir, I fear it is too late for me, but do save yourself. Do you suppose for 1 second that I mean to leave you stranded? You shall ride with me." "On horseback?" Elizabeth exclaimed with energy. She looked at the horses. "On one of those creatures?" Darcy took Elizabeth by the hand and headed toward his stallion. "You said you trust me, Miss Bennet. Trust me now." Placing his hands on either side of Elizabeth's waist, Mr. Darcy lifted her into the air. Time slowed for Elizabeth as she realized what was happening, as she realized the effect his taking command of the situation had on her. Never before had she experienced such intimacy with a man. Before she knew what she was about, he was sitting snugly behind her on his steed, with his arms firmly yet tenderly securing her next to him. The steadily increasing raindrops pounding against her face made it impossible for him to hear her protest. That is, if she were to protest, she did not. The liberating effect Mr. Darcy had spoken of earlier, she relished in it. Not only was it liberating, but it was also intoxicating. Elizabeth closed her eyes, in part to shield them from the rain, and soon discovered she was exactly where she wanted to be at the moment, safe and secure in Mr. Darcy's arms. Finally, she had a sense of what was missing in her life, the freedom to drop all her defences carefully erected over time to protect herself from an existence not nearly so pristine as she liked to pretend it was. Free from her manner of seeing things the way she wanted to see them, and not necessarily as they were, the freedom simply to be. Chapter 14. More consequential matters. The next day it rained hard, soaking the grounds with the water from the surrounding streams. How disappointing this was for Darcy, for Elizabeth had agreed to riding lessons almost immediately upon their return to the stables the day before. Now all he could do was wait. What an agonizing wait this is proving to be. He was no stranger to satiating his longing for the bewitching young woman at night in the solitary solace of his bed. Having held her in his arms the day before had unleashed a different passion, one fueled not simply by lust but a deeper, more urgent thirst. "I am falling in love with her," he silently considered while staring out the window. "Do I dare allow myself to fall completely in love with Elizabeth, knowing full well I can never have her?" He turned and marched across the room to his liquor cabinet to pour himself a drink. "I do not know that I have the power to do otherwise. She is all I can think about. She's all I want to think about." His drink in hand, Darcy took a slow sip as he admired his late father's likeness on the opposite wall of his study. My father's study. As it often did, his father's dying entreaty that he must marry his cousin Anne, combine the two great estates, and assume his rightful place among the highest echelons of society crept into his mind. Darcy strolled over to his desk and sat in his chair. On top of it lay a parchment of the land in Kent surrounding his aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh's grand estate in Kent, Rosings Park. He had extensive plans well underway to secure all the adjacent land once Rosings Park fell under his control. Darcy was confident that Anne would want to spend a great deal of time at her own home after the two of them were married. He supposed he ought to make the place comparable in size to Pemberley. Even a loveless marriage, as no doubt his alliance with Anne would be, required they spend some time in each other's company, at least until he had sired an heir or two. I might as well enjoy all those privileges in Kent as I enjoy here in Derbyshire. Riding horseback uninhibited across vast expanses of my own property is but one. Riding no doubt brought Darcy's mind right back to where it usually was since Elizabeth had entered his life. He knew exactly how to act. Still staring at his late father's likeness, he lifted his glass. "I shall not disappoint you, sir." He threw back his drink. The hot amber liquid burned his throat. "I mean to have my cake and eat it too, for as long as I can. So long as I do nothing that places Elizabeth's heart in danger, I shall enjoy her delightful company as much as I can." Darcy was not the only person bemoaning the rain that morning. The evening before, she had shared the news with Georgiana about her agreement to commence riding lessons with Mr. Darcy. Pleased with the development, Georgiana retrieved a couple of riding habits for Elizabeth to borrow, until they went to Lambton to have riding habits of Elizabeth's own choosing made. Although she was several years Elizabeth's junior, the two ladies were about the same height and stature. A stroke of luck indeed. Holding each outfit before her, and admiring the olive-coloured one far more than the navy one, Elizabeth could hardly wait for the morning to come. Now all she could do was sit and stare outside the window and wait, and wait. Part of her wished to know where Mr. Darcy was at the moment, and what he was doing to pass the time away, for, were it not raining, they would be together. No doubt he's in his study, poring through his ledgers. But what if he's not? What if he too is staring out the window, thinking of me? Elizabeth drew a deep breath. How silly I sound, even to myself. Why on earth would Mr. Darcy waste a single moment of his time thinking of our inability to commence riding lessons? A man of his ilk must surely have more consequential matters with which to contend. Besides, what is the possibility that he would have offered to teach me to ride at all had it not been at Georgiana's request? I know him well enough to know there is nothing he will not do for her, even if it means spending time with me. The whimsical side of her could not help but recall in lingering detail the touch of his arms around her waist, holding her tightly. She scoffed. What choice did Mr. Darcy have but to hold me so closely? Surely he was not going to risk letting me fall. Elizabeth closed her eyes, just as she had done the day before. She tried her best to re-experience every moment of the ride. She even imagined what it would have been like had Mr. Darcy done more than simply leaned forward upon their return to the stables and whispered in her ear, "Are you quite persuaded to commence our lessons, Miss Bennet?" As though still feeling his warm breath against her skin, she imagined the touch of his lips there as well. She imagined turning to face him and seeing in his eyes a semblance of the desire she had felt for him at that moment. She imagined their lips combining. Elizabeth opened her eyes. Am I out of my senses to be thinking such thoughts about my friend's brother in such a manner as this? She shook her head. I suppose that is what becomes of reading so many romantic novels. Elizabeth moved across the room and retrieved the book she had been reading the night before. Again she shook her head. I ought to be able to find something that will not cause me to suffer such thoughts as being kissed by Mr. Darcy. Something I am certain I do not ever want to happen, if I am to be honest with myself. Placing the book on the bedside table, she prepared to quit the room to go to the library, one of her favourite rooms in the entire manor house. While in town, she'd heard it said by one of the Darcy's acquaintances that Pemberley boasted of having one of the finest libraries in all the land, one that had been many generations in the making. Elizabeth was sure she could not discover a more exceptional place. Proceeding impatiently in the direction of the library, and for reasons she could not quite understand, one thought was uppermost in Elizabeth's mind. I wonder if Mr. Darcy is in his library. Chapter 15. Rather far away. After a week or so under Mr. Darcy's tutelage, Elizabeth was adept enough on horseback to ride, albeit slowly, alongside him. He attributed all the strides she had made to her being an excellent student who would no doubt be outstanding at most anything once she put her mind to it. For her part, Elizabeth was exceedingly gratified by all the time Mr. Darcy had devoted to her of late. She surely did not mean to let him down. Indeed, she intended to show him just how much she appreciated all he had done thus far. What better than a picnic meant for two, she supposed before correcting herself. A picnic meant for three. For none of the events of the past week would have unfolded if not for Georgiana. Georgiana, said Elizabeth when she came across her friend that morning, I have been contemplating how best to express my gratitude to your brother for teaching me to ride horseback. I think I have concocted the perfect way to do so. Oh, how exciting! Georgiana exclaimed. Well, today promises to be the perfect day for a picnic. I thought the three of us might find a lovely spot near the lake." Georgiana's bright smile faded. "As lovely as that sounds, I am afraid I shall not be able to join you. You see, I promised Mrs. Annesley that I would go with her on an errand in Lambton. But you and my brother must carry on. Indeed, I insist on it." "I should love it if it were the three of us. Tomorrow, perhaps," Elizabeth suggested. "No, as you said, today's the perfect day. Who is to say what tomorrow shall bring? You must go today. In fact, I have the ideal spot in mind." "Do you recall the large oak tree nearby the Serpentine Wall?" Elizabeth shook her head. "I recall it being rather far away." "A distance rendered entirely inconsequential now that you are a horsewoman," Georgiana responded knowingly. "I suppose you're correct." "Indeed, my brother said you are a natural." Elizabeth could not help but be flattered by such praise. Georgiana continued, "I shall speak with Cook and have him prepare a basket, and by the time you and my brother arrive, a delightful picnic for two shall be waiting, compliments of a few of the servants. I feel like I would be imposing on you, to have you go through all the trouble of arranging an outing that you are unable to take part in." "Trouble?" Georgiana asked. "How much trouble can there be in speaking with Cook? Indeed, it is the least I can do. Now, I suggest we both hurry, for the sooner we get things started, the better." "What do we have here?" Darcy asked when he and Elizabeth arrived at the spot Georgiana had recommended. He dismounted and walked over to Elizabeth. Aiding her to the ground, he continued, "Is this the reason you were so adamant that we ride this way?" His hands were still on either side of her waist, a habit of his, it seemed. "Surprise!" Elizabeth exclaimed. "I hope this meets with your pleasure, Mr. Darcy. Consider this my way of expressing my gratitude for all your kindness and unparalleled patience." "How considerate of you, and how timely, for I am famished." "Come," said Elizabeth, walking toward the picnic that had been purposely arranged for the two of them. "Let us see what your staff prepared for us." She looked around and suffered a surprise of her own in discovering there was no one else present other than the two of them. How efficient the staff had been. A variety of cold meats, an assortment of cheeses, and any number of fresh fruits awaited them along with several bottles of wine. Elegantly laid out before them was enough food for a party 3 times the size of theirs. Elizabeth could only marvel at such extravagance. Darcy and Elizabeth sat opposite each other and began to partake of the feast stretched out before them, and when they had their fill of eating and drinking, mostly in companionable silence, each selected one of the books of poetry that Elizabeth surmised her friend Georgiana had made sure to send along for their reading pleasure. The bright afternoon sun was softened by fluffy white clouds, making for a perfect summer day. Even a persistent bee buzzing nearby, wishing to have its share of the remaining food and wine, could not impede on their intimate solace. Both Darcy and Elizabeth could boast of their enjoyment of reading, and so it must be no surprise that a couple hours had passed before either of them gave any thought of surrendering their idyllic escape. Darcy was the first to interrupt the peaceful silence between them. "May I thank you once again for planning this thoughtful reprieve, Miss Bennet? I shall be the one to plan our next escape, but for now I fear we ought to return. We have been gone for some time." Elizabeth examined her own watch. "Oh my! I had no idea how much time has passed." After taking his black hat into his hand, Darcy stood and extended his free hand to Elizabeth. Retrieving her bonnet, which she too had laid aside earlier, Elizabeth accepted his aid to her feet. Both donned their hats and started straightening their attire while looking away out of concern for each other's modesty. When they were done, Darcy noticed an errant lock of Elizabeth's hair, and moving closer, tucked it behind her ear. "Shall I assist you, Miss Bennet?" he asked. Of course, he needed not to have requested, for how else was she to mount her horse? Elizabeth supposed if she had no other choice she could manage it on her own, but she found the feel of Mr. Darcy's hands about her waist, however innocent, to be infinitely more appealing. After assuring that Elizabeth was securely side-saddled, Darcy walked over to his own horse. As he was mounting, Elizabeth shouted, "Shall we race, Mr. Darcy?" Before he could reply, Elizabeth's horse, startled by a flock of birds ascending from a tree, reared and returning to all 4 legs, bolted in the direction of the woods. Panic ensued as Mr. Darcy raced after Elizabeth's horse, now running at lightning speed. He caught up only to watch the spooked horse break away once again, as though it were a creature in the wild. Darcy meant to pull Elizabeth into his arms when he got close enough, but not wishing to injure her with such a brute show of strength, he decided instead to jump from his own horse, pull Elizabeth into his embrace, and suffer the burden of what would likely be a sharp fall, sharp indeed, and steep. The two of them tumbled when they hit the ground at some speed. They continued to tumble down an incline, one on top of the other, until at length their tumbling ceased. There the two of them lay on the ground, Elizabeth astride Darcy, nestled in his arms. All he could do was brush her loosened hair aside and study her face and her closed eyes while holding her tightly. She clung to him as well, crying. "Elizabeth," he beseeched, "look at me." She did. "Pray, you're all right. Are you in pain?" "A little," she said, speaking barely above a murmur. "Nothing is broken. And you, sir?" "No broken bones," Darcy said. Quickly pulling back while remaining astride Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth retrieved his handkerchief from his jacket. "But you are injured, sir." "Am I?" he asked, lifting himself up from the ground and resting on his elbows. "Just a little," Elizabeth said, gently applying the linen cloth to his right brow. Holding it in place, she gazed into his eyes. "You saved me, Mr. Darcy." Saying that, it then dawned on her that he had addressed her by her given name, Elizabeth. "Of course I did. Did I not promise to protect you when we embarked on this adventure? You put your own life in peril, and I would do it again, over and over again." He shifted a little, likely to accommodate their rather unconventional seating arrangement. Or perhaps there was another reason. Elizabeth, now fully aware of how close the two of them were to each other, indeed how intimate the two of them were with each other, moved to sit next to him. She did not move very far. Being this close to Mr. Darcy after what they both had endured was too comforting to surrender his nearness completely. He wasted no time at all in embracing her once more. It seemed they both needed comforting. Her head against his chest, his heartbeat raced. She could almost hear the pounding of her own heart. Some time passed before Elizabeth pulled away from Mr. Darcy again. Elizabeth looked around until she espied her horse. It was grazing in an open field some distance away. "Shall I retrieve it?" Mr. Darcy asked with an anxious glance at the horse. Elizabeth looked back at him, not sure what to say. Mr. Darcy placed his hand on her chin. "Pray, this incident has not soured you on horseback riding. I shall not push you toward riding so soon if that is your wish. But I shall not wish to see you forgo riding forever. I promise to keep you safe, and I mean to keep my promise." A sincere smile graced Elizabeth's countenance. "You are correct, sir. You did save me, and as legends of damsels in distress would have it at such times as this, I believe I am obliged to tell you that I owe you my life. I hereby pledge my undying loyalty to you." "There is the spirit I was beginning to fear might be lost," he said, drawing Elizabeth closer and resting his forehead against hers for a moment or two. Pulling back to look at her, he gazed into Elizabeth's eyes. "In all seriousness, I should never have forgiven myself had you suffered an injury." They continued gazing into each other's eyes, both no doubt wondering what the other was thinking. Darcy knew precisely what he wanted: to kiss Elizabeth's lips, to draw her closer in his arms and kiss her on her forehead, her eyelids, her chin, the nape of her neck, and once again on her lips. Kissing Elizabeth on her lips might be going too far, but kissing her on her forehead, he soon discovered, was innocent enough. Kissing her on either cheek proved reassuring as well as Elizabeth closed her eyes. Her lips parted in a tender smile that stole his breath away. He meant to stop, but what would be the harm in kissing her on either side of her parted lips? First, the left. His fingers now gently caressing her soft chin, he did just that, lingering ever so affectionately. How sweet the taste of her skin. He wanted to do more, nay, needed to do more. He brushed his lips on the right. Adoring Elizabeth in this manner seemed so right. Her soft breaths against his skin were intoxicating, and just as he leaned even closer, their parted lips ever so close, he felt the gentle touch of her hand against his chest. Their eyes were wide open. "Sir," Elizabeth began, "I assure you I am not inclined to eschew horseback riding altogether, but I am entirely persuaded I have had quite enough for today. Pray, you will not mind if we walk back to the manor house." Mr. Darcy slid away, just a little, just enough. "If that is your wish, although the distance is quite far, are you certain?" "I'm sure I am not quite ready to ride, not even in the safety of your arms, that is to say, on your horse with you. Besides, I am very fond of walking." "Yes," Darcy began. "Yes, I know." Rising to his feet, he extended his hand to Elizabeth. "Shall we proceed?" Elizabeth graciously accepted his gesture, and soon enough she stood directly in front of him, her hand still captured by his. At length, they surrendered each other's touch. Darcy missed her already, but what choice did he have? Walking along beside each other, not too far apart and certainly not too close, Darcy's sentiments were an intoxicating mixture of pleasure and agony. Kissing Elizabeth proved far more enticing than any dreams he had suffered for so many nights since first laying eyes on her, but what agony he felt knowing it must never happen again. He could not have his cake and eat it too, after all, not if it meant encouraging in her expectations that he could not fulfill. When he thought he could do so without her knowing, Darcy looked at Elizabeth. So lovely, so amazing, so innocent. He cleared his throat, summoning her attention. "Miss Bennet," he began, "pray you will forgive me for all that transpired between us. I fear the thought of your being harmed overruled my better judgment, my restraint, and I behaved in a most ungentlemanly fashion. Pray, I have not caused you further injury in doing so, and pray believe me when I say I shall never behave in such an unguarded manner with you again. You are safe with me." Elizabeth remained silent. Evidently he expected her to respond to his entreaty, his apology. But what was she to say? "I may very well be safe with you, but I, most certainly, am not safe from you." Surely the expression of such a sentiment on her part would be unseemly. Surely she had not been the first young woman who had allowed herself to be kissed in such a tender manner by a man who did not love her, a man who merely intended to comfort her after suffering such an unfortunate mishap. That she missed his lips against her skin the instant she pulled away, that she congratulated herself for pulling away when she did, even though Elizabeth secretly wished she had not, meant nothing at all in the wake of his speech. "Sir, I appreciate what you did in rescuing me from certain peril. Perhaps we both were less restrained in our behaviour in the aftermath of it all. Then you forgive me?" "I am saying I suffer no hard feelings toward you, sir. Lest you forget, I have pledged my undying loyalty to you." Adding a bit more playfulness to her voice than she truly felt, Elizabeth said, "You're my true-to-life hero, Mr. Darcy, my very own knight in shining armour. From this day forward, I shall endeavour to live up to such a lofty position as that, Miss Bennet. That said, when do you suppose we ought to resume your riding lessons?" "Soon, Mr. Darcy," Elizabeth said, "very soon. By the by, I believe we ought to include your sister in all future lessons." Here she ceased walking and looked at Mr. Darcy directly. "What say you, sir?" He smiled a little. "What kind of hero would I be, were I not to do whatever it takes to please you? What kind of hero indeed? Is it too much to wish you were the kind of hero who would sweep me off my feet and ride with me into the sunset and, together with me, live happily ever after?" "Miss Bennet," Darcy asked, "you look so intent. May I ask what you are thinking?" "Pardon me, sir, it is not every day that a young lady has an opportunity to gaze at her very own hero." Chapter 16. An Officious Stranger. Elizabeth was engaged that particular day as she walked, in perusing Jane's latest letter and dwelling on the passages no sister should ever have to read about a most cherished loved one. Upon first reading all Jane had written, Elizabeth had burst into tears on her sister's behalf and raced from the manor house. She wanted desperately to be alone. Now alone in her favourite copse, she found herself crying once again. She was weeping still when Mr. Darcy came across her a half-hour or so later. The last thing she wanted was for Mr. Darcy to see her that way. Recalling what had happened between them the first time she found herself in such a wretched state, she promptly turned away, and after tucking the missive into her pocket, tried her best to dry her tears. She was too late. Approaching her from behind, Mr. Darcy said, "You are crying, Eliz." He halted. "Miss Bennet, what has happened?" Her back still turned, she dabbed her eyes. "It is nothing, sir, I'm fine." Placing his hands on her shoulders, he gently coaxed her around and gazed into her tear-filled eyes. "Good God, what is the matter?" cried he with more feeling than politeness. "Is it one of your family? Your father? Your mother?" His hands were still on either side of her shoulders. Elizabeth pushed them away. "No," she said, tearing her eyes away. "My father and my mother are all right, and I shall be too. I simply require a bit of solitude as I reflect upon another matter. I fear the last thing you need is to be left alone, especially in your present state. Allow me to accompany you back to the house, where I might pour you a glass of wine, and then we might talk." She shook her head. "I do not wish to talk, Mr. Darcy. I only wish to be left alone." "Why are you so reluctant to talk to me about what is happening? Does this have anything to do? Does your distance have anything to do with what happened between us? I promised not to allow it to happen again." How she wished he would stop apologising for the intimacy they shared, and in so doing, all but rob her of the pleasurable memory of it all. Elizabeth said, "Sir, if you must know, I am upset because of a letter I received from my sister Jane. She received news of a most distressing nature about someone very dear to her. That is to say, someone who was very dear to her. He was presumed to be lost at sea, and now she has learned he is dead." "I take it you are speaking of Mr. Shipman, your sister's intended? I am sorry for your sister's loss." Elizabeth's eyes widened. Albeit confused, she nodded. How could Mr. Darcy possibly have known about Mr. Shipman? Had he read her letter before it was delivered to her? Of course he had not done so, for she broke the seal herself. Perhaps his sister Georgiana had mentioned Shipman's name in passing to her brother. Again, Elizabeth determined the impossibility of his sister being the source of his intelligence. She often spoke of her sisters with Georgiana, but she had never delved into the details of Jane's situation. To Elizabeth, sharing Jane's heartbreak with someone with whom her sister was not intimately acquainted seemed disloyal. Unable to account for his knowledge of such previously undisclosed details, Elizabeth posed her question to Mr. Darcy. "Sir, you have expressed your condolences toward my sister quite eloquently, and I thank you on her behalf. But I would be remiss if I did not ask how you know the gentleman's name, and why you spoke of him as being her intended. I never confided either of those things." "Did I misspeak? Was the gentleman's name not Shipman, and was he not your sister's intended?" "Mr. Shipman is indeed the gentleman whom I spoke of. However, he was not my sister's intended. Not officially. They were meant to be engaged upon his return from sea." Elizabeth drew a step closer to Mr. Darcy. "Again, I have never spoken of this to anyone beyond my family, and thus my question, how could you possibly know?" "Miss Bennet," he replied, after what seemed a long stretch of uncomfortable silence between them, "disguise of any sort is my abhorrence. That said, I am not entirely immune from such a defect in my character." "What are you saying, sir?" Darcy ran his fingers through his hair. "I know far more about you and your family than I have previously allowed. What is more, I have acted on this intelligence, specifically regarding Mr. Shipman. When I learned that the gentleman was presumed lost at sea, I could not, in good consciousness, do nothing. I set about dedicating whatever resources were required to uncover the truth, and upon receiving indisputable evidence of his passing, I saw to it the gentleman's family was informed through the official channels. I do not understand, sir. What is your connection to the Shipmans? And why on earth did you say you know more about my family than you have allowed? What is happening here? I have no connection whatsoever to the Shipmans. I know about the family for one reason, and it has to do with you." "Me?" he nodded. "Shortly after I made your acquaintance, I had you, rather your family, investigated." Despite her cool composure, Elizabeth was livid. Her busy mind was in a tumult. First, the distressing news from Jane and her own distress in not being there to console her dearest sister, and now this disturbing news that the gentleman whom she had begun to trust had long since behaved in a manner that would undoubtedly have prohibited any such cordiality on her part. And now she was miles and miles from her home, from the people who truly cared about her, akin to a captive in a faraway land in the company of a stranger. An officious stranger at that. Does Georgiana know what her brother has done? Elizabeth would not believe such a thing. She could not believe it. No, this was Mr. Darcy's doing. "How could you, sir?" Elizabeth asked at length. "You invited me to your home. I trusted you. How dare you violate me in such an intrusive, unfeeling manner? Pray try to see things from my perspective. I knew nothing about you or your family when we met. Are you saying that you launch private investigations into the personal lives of all of your new acquaintances? I suppose that ought to make me feel much better. No, I am not saying that. Of course I do not. However, the manner of our meeting, in conjunction with my aunt's revelation that you had recently formed an acquaintance with Georgiana, gave me great pause. Sir, if I recall correctly, you approached me at the ball that evening. I do not deny having been the means of our meeting. It sounds as though you believed that I was engaging in some subterfuge, a scheme of some sort that involved my forming an acquaintance to Georgiana as a means of garnering your attention." "No," he began, "that is not how I felt. Indeed, I was cautious about your motives, but my reasons had nothing at all to do with myself. Rather, I acted as I did out of concern for my sister." "Ah," Elizabeth said, "you launched an investigation into my personal life because you deemed someone from my station as being unworthy of befriending your sister. As trite as it sounds, there was nothing personal about what I did, and as uncaring as my actions may seem to you, I would have to confess that had I to do it all over again, I would. It must be a great comfort to you in not suffering any regrets for intruding into the private lives of others so wholly unconnected to you." "You are wrong, Miss Bennet. I suffer a great deal of regret in that regard. Had I been nearly so cautious in the not-too-distant past where my sister's safety is concerned, I would not be forced to relive the pain of regret as a consequence of my lapse every time I look at her. The truth is that my sister might very well have been lost to my family, perhaps forever, because I allowed someone of a most questionable character to be her companion. Although I have never discussed what happened to my sister with anyone other than my cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, I feel it is incumbent upon me to take you into my confidence so that you will better understand that I meant you no harm." Elizabeth was too sensible to allow her wounded feelings to prevent her from listening to what Mr. Darcy had to say. She would at least allow him that one courtesy, and then she would know how she ought to think and how she ought to feel. "As you are no doubt aware, upon my father's passing my sister was left to the guardianship of my mother's nephew, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and me. More than a year ago, Georgiana was taken from school, and an establishment was formed for her in London. At the time, I believed I had acted in my sister's best interest in allowing such an arrangement. Instead, it proved to be my greatest mistake, for the lady I hired to preside over the establishment and serve as my sister's guardian proved to be unscrupulous, vile, and duplicitous, a Mrs. Young. Suffice it to say, none of this was known to me when I hired this woman in whose character my cousin and I were most unhappily deceived. Shortly after that, the woman accompanied my sister to Ramsgate, and thither also went her accomplice, an equally disreputable man, and regrettably a prior acquaintance of my family. By the woman's connivance and aid, he quickly recommended himself to Georgiana, whose affectionate heart retained a strong impression of his kindness to her as a child. She was persuaded to believe herself in love and to consent to an elopement. Elizabeth gasped, but she said nothing, needing to hear more. Darcy continued. She was then but 15, which must be her excuse. As fate would have it, I joined them unexpectedly a day or two before the intended elopement, and then Georgiana, unable to support the idea of grieving and offending her family, acknowledged the whole to me. I had no doubt that Mrs. Young and her accomplice were motivated by Georgiana's fortune of £30,000. You may imagine what I felt and how I acted. Regard for my sister's reputation and feelings prevented any public exposure. I dealt with the man swiftly in my own way, and Mrs. Young was, of course, removed from her charge. From that point on, I vowed never to waver again when it came to protecting my sister. Had I been half so diligent in investigating Mrs. Young as I ought to have been, my sister would never have found herself in such jeopardy. In conclusion, Darcy said, I sincerely regret having wounded you by subjecting you to such scrutiny. Surely you understand, my concern for my sister must always be my greatest priority. Throughout the entirety of Mr. Darcy's speech, Elizabeth had remained silent, but now it was her turn to speak. Sir, I am terribly sorry for the pain your sister was forced to endure, she spoke with sincerity. I appreciate your confiding in me. Honestly, I do, for it goes a long way toward helping me to understand Georgiana's character better. No young woman ought to have suffered such an injustice. What a horrible, vile woman, to say nothing of her accomplice. You said the former's name is Mrs. Young. However, you did not mention the man's name. His name, it does not signify. I do not suppose your paths will ever cross. I pray they never will. What does signify is your sentiments upon hearing the reason I behaved as I did. I truly believed I was acting on behalf of my sister, with no malice intended towards you and your family. Your good opinion means more to me than you can possibly know, Miss Elizabeth. Tell me I have not lost it forever. Chapter 17. Countenance and Comportment. As troubled as Elizabeth had been in learning Mr. Darcy had hired someone to look into her past, she could not be too upset with him for very long. She persuaded herself that had he not conducted the investigation, then Jane would still be clinging to the hope her lover was alive. At least Jane now knows the truth, and her heart can begin to heal. Elizabeth awakened that morning with a new resolve, to express her gratitude to Mr. Darcy for Jane's sake, and to tell him that she did not fault him for doing what he believed best for his sister. She supposed if she had the resources, there is nothing she would not do for her own sisters. When Elizabeth returned from her walk that day, the Darcys had company. Their Aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh and their cousin Anne de Bourgh. She learned soon after joining Georgiana and the visitors in the drawing-room. Until that moment, Elizabeth had not realised the aristocrat with whom she was now in company, the one whom she had heard spoken of in such glowing terms by her sycophant cousin, William Collins, was connected with the Darcys. Neither Georgiana nor her brother had mentioned their estimable relation from Kent, at least not to her. Elizabeth never gave her cousin, the man whose hand she had spurned owing to his ridiculous character, much credit, but his glowing praise of his noble patroness, and her daughter especially, had been hard to ignore. She's a most charming young lady indeed. Lady Catherine herself says that, in point of true beauty, Miss de Bourgh is far superior to the handsomest of her sex because there is that in her features which marks the young lady of distinguished birth. Now Elizabeth was at liberty to judge for herself. "So, you are Miss Elizabeth Bennet," said Lady Catherine. "My niece has written to us at Rosings, extensively singing your praises. No doubt she has often mentioned my daughter Anne to you." Lady Catherine was a tall, large woman, with strongly marked features which might once have been handsome. Her air was not conciliating, nor was her manner of greeting Elizabeth intended to make her forget her inferior rank. Elizabeth found herself quite equal to the scene. "Yes, Georgiana has mentioned her cousin a number of times. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss de Bourgh," she said. Dressed in black from head to toe, the young woman merely nodded and half smiled. "I understand you met my niece by way of a friend of my sister, Lady Ellen, a Mrs. Hamilton, I believe, who is a friend of one of your own relations, a lady from Cheapside." "Indeed, Mrs. Hamilton is my Aunt Mrs. Gardiner's dear friend." "You seem to take a prodigious amount of pride in having such connections as a relation in Cheapside and no doubt in trade, Miss Bennet." "Why would I not, Lady Catherine? My aunt is one of the most elegant women of my acquaintance." "A rather limited circle of acquaintances, no doubt." "I suppose that is a matter of one's perspective, your ladyship. I dare not consider my circle to be nearly so vast as yours." "Upon my word," said her ladyship, "you give your opinion very decidedly for so young a person. Pray, what is your age?" "With 3 younger sisters out in society," replied Elizabeth, smiling. "Your ladyship can hardly expect me to own it." Lady Catherine seemed quite astonished at not receiving a direct answer, giving Elizabeth to suspect herself to be the first creature who had ever dared to trifle with so much dignified impertinence. "I understand there are 5 of you." "You are correct. 5 daughters all out in society, the youngest one as well." Her ladyship peered over her spectacles. "Were I to judge by looking at you, I can only surmise she must be very young." Elizabeth nodded. "My youngest is not yet 16. "Heavens! Are any of you engaged to be married?" "Not one of us, your ladyship," Elizabeth replied, her voice tentative as she reflected on Jane's loss. "I do not doubt it," Lady Catherine said. "With relations in trade, you and your sisters can hardly expect to marry men of any real consequence in the world." Elizabeth made no reply. She need not to, for she was sure the Darcys' lofty relation was particularly enamoured by the sound of her own voice. "I understand you are also related to my vicar, Mr. William Collins, and that you and his new wife have been given to consider yourselves as intimate friends." "I love Charlotte, Mrs. Collins. Indeed, she is one of my oldest as well as most intimate friends," Elizabeth said. Of course, she had been terribly remiss where her relationship with Charlotte was concerned of late. Their exchange of letters had all but ceased. "I suppose I shall have a great deal to say to Charlotte now that I have met her husband's noble patroness." Responding to the other part of Lady Catherine's conjecture, Elizabeth said, "And yes, Mr. Collins and I are related. He is a distant cousin on my father's side." "As well as the heir of your father's estate by way of an entail, I understand." Elizabeth nodded. "Your ladyship's understanding is unimpeachable." It was now Lady Catherine's turn to nod her head. "That is precisely as I always say," she shook her head. "This business of entails. If only for Mrs. Collins's sake, I am glad of it. But otherwise I see no occasion for entailing estates from the female line. It was not thought necessary in Sir Louis de Bourgh's family." An uncomfortable silence ensued, which was at length broken by Mrs. Annesley, a genteel, agreeable-looking woman whose endeavour to introduce some kind of discourse proved her to be more truly well-bred than her ladyship herself. Elizabeth had chosen to remain silent throughout it all, preferring instead to study the de Bourghs. After examining the mother, in whose countenance and deportment she soon found some resemblance of Mr. Darcy, she turned her eyes on the daughter. The latter was so thin and so small. She bore not the slightest resemblance to the elder. Pale and sickly, her features, though not plain, were insignificant. All this and more Elizabeth observed, again without saying a word. This goes to show just how ridiculous Mr. Collins truly is, she considered. Indeed, not a day had gone by since then that Elizabeth did not congratulate herself in having refused his hand. Some thoughts of her friend Charlotte Collins' née Lucas, who had married the foolish man instead, did cross Elizabeth's mind once again. She could only imagine how well her friend tolerated the officious noble seated across from her, and whose eyes now bore into her. Elizabeth's apparent retreat, it seemed, did not quite suit Lady Catherine. Endeavouring to draw Elizabeth back in, her ladyship asked, "Has my niece told you that my own daughter is soon to be married?" "No, I'm afraid she did not." Again, Elizabeth turned to Mr. Bourgh. "May I be among the first to wish you joy?" Again the other woman merely nodded and offered a half-smile. Elizabeth continued, "Might I ask the name of the lucky gentleman who has won your hand?" Lady Catherine threw a stern look of disbelief her niece's way. "Georgiana, surely you have told your friend that my Anne and your brother Darcy are betrothed." Elizabeth's heart slammed against her chest in hearing this, but she dared not show it. Did she really hear what she thought she'd heard? "Mr. Darcy is engaged." "I cannot say that I have, Lady Catherine." "Why in heaven's not, child?" Georgiana merely shrugged. "It is not something that easily lends itself into day-to-day conversation, given its rather peculiar nature." "What insolence, young woman! What in heavens has got into you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Her ladyship glared at Elizabeth. "I suppose I have you to thank for my niece's uncharacteristic bout of impertinence." Before Elizabeth could fashion a response in her own defence, Georgiana said, "What is impertinent about speaking the truth, dear aunt?" "I will tell you what is impertinent about such an assertion. Though the origins of your brother's engagement with my Anne may seem to you to be of a peculiar nature." "Peculiar indeed, given that you and my beloved mother fashioned the scheme when the two of them were in their cradles. You both did as much as you could in planning the marriage. Its completion depends on my brother and Anne." "Silence," Lady Catherine demanded. "You know very well that Darcy and I are determined to honour the wishes of my late sister, your own mother." "Do I, Lady Catherine? This is not to be borne. I will not tolerate another second of your impertinence, especially in front of others who are wholly unconnected to our family." As much as Elizabeth did not wish to abandon her friend to Lady Catherine's tirade, she was just as eager to quit the room as her ladyship was keen for her to be gone. "Mr. Darcy is engaged to be married. Can this be true? I must see him. I shall demand the truth." But did she dare abandon her friend? Elizabeth glanced over to the part of the room where Georgiana's companion, Mrs. Annesley, sat and quickly reasoned that her friend was not entirely without protection. Standing to quit the room, Elizabeth threw Georgiana a silent apology, to which the latter nodded, a sign of her understanding. Pardoning herself, Elizabeth was gone directly. Chapter 18, which laid the foundation. Until that moment when Elizabeth heard Lady Catherine de Bourgh boast of her daughter's engagement to Mr. Darcy, she never really knew how much such a pronouncement would affect her. She never truly allowed herself to consider what her heart had been whispering to her about the gentleman for quite some time. Now, faced with the certainty of that which would never come to pass, she suffered the loss most astoundingly, and for the first time her heart and her mind were in complete agreement. "I am in love with Mr. Darcy." Her mind raced as she tried to fix on the hour, or the spot, or the look, or the words, which laid the foundation for her sentiments. She could not. All she knew was that she loved him. How foolish I have been to have allowed myself to fall in love with a man who does not love me, cannot love me, a man who is engaged to marry another. She quickly reasoned that what she had heard could not possibly be true. Never once in all the times I have spent in his company have I detected any symptoms of a man who's betrothed to another. Could I have missed it? Or was I simply too blinded by my own growing affection for Mr. Darcy to see it? Elizabeth placed her hand on her face and longingly recalled the gentle touch of his lips on her chin, on each corner of her mouth, and her ensuing yearning stirred deep inside her by the tender, yearning look in his eyes. Does that explain his restraint? I know him to be an honourable man, and thus I understood, even admired his temperance, although we both wanted more. Nothing made sense any longer. Can a gentleman indeed be deemed honourable and yet withhold information as pertinent as this? No, Elizabeth silently conceded, shaking her head. If what Lady Catherine said is true, how can I possibly remain here at Pemberley another day feeling as I do? Her ladyship is utterly determined that her daughter and Mr. Darcy are to be married, despite the peculiar nature of their supposed engagement. As Georgiana cited, a part of Elizabeth whispered, the part of her that would be severely wounded if it were true. Another part of her, the part that refused to be bothered by the fanciful notions of a delusional aunt, reasoned otherwise. I shall speak to Mr. Darcy at once. If what Lady Catherine says is true, then let him corroborate her claim. Either way, only Mr. Darcy's own words will persuade me on how I ought to think and how I ought to feel. Either I shall leave Pemberley or I shall stay. Should I stay, I will no longer pretend I am completely unaffected by Mr. Darcy. I shall make my sentiments known and pray with all my heart that he feels the same. Chapter 19. Sufficient Encouragement. When Elizabeth returned from her walk, she was immediately greeted by a footman who advised her that Mr. Darcy had requested a private audience with her in his study. "Shall I escort you, Miss Bennet?" he asked. By now she was familiar with nearly every servant in the household. "I do not suppose that is necessary, Mr. Thomas," she replied, half smilingly. "I appreciate the gesture, but I am accustomed to moving about the house unaccompanied." "But of course," he stated almost apologetically. When he turned and walked away, Elizabeth headed in the direction of Mr. Darcy's study. Seeing him immediately upon her return suited her purposes perfectly well. She knew exactly what she wished to speak with him about, but she could not imagine why he had asked for a private audience with her. Unless... Elizabeth could hardly finish her next thought when she espied the gentleman in question heading her way. "Miss Bennet," he said. "Mr. Darcy," she said, curtsying. This was the first they had seen each other that day. "I was just on my way to see you." "Mr. Thomas?" "Yes, I was beginning to worry that you had not received my message." Turning to walk along beside her, he continued, "We need to talk. In private." "I agree," she said. When at last the two of them were standing in front of the door, Mr. Darcy opened it and gestured to Elizabeth to enter ahead of him. She did, and turned to watch as he did likewise. "Pray have a seat," he said, this time gesturing toward the leather sofa closest to the fireplace, rather than one of the chairs in front of his desk. "May I pour you a drink? Perhaps a glass of wine?" Elizabeth shook her head. Taking a seat on the sofa, she said, "I believe it is too early in the day for me to imbibe, sir." She smoothed her skirt. "Pray, you will not mind if I indulge?" "Of course not, Mr. Darcy." Elizabeth's mind was busily engaged with thoughts of how to broach the subject of his supposed engagement, but first she wanted to discover his purpose in requesting their meeting. His drink in hand, Darcy crossed the room and took a seat in a chair directly in front of the spot where Elizabeth sat. "I understand you met my relations earlier today. I had no idea they were planning to come to Pemberley. Had I known, I would have said something to you. Something I have been remiss in not telling you sooner." Elizabeth's heart raced. She threw a quick glance out the window, thinking the beautiful landscape might calm her. It did not. "Georgiana told me what my aunt said. I never meant for you to hear about my situation as you did." Elizabeth bolted from her seat. "Are you telling me that what Lady Catherine de Bourgh said is true, that you are engaged to marry her daughter, Miss Anne de Bourgh?" Darcy set his drink aside and rose from his chair. He reached out to Elizabeth, attempting to take her by the hand. "I would have told you. Indeed, I had planned to tell you myself. It never seemed to be the right time. How does one tell the person whose good opinion means more than everything something like this?" Something like what, Mr. Darcy? That you're engaged to marry your cousin? That I intend to marry a woman whom I do not love. Are you saying you do not love your cousin, sir, your own flesh and blood? Of course I love my cousin. My family is very important to me. However, I do not love her in all the ways a man ought to love the woman with whom he intends to spend his life. Then why on earth are you marrying her? You're a wealthy man, your own master. You answer to no one. All that may be true, but I have my reasons, he began, reasons that you likely would not understand. I am sure I would not, sir. What is more, I'm sure I do not care to hear them, for how you choose to spend your life can have nothing at all to do with me. Please do not say that. Why in heaven's not, Mr. Darcy? You must know what you mean to me. Surely you can have no doubt, after all the time we have spent together, you must know how much I admire you. I suppose I'm not so indifferent as I ought to be, which leaves me no choice other than to leave Pemberley as soon as my departure can be arranged. Why would you wish to leave so soon? You were meant to stay here the entire summer. In light of the sudden change in circumstances, why would I wish to stay here? Are you speaking of Lady Catherine and Anne's presence? I assure you their being here is of a short duration, a matter of days. The two of them are en route to Matlock to visit Lady Catherine's brother, my uncle, the Earl of Matlock, as they generally do at this time of year. They shall be sent away sooner if that is your preference. My preference? Elizabeth exclaimed with energy. Are you really so selfish, Mr. Darcy? Selfish? I do not want to see you leave, not because of the two of them. Your wish to banish your own betrothed from your home, one whom you supposedly do not love in a manner a man ought to love his future wife, can have nothing to do with me and everything to do with your own selfishness. I am not the culprit. There is nothing supposed about my feelings toward my cousin. I am not in love with her. I never will be. I have only recently taught myself that being in love with a woman was remotely possible. What does that even mean, sir? I now know what it means to be in love, how it feels to be in love, and I know that you know of what I am speaking. I know that you have no right to insist that I remain here at Pemberley, and I know you know it too, Elizabeth said, no longer retreating but approaching the gentleman directly, and staring pointedly into his eyes. Now standing as close to each other as their situation allowed, Darcy allowed his eyes to gaze away from hers, to her lips. If only she were his. At length, he searched Elizabeth's eyes once more. I like to think I'm not a selfish man, not with you. Indeed, I like the man that I am when I'm with you. He took her hand in his, determined not to let go, even should she protest. She did not. And that is why I do not want you to leave, even though I have no right to ask you to stay, which, of course, means that I am indeed a selfish man. But what else can I do? I am so— His voice trailed off. He silently continued, so in love with you. I liked that man too, Elizabeth said, squeezing his hand a little before pulling hers free of his tender grip. I love you, she silently affirmed. Still gazing in Mr. Darcy's eyes, she eased away. Part of her knew she was far angrier with Mr. Darcy than she had any right to be. He had promised her nothing other than to protect her. He had offered her kindness, patience, compassion, and friendship. Part of Elizabeth knew she ought to comport herself with more thought than emotion, but here again she was far too angry to think rationally. She could not help how she felt. Against her better judgment she had allowed her heart to be engaged, and now she must be the one to suffer the aftermath, the disappointed hopes of being crossed in love. Elizabeth wanted to be away from the source of her pain, far, far away. She wanted to be away from Pemberley, from Mr. Darcy. May I prevail on you to make the arrangements for my immediate departure, sir? She asked, fighting back her unshed tears. Standing straight and tall, Darcy tucked both arms behind his back. He said nothing, which was sufficient enough for Elizabeth to know and understand that he would abide by her wishes. She walked over to the door, opened it, and stepped outside the room. She could not help but look back at him. There he stood, his attitude unchanged. His eyes, however, spoke of a longing that Elizabeth suspected with all her heart was evident in her own. Chapter 20. That Particular Matter. Georgiana covered her mouth with both hands. Such was her astonishment upon listening to all Elizabeth had to say about her imminent departure. Elizabeth knew her dear friend would be disappointed upon learning they would soon be parted from each other. As much as it pained her to see her friend so distraught, it could not be helped. But you were meant to spend the entire summer here at Pemberley, the younger woman cried. Even the worst-case scenario meant your leaving when your uncle and aunt, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, arrived in Derbyshire at the end of next month. What has happened? Why are you leaving, and so hastily, I might add? Are you upset with me? Heavens no, Georgiana, Elizabeth replied. Has my brother said or done something? The two of you have been getting along so well of late. I had hoped. Hoped what? Elizabeth inquired. She had often suspected her friend regularly conspired to throw Mr. Darcy and her in each other's way. It was incumbent upon Elizabeth to protect herself from the dangers inherent in such a scheme, and she thought she could do so. Oh, if only I had kept my feelings for the gentleman under good regulation, then none of this would be happening. Ignoring her friend's question, Georgiana continued. Is it because of my Aunt Lady Catherine and my cousin Anne? Are you leaving because of what my aunt said about Anne's so-called engagement with my brother? Of course that had been the reason, but Elizabeth could not admit it, not even to her dear friend. I must confess your aunt's announcement caught me by surprise, Elizabeth replied, and you ought to know there is nothing so-called about your brother's engagement. It is genuine. He does not love Anne, Georgiana declared with great passion, yet he fully intends to marry her. Why would you say such a thing, Elizabeth? Do you care nothing at all about my brother's future felicity? I know it to be true because your brother told me it is true. When? When we spoke in privacy in his study, when I prevailed on him to arrange for my journey home. But what does such an alliance matter? When the two of them do wed, theirs would be nothing other than a marriage of convenience. By now Elizabeth had surmised as much, having replayed her conversation with Mr. Darcy in her mind over and over again. But what did it matter? The material fact was that for a man of Mr. Darcy's ilk, a marriage of convenience was as natural as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. It was simply the way of a wealthy and privileged man's world. Who am I to upset the balance of nature? Thus resolved, Elizabeth decided to hold her tongue as regarded that particular matter. What Mr. Darcy did and how he chose to spend the rest of his life was his business, and his business alone. Georgiana, Elizabeth urged, why are you speaking this way? Surely your brother knows his own mind. You, better than anyone, know that he does not do anything that he does not want to do. It is because I love my brother too much to see him commit to such a fate. I had hoped, in time, he would come to his senses and change his mind. I still believe it is possible. Indeed, I know it is, if you would only stay. Even if I wanted to stay, I cannot remain here in Derbyshire any longer. You will recall my telling you of my sister's loss. My sister never shares her true feelings with anyone, and try as she might to assure me otherwise, I know how much she needs me. What is more, I need her. She took her young friend by the hand. She gave it a gentle squeeze. Georgiana, Elizabeth began, pray, do anything but fault me for wanting to be with Jane during a time when we both need each other most. Your brother and I have discussed this, and we both have concluded my leaving is for the best. As much as I have no wish to disappoint you, in the end, I must behave according to my own best interest. So, Georgiana cried, is this the end? Elizabeth embraced her young friend. For the two of us? I sincerely hope not. Indeed, I am looking forward to enjoying many, many years of friendship with you. No doubt, we shall write to each other with alacrity. Fighting back her tears, Georgiana nodded. Indeed, I promise. But regardless of how many letters we exchange, nothing will take the place of your being here at Pemberley. Still embracing her friend, Elizabeth gazed longingly out the window to the view of the splendid landscape backed by wooded hills. She shut her eyes for a moment or two, committing the picturesque prospect to memory. She could very well imagine doing the same over and over again, as she took in all her favourite sights for the last time. "Oh, Georgiana," Elizabeth cried upon opening her eyes, "it is just as you foretold the day of my arrival at Pemberley. I have indeed grown to love this magical place. I am saddened to be taking my leave. But fear not, for I shall always carry a part of Pemberley with me in my heart." Chapter 21. Sealed by Obligation. What have I done? Darcy chided himself as he watched Elizabeth's carriage pull away. How shall I face all the tomorrows ahead of me, when all I see are the yesterdays spent admiring her, adoring her, and longing for her? His sister's tears had been so heartbreaking. The farther the carriage drew away, the more sadness overcame his own heart. Yes, He would soon fulfill his obligation to marry his cousin, and in so doing bring to fruition his greatest ambition. Yet a part of him, the best part of him, felt that his whole world had effectively ended. Would that he could have followed her and asked her not to leave, but to what effect? Anything that he might offer Elizabeth was not nearly enough for a woman like her. He could offer her his heart. He could offer her his money. He could even offer her his home, but he could never offer her his name. And if he could not offer her his name, then what was the point in his offering her anything at all? Elizabeth deserves better than what I am able to give her. She deserves a man that places her before everything in the world, before money, before status, before power, before everything. Indeed, it broke Darcy's heart to see the woman whom he had fallen in love with walk away. On the other hand, if she were truly so indifferent toward him as her words had pretended, then he must consider that her returning to her home was just as well. His fate was sealed by obligation, as well as by destiny. He was to marry a woman whom he did not love, not in the way that a man was meant to love his wife, not in the way he loved Elizabeth. Making matters worse, his obligation to marry Anne also meant that he was obliged to live with her as man and wife until she conceived a son, a male child to inherit Pemberley, and not just one son but 2 sons, an heir and a spare, as it were. Was his sole consolation to be the prospect of sleeping with one woman while pretending she was another? Some hours later, Darcy sat alone in his library, a place in his home where he had spent so many quiet hours with Elizabeth, staring blankly at the pages in the book in his hands. The solace he had sought in the aftermath of Elizabeth's heart-wrenching leave-taking was soon interrupted when his aunt, Lady Catherine, sauntered into the room. He still could not believe she had shown up at Pemberley so unexpectedly. On the other hand, he had eschewed his customary trip to Rosings Park along with his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam that Easter. Perhaps this perceived slight on his aunt's part had been the impetus for her untimely visit with his cousin Anne in tow. Spending time with either of them was going to be trying now that he had a glimpse into the kind of life he was giving up. Unlike Darcy, his aunt had no patience for books. She much preferred that conversation was the order of the day. Conversation in which her ladyship was doing all the talking and everyone else was doing all the listening. Whatever was her purpose for invading his library at that moment, he had no idea. He rather suspected the impending encounter with his guest would not be very pleasant. Darcy stood and bowed slightly. His aunt nodded, silently beckoning him to resume his former attitude. She took a seat in a comfortable chair close to where Darcy sat. Resting her hands on her bejewelled walking stick, she wasted no time pressing her point. It appears your house guest, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, wasted no time in leaving Pemberley. One can only suppose what prompted such a precipitous departure on the young woman's part. Her nephew refused to be baited. A family matter compelled Miss Bennet to return to Hertfordshire earlier than any of us had anticipated, Darcy replied, his eyes cast down on the book he was reading. Her ladyship scoffed. Is that the official story? I beg your pardon, Darcy inquired, looking up from his book. He really did not appreciate his aunt's insinuation. I suspect that young woman might still be here, were it not for my Anne's unexpected arrival. I am sure I do not know what you mean in saying that, Lady Catherine. Do not pretend to mistake my meaning, nephew. I know it all. Miss Elizabeth Bennet may very well have been your sister's guest, but she spent more than her fair share of time with you, did she not? Have you been spying on me in my own home? Darcy would not put doing such a thing past his aunt. A strong-willed, outspoken woman, Lady Catherine lived to throw her power around, whether said power was real or imagined. Directing the affairs of others was the business of her life. Its solace was forcing her opinions on them, and when she was not doing that, she was looking down on those whom she deemed beneath her in consequence. Though highly educated, by virtue of her rank by the finest governesses in the land, Lady Catherine was woefully lacking in accomplishments, something she admitted to freely, even proudly boasted of. Her grandiose sense of her own self-importance lent itself to her expectation to be recognised as superior without commensurate achievements. Is it not my duty to look after my Anne's best interests? Did you expect me to do nothing in the face of such a threat to my favourite wish as well as your own mother's? Both Lady Catherine and her nephew were fiercely independent. She would never broker interference in her private concerns. Why then did she expect her nephew would be any different? You have no right to interfere in my affairs. I, more than anyone, know what is expected of me. For the first time in his life, Darcy was beginning to feel his responsibility was more of a curse. But the ultimate reward must surely be his redemption. He was not prone to discount the benefit of immeasurable wealth and privileges regardless of how well off he already was. "You ought to make certain your female dalliances know it too," Lady Catherine declared. "Have a care, your ladyship," Darcy warned, his tone cold, bordering on incivility. "I will not have you sully Miss Elizabeth Bennet's good name. She is above reproach." "Nephew, what manner of fool do you take me to be? Can you rightfully say there has never been anything untoward between the two of you?" "I refuse to dignify your question with an answer." "Why in heaven's not? It is not unusual for men of your stature to take a mistress. So long as the young woman does not aspire to that which is my daughter's, by birth, by rank, and by circumstances, I can have no reason to opine." Darcy had heard quite enough. Pretending to read Shakespeare while his aunt clamoured on and on would not do. He slammed his book closed. "Your tacit approval to such an arrangement aside," he said, rising from his seat. "If you suppose for 1 second you have the right to interfere in my affairs, whether now or some indeterminate time in the future, you are severely mistaken. I am my own master. I broker interference from no one, something you would be wise to consider as regards your own fate and that of Rosings Park, once its control falls to my lot." "How dare you threaten me, nephew?" Lady Catherine demanded, rising to her feet in turn. "Have you taken leave of your senses? Such impudence, such impertinence is not to be borne. What on earth has become of you and your sister? Or do I even need to ask?" "I assure you, Lady Catherine, it is not a threat." Darcy stared daggers at his aunt. "You and I both know the terms of your late husband's will. He left everything you call your own to Anne, his sole heir. Do not cross me." Chapter 22. A Second Longer. Darcy House, London, England. A burst of light flooded the room, awakening Darcy from his midday slumber. Rather stupor, judging by the maddening pounding in his head. He brushed both hands over his face and rubbed his eyes. "My dreams of Elizabeth have followed me from the lonely hours of the night to the middle of the day." Not that he was wont to complain. So far as he was concerned, his dreams of Elizabeth had now become his salvation, the best part of his day-to-day existence, and this particular dream was far from over. Wanting to know the cause of his interrupted escape from his own dreamtime paradise with Elizabeth to what promised to be another day full of dreariness without her, he uncovered his eyes. Richard. No doubt his cousin had taken it upon himself to draw open every drape in the room. Darcy reared himself from the leather couch. This is quite an unexpected visit. He stood upright and stretched his every muscle. "What brings you here?" "The better question is, what is the reason for your lying about in the middle of the day?" Walking past his cousin to take a seat at his desk, Darcy said, "It is a pleasure to see you too. How long do you plan to stay?" Colonel Fitzwilliam began pouring himself a drink. "Not nearly so long as I would like or suspect I need to. Duty calls, you know. However, when I learned you had returned to town, I felt it incumbent on me to see you and Georgiana as well. I was given to believe the two of you were to remain at Pemberley all summer. I understand you have been in town for some time." The Colonel threw himself down in one of the chairs in front of Darcy's desk. He put his feet in the opposite chair, crossing one long leg over the other. Was there trouble in paradise? Paradise indeed, Darcy thought, but dared not say aloud. He began shuffling some papers on his desk. His desk was an unmitigated mess. He had allowed himself to fall behind in his work, which for a man like Darcy was wholly unacceptable. "Am I not allowed to travel freely between my own homes at leisure?" Darcy asked, feigning far more interest in the papers before him than he genuinely felt. The Colonel shrugged. "No doubt you are entitled to do whatever you please, as you have certainly proven time and time again. You, more than anyone, are no stranger to arranging things for your own convenience, which begs the question of Miss Elizabeth Bennet's hasty departure from Pemberley, long before you and your sister had planned. Did you awaken one day and decide it was no longer convenient having her there?" "Why would you suppose such a thing?" "I understand the young lady's leave-taking occurred on the heels of our Aunt Lady Catherine's arrival, with your future bride in tow, no less. I can hardly imagine a more inconvenient scenario." Shutting his eyes, Darcy took in a deep breath. Upon opening them, he glared at his cousin. "Can you imagine a young woman of Miss Bennet's comportment wishing to remain in our aunt's estimable presence a second longer than is necessary?" The Colonel took a sip of his drink. At length he asked, Is that the story you're going with?" "Story?" The Colonel nodded. "Indeed? Surely there is more to this story. Tell me, when did Miss Bennet learn of your plans to marry Anne? Did she learn of it before or after Anne arrived at Pemberley? And if the latter, exactly how long was it before she took her leave?" His cousin's barrage of questions was taking a toll on Darcy's equanimity. "If you must know, Miss Bennet asked me to arrange for her return home. Neither Georgiana nor I took any pleasure in her leaving. If you have spoken with my sister, and judging by your line of questioning me, you no doubt have, then you know Miss Bennet wished to be with her sister during her time of need. You will recall my telling you the eldest Bennet daughter was engaged to be married to a man presumed to be lost at sea. I continued to investigate what had happened to him and learned he had died. I made sure the family was officially notified, hence ending their suspense. I learned from Elizabeth that her sister was not officially engaged. That was to occur upon the gentleman's return. The elder Miss Bennet was devastated all the same, and Elizabeth wanted to be with her. Not only was the Colonel direct, but he was also persistent. So that is the story you're going with. That is rather callous, even coming from you. I am callous? What does that say about you? I say you are one of the most heartless people I know, and let us not forget selfish. Heartless, cousin? You of all people would accuse me of being heartless? Anyone who had a heart would listen to its beckoning, not silence it with a cloak of greed. Greed and selfishness. Darcy's restraint and the Colonel's gregarious nature had often complemented each other, but sometimes the latter went too far. For Darcy this was one of those times. "How dare you?" Darcy demanded. "How dare I?" "How dare you?" Colonel Fitzwilliam countered with energy. "I warned you not to invite Miss Bennet into your home, knowing how much she affected you, knowing how likely you were to increase her expectations by exposing her to a life, the likes of which will never be hers, in spite of her manifold attractions. Say what you will, but I strongly suspect that both of your hearts were engaged. In fact, having spoken with your sister, I do not doubt it one bit. Now that the damaging effect of broken-heartedness has taken hold of you, my question is, what do you intend to do about it? Wallow in pain and misery and regret for the rest of your days, and subject our cousin Anne to the same fate when you finally decide the time has come to satisfy the wishes of others and actually marry her?" Colonel Fitzwilliam sat upright in his chair. "Before you put forward some justification, I ask you, when is enough enough?" His cousin's question was beyond the pale. Is such a sentiment not readily espoused by someone who has no great fortune of his own to speak of? "I do not know, cousin. Why don't you tell me?" Darcy angrily replied. The Colonel threw up his hands. "There is no reason at all for you to take offence." "I am not taking offence. You asked me a question, and I am simply asking the same question of you in return. How does that suggest I am taking offence?" "Because, Darcy, you know very well that as a second son, I am not entitled to my family's wealth unless something dire happens to my brother, and I can honestly say I would never want access to my family's fortune if it meant something happening to the Viscount. But you have no such limitations. Not only do you own Pemberley and half of Derbyshire, but you also have £10,000 a year. Again, I ask you, when is enough enough?" Darcy rarely relied on anyone's counsel besides his own. However, if anyone could make him question what he was about, it was his cousin. Perhaps as a consequence of the Colonel being the older of the two, Darcy always looked up to him. The Colonel's being a second son and Darcy's being the heir to a vast fortune meant nothing to a little boy tagging along behind an older cousin, when the two of them were children. Indeed, Colonel Fitzwilliam was more than a cousin to Darcy, but somewhat akin to an older brother, an only brother. Darcy was certain Richard regarded him as a brother as well, despite Richard's having an older brother of his own, the Viscount. Between the Viscount and his cousin, Richard was much closer to the latter. Having given his cousin's unanswered question some thought, Darcy said, "It is not so much as I am unable to make a distinction between enough being enough, as it is my obligation to marry Anne, even if Rosings were a mere cottage. Even if Anne were impoverished, it would be my obligation to marry her." The Colonel scoffed at this notion. "Yet, somehow, I do believe that were Anne indeed impoverished, you would find a way to escape your so-called obligation. You have no basis for such an assertion. Knowing you the way I do, I would say, for certain I have a strong basis." "I refuse to debate this matter any further," said Darcy. pushing his chair away from his desk and standing. "I shall take that as my invitation to go. But before I do, I leave you with this one last question. What is all the money in the world without the woman who owns your heart by your side?" Chapter 23. Quite Persuaded. Some days later, it seemed it was Georgiana's turn to speak with her brother about something he had done or rather had not done. Now it was her turn to sit in the chair on the opposite side of her brother's desk. The young woman could not help but recall the many times she had sat in that very chair as the recipient of one of her brother's lectures. Now she was meant to be the one giving a lecture. She had given the matter a great deal of thought. The last thing she wanted was to come across to her brother as being too intrusive. She knew exactly what she needed to say. "Brother," she began, her voice a mixture of curiosity and inquisition, "I am beginning to wonder why you went to the trouble of chasing George away. A man whom I have known all my life, when you might just as easily have allowed the two of us to be married by a more convenient means, a special license, for instance." Where had that come from, Darcy wondered? His sister had not mentioned that scoundrel's name even once since the Ramsgate incident. Whatever was the reason for his sister's speech, it surely called for his undivided attention. Leaning forward in his chair, Darcy said, "Georgiana, I thought you knew and understood why I settled the matter with that vile man in the expeditious manner as I did. He did not love you. Were it not for the tender affection you felt toward him as a consequence of his being around for the better part of your youth, he would not have so easily persuaded you that you were in love with him." Georgiana, after hesitating a moment, replied, "You do not love Anne, and despite having known her for the greater part of your life, I am quite persuaded you never will." Darcy countered. "He was only interested in gaining control of your fortune of £30,000. Who knows what might have become of you had he succeeded in his nefarious plan?" She arched her brow. "Are you not marrying Anne merely for the purpose of gaining control of her fortune? Despite having a tremendous fortune of your own, one ample enough to be passed down to generations upon generations of Darcy heirs. George's motive may very well have been governed by greed, but how is yours so different?" His sister had so many pointed questions, and it seemed she was just getting started. "As for the loss of my fortune of £30,000, Georgiana opined, I posit that such a loss can mean nothing to the general happiness of the only sister of a man whose fortune is the size of yours, a fortune that is destined to be magnified once you and Anne are married. You would have been miserable in such a marriage. We would have been miserable together. Or do you mean to say your determination to marry Anne is a viable plan to happiness? For if you dare to suggest such a thing, then I shall sit here before you and declare that I might just as likely have been happy with George. Young lady, why are you sitting here advocating opinions which cannot possibly be your own? I know you, I know him. There is no way on earth the two of you would have been happy together. So long as it was in my power, there is no way on earth that I would even have risked it. And I know you, brother. I know Anne. I know there is no way on earth the two of you will ever be happy together. Your temperaments are too dissimilar. What is more, you do not love her, not in the manner a husband ought to love his wife. Although I strongly suspect Anne cherishes a tender regard toward you. She would do everything in her power to make you happy, but it would all be in vain. Anne would be as miserable as would you, because your marriage would be nothing more than one of convenience. Does Anne not deserve the same chance for happiness that you wish for me? Am I to stand idly by and watch two people who are so dear to me march down a path destined to secure their unhappily ever after? You have said quite enough, young lady. In all due respect, I must ask you to speak no more on this matter. I am my own master, and I am not in the habit of having my will subjugated by the thoughts and opinions of others. Have you listened to anything I have said? I heard everything you had to say, and now I have heard enough. Darcy walked to the door, opened it, and stepped aside. You may leave, Georgiana. The younger woman stormed out the door. Obstinate man! I heard that, Darcy said, his hand on the door and poised to close it. I meant for you to hear it, Georgiana exclaimed, spinning on her heel to face him. But rather than listening to me, you ought to start listening to your heart. Darcy marched over to his liquor cabinet and poured himself a stiff drink. He threw it back quickly and poured another. His glass in hand and bent on savouring this next drink, he walked to the window. First Richard and now Georgiana. It is as though the two of them have formed an alliance and are now conspiring against me, as if I do not know my own mind. Slowly sipping his drink, his sister's parting words echoed in his mind. Start listening to your heart. When did my sister become so impertinent as to dare speak to me in such a fashion? Darcy did not have to ponder the question too long. The answer was always on his mind, even now, despite having gone weeks without seeing her, without hearing her voice, without smelling the lingering wisps of lavender in her hair, and without touching her. He ought to be very angry with his sister, but he was not. Georgiana means well, but she cannot possibly understand the gravity of my situation in life. If I do not do all that is within my power to ensure the strength of Pemberley's greatness for generations upon generations to come, during this moment in time when doing so falls to my lot and mine alone, then surely I do not deserve the happiness in life that she so desperately wishes for me. His cousin Richard's words took the place of his sister's in Darcy's mind. What is all the money in the world without the woman who owns your heart by your side? He exhaled a frustrated breath. Richard is a second son. What can he possibly know of the burden of expectations that I suffer? Darcy strolled over to his desk and retrieved the rolled parchment detailing his plans for expanding Rosings Park. He sat his drink aside, and he smoothed out the paper atop the mahogany desktop. He perused the document for 5 minutes or so, silently cataloguing ways to improve upon his plans. As reaffirming as this particular diversion had always proved to be in the past, its calming effect was unable to block away memories that refused to be repressed. His father's words, "My son, you were meant for greatness. Marry your cousin Anne and assume your rightful place among society's elite, the hallowed echelon of lords and dukes." The fiercest advocate of all for the scheme, his Aunt Lady Catherine's words. "From your infancy, you and my Anne have been intended for each other. It was the favourite wish of your mother, as well as my own. While in your cradles, we planned this union, and that the two great estates of Pemberley and Rosings Park would be combined." He thought once again about the words his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam had uttered. When is enough? Enough. Georgiana's words reverberated once more. Start listening to your heart. His own unspoken words to Elizabeth resounded in his heart. "I'm so in love with you." The constant repetition in his mind's eye of him, watching Elizabeth leave his home, of allowing her to do so. It would not do. With the suddenness of a mighty wind gust, the parchment, the glass, and everything else in the way flew across the desk and crashed onto the floor. With little respect to the havoc he created, he shouted, "What am I doing?" Chapter 24, Disappointed Hopes. Longbourn Village, Hertfordshire, England. Elizabeth sat alone in the east parlour, staring out the window in quiet reflection. The chief reason she was eager to be away from Longbourn last December had not abated in the wake of her return. Her mother, Fanny Bennet, still bemoaned the very real fact that she had 5 grown daughters on her hands that she needed to get rid of, and she still blamed Elizabeth for rejecting Mr. William Collins's hand in marriage. Nor was she very pleased by Mr. Shipman's getting himself killed. Mrs. Bennet consoled herself that Jane would have married Mr. Shipman if she could have, but as for Elizabeth, she could make no such excuse. Now fully aware of what it meant to suffer disappointed hopes, Elizabeth suffered a smidgen of remorse for the unsympathetic manner in which she had rejected her cousin's hand. She supposed if the man's heart had been engaged, she might really suffer sympathy on his behalf. However, the speed in which he offered his hand to her intimate friend from the neighbouring village, the former Charlotte Lucas, gave Elizabeth to know that finding a wife was purely a transactional matter for the ridiculous man. Love and affection had nothing to do with his reasons for wanting to marry. I suppose in that regard Mr. Collins and Mr. Darcy have much in common. Mr. Darcy does not love his cousin. He admitted it to me. He's marrying strictly as a means to an end, the end being to enhance his standing among society with the combining of 2 great estates. Elizabeth recalled the moment in the carriage with her friend Georgiana so many weeks ago when they first arrived at Pemberley. Pemberley in all its magnificent splendour. What makes a man with every earthly thing the heart of mortal can desire pursue a path that is destined to thwart his every chance for love and happiness in marriage? Elizabeth wondered even as she began to consider that her sentiments were a bit presumptuous. Her heart whispered, never once was there any mention of ardent love. Mr. Darcy liked her. Of that Elizabeth was certain. He actively sought her good opinion. Dare I say he desired me in those ways a woman hopes to be desired by the man who has captured her heart. The heart of mortal man, indeed, Elizabeth was wont to ponder. With 4 sisters and no brothers, nothing she had ever learned had equipped her to understand the true nature of those of the opposite sex. If I know anything at all about men and women, it is that the 2 sexes hold very differing opinions on love, both the physical aspects as well as those of the heart. Whereas men are quite often able to separate the two, I dare say the same cannot be said of women. A favourite sentiment of her younger sister Mary when chiding Kitty and Lydia on their wild animal spirits then came to Elizabeth's mind. That which is often deemed a virtue among man must inevitably be decried a fault among the fairer sex. A fault indeed! How foolish of me to suppose I meant more to Mr. Darcy than I truly did, and I have no one but myself to blame. For if I truly meant more to him, all the money in the world would not have been enough to persuade him to see me walk away. The bright sun shining through the pane was such a balm for Elizabeth that particular day. It was not often that she had a chance to enjoy such solace inside the house, not at that hour. Closing her eyes, she meant to relish the quiet tranquillity the moment afforded. After sitting in the window seat in that same attitude for a while, she heard a light tap on the open door, and upon opening her eyes, was delighted to see Jane standing there. "Thank you for waiting so patiently for me, Lizzie. I had not planned to take so long to dress. Are you ready for our walk to Oakham Mount?" Elizabeth had a penchant for taking long solitary rambles about the countryside. Oakham Mount was one of her favourite destinations. Indeed, she had made the journey earlier, but the chance to walk there with her sister Jane did not occur nearly so often as she liked. She was delighted when her sister put forth the suggestion. "Yes," said Elizabeth, smiling. She stood and smoothed her dress. "I will retrieve my bonnet, and we shall be on our way." The 2 sisters had not walked very far when Jane said, "Lizzie, you have been unusually pensive of late. I cannot help but feel a part of you remains miles and miles away at Pemberley." "Dearest Jane," Elizabeth began, "I confess to missing Pemberley a great deal. It is like no other place I have ever seen." She laced arms with her sister. "However, my place is here with you. I shall endeavour to be far less pensive and much more talkative from now on. Does that suit?" "Well, I am here to listen if you wish to talk about what you are feeling. What are sisters for?" Jane was such a warm and caring person, an incredibly giving daughter, a nurturing sister, and a most loyal friend. The sad, sad situation with Mr. Shipman had not been the first time she'd given her heart away. The first time had been with a young man in town who had even written some lovely verses on her. Alas, it was not to be, for she never heard anything from him after that. Poor Jane, always giving and never getting. She more than anyone else Elizabeth knew deserved better. "Jane," Elizabeth cried, "you are so good and kind. I know not what I did to deserve you. You always put the interests of others before your own. I feel it would be entirely selfish of me to burden you with my concerns when yours are far more consequential." "I trust you are speaking of Mr. Shipman, of his passing," said Jane, her voice tentative. "I feel such agony on your behalf every time I think of what might have been." "Then, dearest Lizzie, I would ask you to do what I have taught myself to do. Do not think of it at all." "Jane!" Elizabeth cried, worried that her sister had become jaded, had surrendered to the injustices which fate had dealt her. "Pray, Lizzie, understand what I am saying from my perspective. What is the point in dwelling on what might have been? It is not as though it is within my power to change anything, for I certainly would if I could. I miss Mr. Shipman. I am heartbroken over his family's loss, indeed my own loss. However, I accept what has happened, and I am grateful for the times the 2 of us shared. It is all that can be done." Chapter 25. A Mutual Fondness. The irony of Jane's advice was its being entirely in keeping with what Elizabeth's own philosophy had always been, to think only of the past as its remembrance brought her pleasure. All Elizabeth could think about of late was her time in Derbyshire. Sadly, Elizabeth's best memories of Pemberley were fading fast, mainly because the basis of said remembrances had been formed while in Mr. Darcy's company. Thinking of him always led to thoughts of what might have been. Unrequited hopes and dreams could bring no pleasure to anyone. Elizabeth had recently heard from her friend Georgiana that she and her brother had returned to London. The tiny bit of comfort she suffered in knowing that Mr. Darcy's betrothed was no longer at Pemberley Elizabeth promptly dismissed as whimsical nonsense on her part. Mr. Darcy was bound and determined to marry his cousin Anne. It was simply a question of when, a question of which I have no wish to know the answer. As much as she looked forward to receiving letters from Georgiana, the arrival of every one of them had sent waves of dread throughout Elizabeth's busy mind, and thereby made the first reading an arduous task. It was only when she knew what her friend had written that Elizabeth was able to read Georgiana's letters with all the pleasure the writer had no doubt intended. Eager for diverting employment that particular day, Elizabeth was anxious to be away from Longbourn. Not so far away as London, but she felt surely a few hours of escape would do. When her younger sisters prevailed on Elizabeth to walk with them to Meryton, she was easily persuaded to go with them. The young girls' mindless talk of all the officers they hoped to meet aside, since having spent so much time getting to know young Miss Darcy, Elizabeth felt she ought to start paying a similar courtesy to her own flesh and blood. She even supposed Kitty and Lydia could benefit from her example. That particular day was as good as any to try instilling in the two of them those sensibilities her own mother had proved woefully incapable of providing. All the talk that was to be had as they walked centred on the militia. As soon as the Bennets entered Meryton, the younger girl's eyes were immediately wandering up and down the street in quest of the officers, and nothing less than a very smart bonnet or a really new muslin in a shop window could recall them. But the attention of every lady was soon caught by a young man whom they had never seen before, one of a most gentlemanlike appearance, walking with another officer on the other side of the way. The officer was the very Mr. Denny, concerning whose return from London Lydia wanted to inquire. All three Bennet ladies were struck with the stranger's air, and they all wondered who he could be. Kitty and Lydia, determined if possible to find out, led the way across the street, under the pretence of wanting something in an opposite shop, and fortunately had just gained the pavement when the two gentlemen turning back had reached the same spot. Mr. Denny addressed them directly, and entreated permission to introduce his friend, Mr. Wickham, who had returned with him the day before from town, and whom he was happy to say had accepted a commission in their corps. When all the introductions were made, a series of threadbare topics were introduced and abandoned. At length, the gentlemen were persuaded by the younger girls to walk with them. Elizabeth, by virtue of being the eldest, she supposed, was the lucky recipient of the greater share of Mr. Wickham's attention. When it was discovered the two of them shared a mutual fondness for the rocks and mountains of Derbyshire, neither was too disappointed upon realising the rest of their party had outpaced them. When Elizabeth mentioned her acquaintance with the Darcys, her walking companion's interest was really piqued. "If you are acquainted with the Darcys and have had the privilege of being a guest at Pemberley, you and I suffer a great deal in common," said Mr. Wickham. "How do you suppose such a thing, sir? Do you mean to say you are also acquainted with Mr. Darcy and his sister, Miss Darcy?" "I am indeed. Having spent the better part of my youth at Pemberley, I can safely say the three of us are intimate acquaintances. Having been a recent guest, I must confess to being very surprised you have not heard of me. Are you quite certain neither of the two of them made mention of me?" Elizabeth nodded. "Of that I am entirely certain." Here she bit her lower lip. "Although, now that I think of it, I do recall having seen what must have been your likeness once in Mr. Darcy's study. I recall picking it up for a second or two while I studied it. I did not ask about it, and Mr. Darcy did not say anything." "That does not surprise me. Unless specifically asked, no doubt he would never even acknowledge it." "Why is that, Mr. Wickham? Have you been banished from the halls of Pemberley? Your name never to be mentioned until the end of time?" The gentleman nodded. "You might say that." "That sounds dreadful," Elizabeth asserted, wanting to know more. "Worse than that, I assure you." "But if it is as bad as that, why would your likeness be so prominently displayed in Mr. Darcy's study?" He shrugged. "It is quite simple. Darcy is nothing if not a staunch supporter of his father's legacy. My picture was placed there by his father, and there it will likely remain. You see, Miss Elizabeth, I am—" Mr. Wickham paused and cleared his throat. "Rather I was, the late Mr. Darcy's godson. Truth be told, his feelings toward me ran far deeper than that. He loved me like a son. He treated me like a son. Darcy hated me because of it. When his father died, Darcy banished me from Pemberley with a mere £3,000, scarcely a token in comparison to what my godfather had intended for me." "Mr. Wickham, are you saying that the late Mr. Darcy meant for you to have a larger fortune, and that Mr. Darcy denied it to you?" "Fitzwilliam Darcy is obsessed with wealth and power, as you no doubt are aware having spent time in his company, but in this case, it was not money that he withheld from me, but something rather more substantial. You see, my godfather intended that the living in Kimpton was to be mine once it became available. However, the son entirely disregarded such a notion, proclaiming that I was not fit for such a situation, for which his own father deemed me ideally suited. And now here I stand before you, although an accomplished gentleman in every respect, a lowly foot soldier. Why on earth would Mr. Darcy defy the wishes of his own father? Because he hates me. That is the only reason I can fathom. His excellent father thought the world of me, and well, Darcy simply could not abide it. Elizabeth was silent for a few moments as she tried to reconcile in her mind all she knew about Mr. Darcy and all she had just heard from this new acquaintance, Mr. Wickham. She supposed this account could have merit. What reason might the gentleman have to lie? His story, if it were untrue, would easily be disproven. Shall I write to Georgiana and make my inquiries? Elizabeth quickly reasoned she should not. The last thing she wanted to do was burden her young friend, who had never mentioned Mr. Wickham either. Does Georgiana harbour feelings toward Wickham akin to her brothers? After watching her a little, Wickham asked, "Why are you so thoughtful, Miss Elizabeth? I would hope my telling you all I know of the Darcys is not the cause. I must confess that you have given me much to contemplate, sir. I had not thought either of them to be so disagreeable as you suggest. Toward me, they have always been amiable." Elizabeth's voice trailed off. What she'd said was true enough of Georgiana, but her earlier encounters with Mr. Darcy bore more than a fair degree of contention between them. She did not mean to discuss any of what she was feeling with Mr. Wickham. "Sir, the two of us possess such varying accounts of the Darcys that unless we agree to disagree, any hope of civility between us might well end before it gets started." "Well, Miss Elizabeth, as I should very much like to garner your approbation, perhaps even more as we get better acquainted, then I concur with you wholeheartedly. We hereby agree to disagree." He took Elizabeth's gloved hand in his and, bowing slightly, raised it to his lips, just as a perfect gentleman could be expected to do. Allowing that there were always two sides to every story, and knowing she might never hear the Darcys' side, Elizabeth contented herself with the idea of allowing Mr. Wickham the benefit of the doubt. As for getting better acquainted with him, she had no objections. Here was a gentleman whose appearance was greatly in his favour. He had all the best part of beauty, a fine countenance, a good figure, and a very pleasing address. So long as I do not allow my heart to be engaged, there is no reason in the world not to bask in all Mr. Wickham's delightful charms. Chapter 26. Eager Anticipation. The whole town of Meryton was in eager anticipation as a result of the news that Netherfield Park, an excellent estate neighbouring Longbourn village, was let at last. Its new owner was Mr. Charles Bingley, who hailed from the north. To compound all the excitement was the rumour that he had £5,000 a year, and best of all, he was single. Being a single man with a large fortune could only mean one thing. The gentleman was in want of a wife, and Mrs. Bennet had 5 potential brides from which Mr. Bingley might choose. A day or so after Mr. Bingley's arrival, Mrs. Bennet sat by the window with her eyes peeled on the paddock. She dared not stray too far away from home, just in case the newcomer called. It is being widely circulated that Mr. Bingley is residing at Netherfield with no one to preside over his table. I have also heard it said that he has at least 2 sisters in town, maybe more, she opined. Oh, what on earth must he be thinking? She tore her eyes away from the window and regarded her 5 daughters, each of them in their turn. How are you girls to get to know him, if we cannot call on him or be invited to dine with him? No one responded to the lady's entreaty, which only encouraged her to carry on. Oh, I shall go distracted. She blew out a frustrated breath. There is only one thing to be done. Mary, go to your father's library and ask him to join us post-haste. He will know exactly what to do. Closing her book, Mary stood and quit the room as directed. Moments later, Mr. Thomas Bennet slowly walked into the room. Mary said you wished to see me, my dear. Indeed, Mr. Bennet. Our new neighbour, Mr. Bingley, has been at Netherfield for 2 whole days at least, and he has yet to call on you. Surely you know what this means. I am afraid I do not, but I have no doubt you mean to enlighten me. My dear Mr. Bennet, replied his wife, how can you be so tiresome? You must know that I am thinking of his marrying one of our girls. The gentleman peered over his spectacles. Is that his design in settling here? Design? Nonsense, how can you talk so? But he may likely fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him before it is too late to secure him for one of our girls. I see no occasion for that. You and the girls may go, or you may send them by themselves, which perhaps will be still better, for you're as handsome as any of them. Mr. Bingley may like you the best of the party. My dear, you flatter me. I certainly have had my share of beauty, but I do not pretend to be anything extraordinary now. When a woman has 5 grown-up daughters, she ought to give over thinking of her own beauty. In such cases, a woman has not often much beauty to think of. A nervous woman, and one who was always eager to complain of her many afflictions to willing listeners, Mrs. Bennet cried, "But, my dear, you must indeed go to see Mr. Bingley, for it is unthinkable that one of us should go. You see, despite having sisters who might easily have come with him to preside over his home, he is said to have left them behind in town. Consider your daughters," she beseeched. "Only think what an establishment it would be for one of them. Indeed, you must go, for it will be impossible for us to visit him if you do not. You are over-scrupulous, surely. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you, and I will send a few lines by you to assure him of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever he chooses of the girls, though I must throw in a good word for my little Lizzie." "Heavens, Mr. Bennet, how you enjoy vexing me! Lizzie is the last of the girls who is worthy of such a distinction, for she is the most likely to refuse him. Have you forgot how abominably she behaved with Mr. Collins?" Mr. Bennet was so odd a mixture of quick parts, sarcastic humour, reserve and caprice, that the experience of 23 years had been insufficient to make his wife understand his character. Directing his gaze to Elizabeth, he uttered, "From all that is being said, Mr. Collins is nothing at all in comparison to Mr. Bingley. I dare say even you would not reject a man with £4,000 or £5,000 a year, Lizzie. What say you?" Elizabeth, more than anyone, appreciated her father's dry humour, especially when unleashed on others, but not so much when it was directed towards herself. She cleared her throat. "As I contend that the size of a man's fortune does not adequately reflect his character, I would require far more information before saying anything more." "There you see," cried Mrs. Bennet. "Either of the other girls would have given a more sensible reply, for no one who has her family's best interest at heart could possibly balk at the idea of marrying a wealthy man." Having said that, Mrs. Bennet continued to point out many reasons for Mr. Bennet to venture to Netherfield Park. Oh, if only her husband had some compassion for her nerves. Finding husbands for 5 daughters who had little to no dowries to speak of was no easy feat. Her husband, who had done little to bolster his daughters' marital prospects by way of exercising those means designed to enhance their meagre dowries, ought to have been far more sympathetic to his wife's plight. When finally Mr. Bennet was entirely persuaded he had vexed his wife quite enough for one day, he said, "I have already visited the young man." "Oh, Papa," Kitty cried, "is Mr. Bingley as handsome as everyone says he is?" "Is he agreeable?" Mary asked. Such was the nature of the questions thrown at the gentleman for the next several minutes or so, until finally he had heard enough. "So many questions," he began, nodding. "I am sure he is the most handsome, most agreeable man to have graced this part of the country in a long, long while." Here he looked at his favourite daughter once again. "What is more, Mr. Bingley informed me that he is soon to be joined by a friend who also hails from the north, a gentleman who will claim an acquaintance with you, my Lizzie. It is none other than Mr. Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire." Chapter 27. Such a Prospect. Hearing the new neighbour's name had given Elizabeth cause to wonder if he was the same gentleman whom her friend Georgiana had spoken of early on in their acquaintance. Now she had her answer. Not that the Bingley surname was all that common, but what were the odds that an acquaintance of the Darcys would let an estate just 3 miles away from Longbourn village? An estate that had gone unoccupied for years and years. Now there was a very real possibility that she might soon meet Mr. Darcy again. If she were in London, she would be prepared to meet him as little more than a casual acquaintance, one whom she had shared the most intimate of intimacies, but few people were aware of all the time they'd spent with each other. Can I possibly do so here in Hertfordshire, where all our friends and neighbours know I spent so many weeks in his home? The tumult in Elizabeth's mind made it absolutely necessary to be away from her relations. She needed time to think. She needed to thoroughly vex herself with questions, the answers to which only the passage of time could possibly satisfy. She certainly was not up to the barrage of questions formally directed to her father regarding Mr. Bingley now aimed squarely at her, regarding Mr. Darcy, especially those lobbied by her mother, whose chief occupation in life was marrying off her 5 daughters. To know that not just one single gentleman would be residing only 3 miles away, but 2, both of them wealthy beyond compare. Oh, what a fortunate time this was for her family, what a blessed time for Mrs. Bennet herself. Complaining of a headache, Elizabeth bolted from her seat and abruptly escaped the room, giving everyone pause, including her sister Jane, who set off after her, but, albeit reluctantly, respected Elizabeth's request to be left alone. Once outside the manor house, Elizabeth sought the solace of her favourite cove. Taking a seat on the ground and leaning against a tall shaded tree, she cradled her knees to her chest and began her own round of questioning herself. Why would the new neighbour have chosen that particular location when there are, no doubt, any number of available and comparable estates throughout England, perhaps even in Mr. Darcy's neighbourhood, or even Bingley's own family's neighbourhood? He hails from Scarborough. Are there no vacant estates there? A part of her suspected that Mr. Darcy had been instrumental in steering his friend to that part of the world. Perhaps the private investigator he hired to look into my background specialises in staking out real estate prospects as well. She could not help but wonder if Mr. Darcy had done it for the purposes of being close to her once again. Has he done so as a means of throwing himself in my path? He had to know such a prospect would be inevitable. But why would he do such a thing? What might possibly be his motive? Did he not make it perfectly clear to me that he intended to marry his cousin for reasons having nothing at all to do with affection, but rather to increase his fortune? Has he changed his mind? He broke her heart, choosing wealth, power and status over love for her, and she was not sure she could trust him not to do it again. The 2 of them had been intimate. Elizabeth brushed her fingers along the same path as his lips had trailed her skin, the one memory she had allowed herself not to forget. What woman dared allow her heart to be broken by the same man twice? Where might it end? A leopard does not change its spots. It is utterly unfathomable. She laughed a little in spite of herself at this characterization of Mr. Darcy as a leopard, when he was more like a lion. She had teasingly called him her hero, her own knight in shining armour. Oh, if only Mr. Darcy were not coming to Hertfordshire. She was sure she would be quite over him by now. But he is coming, and now I must learn to regard him as little more than a casual acquaintance. No doubt he would want it that way if I am to believe half of what Mr. Wickham has had to say about Mr. Darcy's character. A part of her whispered, "But you know this man. You know his character. All in all, Mr. Darcy is a good man. He's a serious man who carries quite a heavy burden in terms of what he views as his obligations, not only to his family and himself, but also all the people who are dependent upon him as Master of Pemberley. Indeed, he is a generous and kind man. He simply did not want me." At length, Elizabeth reminded herself of her talk with Jane. There was no use in conjecture and speculations when it was beyond her power to change things. Rather than second-guess Mr. Darcy's motives or even suppose his coming here has anything to do with me, I shall wait until we meet each other once again. Let me first see how he behaves, she silently surmised. It will then be early enough for expectations. Charles Bingley was good-looking and gentlemanlike. He had a pleasant countenance and easy, unaffected manners. On that particular day he leaned back in his large leather chair with his feet atop his huge mahogany desk, his very own study and his very own home. Finally, he was the master of an estate. Mr. Bingley inherited property to the amount of nearly £100,000 from his father, who had intended to purchase an estate but did not live to do so. Bingley intended it likewise. Letting Netherfield Park was a fitting first step, and who were to say? In time he might successfully prevail on the owner to sell Netherfield to him outright. He threw a glance at his friend Darcy, who lingered in front of the window overlooking the garden. Bingley suspected his friend was busily cataloguing all the improvements that would be required about the grounds. He also supposed Darcy's mind was engaged in thoughts of a different kind. "Darcy," Bingley said, "while I am exceedingly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, I rather suspect your recommending Netherfield Park as a means of my satisfying my favourite wish of having an estate of my own has a great deal to do with your own motives as well." Tearing his eyes away from the window, Darcy turned and looked at his friend. "My own motives, Charles?" Between Bingley and Darcy there was a very steady friendship, in spite of great opposition of character. Bingley was endeared to Darcy by the easiness, openness and ductility of his temper. As for Bingley's opinion of his friend, he admired him a great deal, sometimes going so far as to attest to Darcy that wanted to be just like him, knowing full well their varying temperaments would never allow for such a possibility. Still, he always sought Darcy's approbation and depended on the prodigious care his friend always afforded him. Returning his feet to the floor, Bingley straightened up in his chair, assuming an attitude more fitting for a new master. "I hope I do not speak out of turn. When we last spoke, Miss Darcy told me her friend Miss Elizabeth Bennet lives in Hertfordshire. She also mentioned that you and her friend are very fond of each other. No doubt that is part of the reason you wished for my sister Caroline to stay away during your visit. I do not need to tell you how disappointed she was hearing that she would not be arriving here for months. She's eager to establish herself as officially presiding over my home." Darcy rolled his eyes. Perhaps if she were to marry, she might establish a more lasting arrangement of that sort. His friend's sister, Miss Caroline Bingley, was not exactly Darcy's favourite person. She had made no secret of her desire to be the next mistress of his own home, which was the chief reason he had not invited the Bingleys to Pemberley for the summer. Even his implicit engagement to his cousin had barely kept the young woman at bay. He surely was in no mood to ward off her advances now that things had changed. It is important that you establish yourself in your new home and your new position as master of this estate. There will be time enough to immerse yourself into local society, as well as to indulge your sister's desire to preside over such a prestigious estate." "Of course, you are correct," said Bingley, nodding. "By the by, is it true that you no longer intend to marry your cousin Mr. Berg?" Darcy arched his brow. "It seems you and Georgiana spent a good deal of time discussing my private affairs. Was it meant to be a secret?" Even now, Darcy's heart-wrenching conversation with his cousin Anne weighed heavily on his mind. He had recently travelled to Kent to speak with her face-to-face about his decision not to marry her. Surely you must realise that you deserve better, or rather more, than a loveless marriage arranged decades past merely for the purposes of combining two great estates, as well as satisfying two sisters' vain wishes, he had argued. "It would certainly seem that you think you deserve more," had been Anne's solemn reply. "Do I not?" Darcy asked his cousin. "Do I not deserve to spend my life with the woman I love? Who is to say that I might not one day be that woman? I am the one to say it. How can it possibly be when I have already found the woman with whom I would want nothing more than to spend the rest of my days? And I suppose that woman is Miss Caroline Bingley." Darcy had almost laughed out loud at his cousin's assertion. However, the conversation between the two of them was far too consequential to make light of anything that was being said. "Surely you cannot be serious. Do you suppose for one instant that I had not seen the way that woman looked at you when we were all in company?" Anne had argued. "Then I can only assume that you have not seen the way I look at her, or rather the way I do not look at her. For heaven's sakes, Anne, the woman whom I have fallen in love with, and the woman with whom I wish to spend the rest of my life is certainly not Miss Caroline Bingley." "Then who is the lucky lady? With whom shall I wish you joy? Is it someone who will claim an acquaintance with our family?" Anne's face had turned a frightening shade of pale. "Was my mother right all along? Surely it is not Miss Elizabeth Bennet." Getting through to Anne had been more difficult than Darcy had expected, even more so than breaking the news to his Aunt Lady Catherine. Indeed, her ladyship was not nearly so disappointed by Darcy's declaration as he supposed she would be. It was almost as though she welcomed the news that her daughter, Anne, and he were not to be married after all. Recalling his warning to his aunt when they were at Pemberley, Darcy had an inkling about her ladyship's change of heart, one he chose to keep to himself. "No," said Darcy in reply to Bingley's question, "it is no secret. I cannot marry Anne, and just in case Georgiana did not tell you, my heart belongs to another." "Miss Elizabeth Bennet," Bingley interrupted knowingly. Darcy nodded. "I made the greatest mistake in my life in allowing her to leave Pemberley, not knowing how important she is to me. I am hoping to make amends." Chapter 28. A Decided Turn. Mrs. Bennet had insisted that all her daughters were to remain at Longbourn that morning, for heaven forbid they should be away when Mr. Charles Bingley called. "If I can but see one of you girls happily settled at Netherfield," said the eager mamma, "and all the others equally well married, I shall have nothing to wish for." Her reasoning could hardly persuade the younger girls, who would much rather walk to Meryton. "La! "What is one single man from the north in comparison to a whole camp full of soldiers?" Lydia cried. "Let Jane and Lizzie and Mary stay here and wait all day for Mr. Bingley, who very well may or may not call. Kitty and I had much better go into Meryton in search of officers. I wager they are much better company." Lydia was a stout, well-grown girl of 15, with a fine complexion and good-humoured countenance, as well as a favourite with her mother, whose affection had brought her into public at an early age. She had high animal spirits and a sort of natural self-consequence, which the attention of the officers, to whom her uncle's good dinners and her own easy manners recommended her, had increased into assurance. Donning her newest bonnet, one adorned with pastel-coloured ribbons, she looked at her sister. "What say you, Kitty?" There could be no doubt what Kitty's response would be. Aside from being one of the silliest girls in all of England, as proclaimed by her own father, she was nothing at all like her younger sister. Alas, she was easily swayed by the latter, and as a consequence of their being the youngest daughters, they were as thick as thieves. Giggling, she nodded gleefully. "Oh, do let us go to Meryton, the officers are such great company." Now here was a point on which Elizabeth and her younger sisters could agree. Not that Elizabeth was nearly so giddy over the prospect of meeting officers in general, but there was one officer in particular who intrigued her more than just a little. Elizabeth was no more inclined to sit around and wait for a visit from the new neighbour than were her younger sisters. Days had passed since her father called on him at Netherfield, and still he had not returned the visit. Perhaps he's waiting for Mr. Darcy to arrive before he comes to Longbourn. Maybe he means to bring along Mr. Darcy with him. Elizabeth was not sure how to think or feel about such a prospect. The formidable reunion, for lack of a better word, between Mr. Darcy and her was bound to happen sooner or later. She suspected rather than knew that she would much rather meet him for the first time since leaving Pemberley anywhere but Longbourn. Thus resolved, she said, "What say we all go to Meryton?" She looked at her elder sister, inquiringly. "Jane?" She then looked at her other sister, who was next to her in age. "Mary?" Jane owned that she had rather stay at home. Mary expressed a similar desire, and thus it was settled. Elizabeth, Kitty, and Lydia would walk to Meryton. Soon after that they were on their way. The ladies had only walked halfway there when, upon looking up, they espied an officer in a bright scarlet coat heading their way. Elizabeth did not have to be told who the gentleman was. Only one officer of her acquaintance had that certain air and manner of walk that set him apart from the rest, Lieutenant George Wickham. Soon enough Lydia and Kitty recognised who he was too. As could be expected, they raced ahead to greet him. Elizabeth, on the other hand, kept up her former pace. She liked the gentleman, but she was sure she did not like him enough to make such a spectacle of herself. The younger girls seized either of Wickham's arms. They eagerly began coaxing him to their sister's side. "Look, Lizzie, it is our dear, dear Lieutenant Wickham." Releasing his arms, they laced their arms with Elizabeth's. "Here is our dear Lizzie, Lieutenant Wickham. Isn't she something?" Wickham flashed a dazzling smile. Bowing, he said, "Miss Elizabeth, what a pleasure it is to see you this morning." Freeing herself from her sister's loose grips, Elizabeth curtsied. "The pleasure is all mine, I am sure. We are on our way to Meryton. Pray you will turn and walk with us," Lydia cried, flittering about. "Lydia!" Elizabeth exclaimed, her tone rebuking. "I should be delighted to join you," Wickham said. "Indeed, I have nothing better to do." Signalling his preference, he extended his arm to Elizabeth. "Let us all walk to Meryton." Being the primary recipient of the lieutenant's attentions had become a habit of late, for Elizabeth and Wickham had been in each other's company any number of times since they first met. She gladly accepted his proffered arm. With that, the four of them went on their way. It did not take very long for Kitty and Lydia to outpace Elizabeth and her companion, for the young girls were practically skipping along the path. Elizabeth and Wickham were effectively alone, and the threadbare conversation they had been enjoying up to that point took a decided turn. "Do you and Miss Darcy often write letters to each other?" he asked, his voice tentative. He and Elizabeth had agreed to disagree on matters pertaining to the Darcys, and thus she was dismayed by his wont to bring them up as often as he did. As his question was innocent enough, she replied, "Indeed, we exchange letters regularly." "I wonder," he began, "if you have had occasion to mention having met me." "No, sir, I have not. Why do you ask?" "Oh, no reason," he claimed. "I was merely curious. Tell me again how you came to be a guest at Pemberley. It was, after all, my own home for most of my life. I enjoy hearing anything I can about it. Miss Darcy and I became friends while the two of us were in town last spring. She and her brother invited me to join them for the summer. Miss Darcy is all loveliness, so warm, so kind-hearted, and so amiable. How could I refuse such a generous offer? Wickham shrugged. I too had always supposed she was amiable, which is the reason it gives me pain to speak ill of her. However, I fear she has grown up to be too much like her brother, very, very proud. As a child she was affectionate and pleasing and extremely fond of me, and I have devoted hours and hours to her amusement. But she is nothing to me now. By now Elizabeth and Wickham were walking much further apart from each other than they had been earlier when her sisters were afoot. Taken aback, she held up her hand. "Sir, what became of our agreement to agree to disagree on all topics involving the Darcys?" Bowing slightly with his hands steepled together, he said, "My pardons, my lady. Old habits, as they say, die hard. You shall not hear another word on the subject from me." Darcy and Bingley set off on horseback early that day. Ostensibly they were headed to Longbourn, so Bingley might return Mr. Bennet's call from some days ago, and introduce his friend. Indeed, Bingley's visit was long overdue. He hoped his lapse had not caused any ill will among his new neighbours. Their good opinions meant everything to him. Bingley, having learned the Bennet daughters were among the loveliest girls in the county, secretly wished for a chance to meet them. If the second eldest daughter had managed to turn his friend's head, chances were a similar jewel was to be found among them. Falling in love with beautiful young ladies was one of Bingley's favourite pastimes. Who was to say if this time he might actually fall in love with the woman who was meant to be his future wife? Darcy nursed a secret hope as well. Unquestionably he wanted to meet all of Elizabeth's family, but not nearly so much as he wished to see Elizabeth. If he could but have a private audience with her, he was convinced it would make all the difference in the world. As much as he was determined to admire and respect her family, his need to know if he stood a chance with Elizabeth was uppermost in his mind. Darcy and Bingley leisurely rode beside a small narrow branch of water when they espied an officer and a young woman walking side by side, both with their hands tucked behind their backs. When their eyes met, Darcy was appalled. "Bingley," he said, bringing his steed to an abrupt halt and encouraging his friend to do the same. "What is it, Darcy? Do you know either of those two?" "Indeed," he replied rather angrily. "I would have you ride ahead to Longbourn village without me. This matter commands my attention." "If you say so, I am happy to oblige," Bingley replied. "But are you certain you wish for me to leave you here? You look particularly severe." Darcy nodded. "Actually, I am quite livid. Pray go ahead. I shall explain everything to you later." Following his friend's advice, Bingley kicked the sides of his horse and was gone directly. The gentleman's nostrils flared in anger. Darcy steered his horse to where Elizabeth and Wickham stood, and dismounted in a determined bound. Elizabeth, upon seeing the countenance of both gentlemen as they looked at each other, was all astonishment at the effect of their meeting. Both men changed colour. One looked white, the other red. This was the moment of truth. Mr. Wickham, after a few moments, touched his hat. "Darcy," said he. Mr. Darcy just deigned to return the salutation. "Leave us," he demanded. The officer threw Elizabeth a questioning look, to which she returned an awkward, albeit confirming nod. Without further ado, Mr. Wickham hastened away, leaving his former friend and Elizabeth standing by the side of the country lane. "Miss Elizabeth," Darcy said, bowing slightly, "accept my apology for what just transpired. My history with that gentleman leaves much to be desired." She curtsied. "Mr. Wickham told me the two of you were acquainted." "What else did he tell you?" Darcy asked, securing his horse's reins to a nearby fence post. Her hands clutched in front of her, Elizabeth gave a little shrug. "Aside from describing in some detail what he believes to be your injustices toward him." "And what do you believe?" "I hardly know what to believe. Knowing you intend to marry your cousin solely for the purpose of combining two great estates is bound to lend some credence to his assertions, does it not?" "Why don't you tell me?" Darcy said, now standing directly in front of Elizabeth. "No, sir, I believe the burden of discrediting Mr. Wickham's claims falls squarely on your shoulders. Is it not true you had denied him the living in Kympton that ought to have been his per your own father's last will and testament? You have known me for all these months. You have spent time in my home, among my family, and this is the standard by which you measure me. The testimony of a man who hardly deserves the word, whom you only recently met." Knowing you the way I do, why would I ever doubt the testimony of someone who describes you as one who puts money and power over everything? Everything, Elizabeth. Miss Elizabeth? Do you really think so poorly of me? How dare you attempt to make this about my opinion of you, or rather lack thereof, when the matter at hand is your own treatment of someone of lesser consequence than you? Do you deny that you have been the means of ruining an honourable man's prospects? I did not come all this way to argue with you, far from it. But as I have long valued your good opinion, I will tell you all you need to know about that man. I will start by stating that any hardships Wickham may have faced were a consequence of his own doing. It is true that my father wanted Wickham to have the living, but when it became available, he refused to take orders. He came to me, practically on bended knee, begging for the sum of £3,000 in lieu of the living. Knowing as I did that the man was not fit for the clergy, I gladly acceded to his request. It was not too long afterward, however, that he came to me again, begging for even more money, having squandered the money he had already received. This time I refused. His reaction was so violent and filled with vitriol that I demanded he leave Pemberley and never return. However, I am confident he mentioned none of that when he spoke of my mistreatment. How I wish that were the end of the story, but it gets worse. You will recall my telling you that my sister was the prey of a couple of very unscrupulous people the summer before the two of you met. At the time, I did not think it was necessary to tell you the man's name, but now I know I ought to have. The man who had meant to ruin my sister was none other than George Wickham. Elizabeth gasped. She said nothing, which was sufficient encouragement for Mr. Darcy to continue. This, my dear, is a full accounting of the man whose words you believed as evidence against me. Elizabeth had long considered herself an excellent studier of people's characters. Having met the charming George Wickham, she had allowed there were two sides to every story. In this case, there was Mr. Wickham's testimony and Mr. Darcy's counter. So convinced was she that the former could have no real reason to lie, she now realised she had been taken in mainly by his appearance of goodness. Worst of all, she had allowed her broken heart and disappointed hopes to cloud her belief in the strength of Mr. Darcy's good character. "Sir," she began at length, "allow me to apologise again and again for allowing myself to be swayed. Had I known Mr. Wickham was the person whom you spoke of having harmed Georgiana, I would never have afforded him even the tiniest shred of credibility. Can you ever forgive me for exercising such faulty judgment? You could not have known. I should have been more forthcoming when I recounted what happened to my sister. What is important is you know now. I trust you will be more circumspect where that gentleman is concerned going forward. Better still, it is my hope that you will steer clear of him altogether, you and all your sisters." "I shall," Elizabeth promised. Mr. Darcy's mentioning of her sisters prompted her to wonder what had become of Kitty and Lydia. Had they completely abandoned her and gone ahead to Meryton in search of officers? She rather suspected they had done so indeed. It dawned on her that it was just the two of them, and though they were now in Hertfordshire, being alone with him in the countryside was oddly reminiscent of her being alone with him in Derbyshire. She did not like being at odds with Mr. Darcy, despite the breach in their relationship. The whole matter of her being in Wickham's company now solidly put to rest, the two of them were free to dwell on more agreeable subjects. But first it was absolutely critical for Elizabeth to broach the topic weighing heaviest on her mind. "Sir, I'm a very selfish creature, and as such, I hope you will not mind if I skip all the usual pleasantries that ought to be discussed and ask you directly why you are here." "Is it not obvious?" Darcy asked, closing some of the distance between them. Elizabeth felt her heart slam against her chest. She was just as affected by his nearness as she had always been. "No, sir," she began. "I'm afraid it is not." Chapter 29. Beyond Expression. By now they were standing even closer to each other. "I love you, Elizabeth, most ardently," Mr. Darcy declared, his voice as tender as she had ever recalled. "Sir, I do not mean to appear insensitive to such a touching sentiment on your part, but I have to ask, why are you telling me this? You have made it abundantly clear that you have long planned to marry your cousin. I shall not deny that was once my plan, but I have since discovered that all the money in the world means nothing if I cannot share my life with the woman I love. What are you saying, sir? I'm in love with you. More than that, I need you. I desire you. And when we're apart, I can think of nothing other than being with you. Please do me the honour of accepting my hand in marriage, and, in so doing, make me the happiest man in all of England." Elizabeth's astonishment was beyond expression. She stared, she coloured, she was silent. Encouraged to break the stunned silence brought on by his avowal, Darcy said, "Elizabeth?" Finding her voice, she said, "I cannot help but suggest that more time is warranted to consider the implication of your declaration. I certainly respect your wish to think about it, but I am not sure why you need more time." Elizabeth said, "I am not the one who needs more time, sir. And yet you asked for more time to consider my proposal." "That is because I believe you are the one who needs more time." "I have had nothing but time to think about this. Please believe me when I say this is what I want. I want you. I need you. I love you." "Sir, if all those things are true, then you could have espoused them months ago, and we might not have suffered the pain of being apart. But you did not. You put your desire for fortune before all else, before me, before love, before us. Have you no other objection to accepting my proposal other than your opinion of my constancy? For so long as we have known each other, I have loved no one but you. I made a mistake in allowing you to leave Pemberley, believing that I did not love you with all my heart and soul, knowing all along that I did. I made a grave mistake in persuading myself that wealth and fortune were more important to me than love, that increasing my fortune would more than compensate for the desolation and loneliness, as well as the agony of not having chosen to follow my heart. I will never make that mistake again. If you would just trust me, I will spend the rest of my life proving it to you. It is you that I love. It is you that I need, and if you say yes, whether it be today or tomorrow or a week or even a month from now, then I must tell you that I would wish never to be parted from you again." Elizabeth did not need to think about it. Even if she did not love Mr. Darcy, she would be unable to refuse him. But she did love him. "I don't need to think about it, Mr. Darcy. I love you, and the fact is I hate being parted from you." "Elizabeth, are you saying what I hope you're saying?" She nodded. "Yes, I will marry you, Mr. Darcy." The happiness which this reply produced was such as he had probably never felt before, and he expressed himself on the occasion as sensibly and as warmly as a man violently in love can be supposed to do. Indulging in many of those liberties they both wished they had exercised at Pemberley was a logical expression of their current understanding, for now they were truly lovers and free to do what lovers did. The desire to share their passion for each other undetected compelled them to find a more secluded spot, a makeshift bench beneath a giant oak tree that effectively shielded them from discovery. As sated as a man bent on protecting his bride's maidenhood until their wedding night could be expected to be, Darcy, at length, took Elizabeth by the hand, and the two of them started walking without knowing in what direction. There was too much to be thought, and felt, and said, for attention to any other objects. Soon enough Elizabeth would be introducing her lover to her family as her future husband, someone who was a complete stranger to all of them. What would they say? What would they do? Would her younger sisters behave as proper young ladies ought to, or would they live up to their reputations of being the silliest girls in all of England? And what of Jane? What of Elizabeth's mother? As for the former, Elizabeth knew she had no cause for concern, and as for the latter, Elizabeth could only hope her mother's exuberance would be tempered by her awe and approbation of her future son-in-law with £10,000 a year. To ease Elizabeth's disquiet on introducing her intended to her father, Darcy said, "I imagine your father to be a very wise man who only wants the best for his daughter. I will do everything in my power to assure him of my abiding love for you, a love of long duration, which began the moment I first laid eyes on you in London. To add to his good opinion of me, I shall advise him to be wary of Wickham, so that none of your sisters will be harmed by the likes of such a man. Are you suggesting that you intend to broach such a delicate subject with a man whom you have never met on the heels of your initial introduction? What a knight in shining armour you are, Mr. Darcy. Tell me you do not like the idea of a hero coming to the rescue at a time when one needs it most." "Are you positing that I need rescuing?" Elizabeth asked, her spirits rising to playfulness. "I readily confess that I am the one who needed rescuing. From the grave man I always supposed I was meant to be. You came into my life and made it complete. I was forced to search deep inside myself and to ponder the question, what have wealth or grandeur to do with happiness? I realized that the former two meant nothing at all in comparison to the latter, and now, my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, I have the honour of spending the rest of my days with you. What could be better than that? Epilogue. What a lively place Longbourn had become on the heels of Elizabeth's engagement to Mr. Darcy of Pemberley and Derbyshire. Jane was the first to learn of Elizabeth's joy. "Elizabeth, this is happy news indeed," Jane had said when Elizabeth found her sitting in the drawing-room. "But I have to confess that you have been rather shy about it all, and I can only wonder why that is." "Whatever do you mean, Jane?" "Certainly your love for Mr. Darcy has been some time in the making, else you would not have accepted his proposal so soon after his arrival in Hertfordshire. Therefore I must ask, when did you first begin to fall in love with him?" Elizabeth was silent at first, but then blushed brightly. Jane continued, "I shall not press you to tell me the story of your falling in love with each other, but I'm rather certain it started at Pemberley, which begs the question of why you left. But again, I shall not press you to divulge information or your secret affairs." Secret affairs indeed, because for the longest time that is precisely as Elizabeth had taught herself, to remember her time alone with Mr. Darcy as a secret affair, something to be kept hidden from the rest of the world, and most especially given that their encounter had happened mere hours before she learned about his peculiar engagement to his cousin, Miss Anne de Bourgh. If not a secret affair, then what was it? This was no time for sad reflection. Elizabeth said, "Oh, Jane, if you could but see his beautiful grounds at Pemberley, I wager you would be in love with him too." An entreaty that Elizabeth would be serious, however, produced the desired effect, and she soon satisfied Jane by her solemn assurances of abiding attachment to her intended. When convinced on that article, Jane said, "Now I am quite happy. But Lizzie, I would be entirely remiss if I did not confess how worried I was when you were being so sly. At least I now know why you have been so reserved since your return from Pemberley." As happy as Elizabeth was, a part of her felt guilty, for Jane was meant to be the first of the Bennet daughters to be married. However, if Elizabeth were to believe her mother's ramblings about Mr. Bingley's visit, she suspected there was cause for hope. Mrs. Bennet had proclaimed that from the moment the amiable gentleman walked into the parlour, he only had eyes for Jane. Speaking with Jane had been Mr. Bingley's sole occupation, and for that Mrs. Bennet could not have been more pleased. She could even be overheard saying to Mr. Bennet that there would surely be a wedding at Netherfield in under 3 months. Such sentiments on her mother's part came as no surprise to Elizabeth, but what she really wanted to know was how Jane felt about the gentleman. She asked her sister as much, to which Jane replied, "Mr. Bingley is just what a young man ought to be, sensible, good-humoured, lively, and I never saw such happy manners. He typifies so much ease, with such perfect good breeding." Such an expression of admiration on her sister's part was just what Elizabeth had wished to hear. It was cause for hope indeed. Mrs. Bennet's reaction upon hearing the news was just as Elizabeth had expected it to be. Fortunately for Elizabeth's sensibilities as well as her intendeds, Mr. Darcy had been spared. Mrs. Bennet's overabundance of joyfulness, however, could hardly be repressed once the gentleman took his leave of Longbourn. "When I banished you to town to stay with my brother and sister Gardiner, in order for you to find a husband on your own, I had no idea you would set your cap on a man with £10,000 a year. How very clever of you to travel with the gentleman and his sister to his home in Derbyshire, for I'm quite convinced that is where you made him fall in love with you." Mrs. Bennet commenced fanning herself. "Oh, and he is so tall, so handsome, and he is rich beyond compare. £10,000 a year. Who can possibly spend so much money as £10,000 a year? Such pin money you shall have, such fine carriages, a house in town, and all that is good. I shall go distracted." "Why? Your Mr. Darcy is as good as a lord, and a special licence. You must and shall be married by a special licence." "Oh, Lizzie, my dear, I always knew you were capable of doing the impossible. Your sisters and I are saved." Not to go unmentioned was Mr. Bennet's reaction upon hearing the news. After he and Mr. Darcy had spent a considerable amount of time behind closed doors, he summoned his daughter to his library. Her father was walking about the room, looking grave and anxious upon her arrival. "Lizzie, my dear," he began upon espying her, "I have given the gentleman my blessing, but I must confess that it was not done without some trepidation on my part. What do we really know about Mr. Darcy?" Answering his own question, he continued, "I know you travelled with him and his sister to Derbyshire, and you were meant to stay much longer than you, indeed, did, which gave me pause. Although I did not say anything at the time, I could not help but observe those same forlorn looks in you, so often exhibited by your sister Jane, all the telltale symptoms of a young woman suffering a broken heart. And now you stand here before me and say you wish to marry this man. Are you sure you know what you are about?" "I am," she replied, nodding. "But why with such haste, such abandonment?" Mr. Bennet cried. "He has not been in Hertfordshire for more than a day or so at best. How can you be so certain that this behaviour of yours in accepting him, which many will no doubt perceive as alarmingly sudden, is well-founded? In all due respect, Papa, have you no other reservation beyond your belief in my being impulsive? Impulsive is your word, my Lizzie, not mine, but if the sentiment fits—" "I assure you that I am not behaving impulsively, sir. Mr. Darcy is the best man I know. I know he loves me, and I know I love him too," she replied, with tears in her eyes. Oh, to say those words out loud and know with complete certainty they were true, what a balm to her spirits! "Is there anything more I can say to persuade you?" Elizabeth asked. Mr. Bennet shook his head. "To know that you are in love with a good man who intends to make you his wife. What more can a father want for a favourite daughter?" he inquired, standing to embrace his daughter. "And to know that he is so very rich. What more can a mother of 5 daughters wish for herself?" Pulling away, he took Elizabeth by both hands and regarded her with particular pride. "I can only conclude by saying I bless your union wholeheartedly. No doubt you and your Mr. Darcy are quite deserving of each other." There was one person in Hertfordshire who was not so delighted upon hearing the news. Mr. Wickham, upon learning that the woman whom he had granted more than a fair share of his favour did not know how to look or how to feel when he and Elizabeth had occasion to pass each other by on the street. He rather supposed that had he known she was nursing disappointed hopes, brought on by his former friend's fickleness, he would have endeavoured to woe her more ardently. Then, by the time Darcy came to Hertfordshire hoping to claim that which he had allowed to get away, Elizabeth would have been more inclined to throw rocks at the haughty man. Wickham's revenge against the haughty man, whom he credited as robbing him of the manner of living that ought to have been his, would have been complete. Instead, Wickham felt as though he had been mistreated by the proud man yet again. He could not really prove it, but he rather suspected that his former friend had something to do with doors that had once been open to him now being closed. Would he ever be free of Fitzwilliam Darcy's maleficent reach? Long considered by some as the jewel of the country, Elizabeth was the happy recipient of well-wishes from friends and acquaintances from near and far. Her friend Charlotte really rejoiced in the match, and she and her husband, Mr. Collins, even travelled to Hertfordshire upon hearing of it. It seemed time away from Kent was just what was needed for the two of them. Though Mr. Collins was yet another relation who afforded some embarrassment to Elizabeth, others would prove even more so, notably her mother's sister, Elizabeth's aunt Mrs. Agatha Phillips. Mrs. Phillips's vulgarity proved a far greater tax on Mr. Darcy's forbearance, and though Mrs. Phillips, as well as her sister, stood in too much awe of him to speak with the familiarity which his friend Mr. Bingley's good humour encouraged, whenever she did speak she must be vulgar. Elizabeth did all she could to shield her intended from the frequent notice of either relation, and was ever anxious to keep him to herself and to those of her family with whom he might converse without mortification. Her father in particular, for the two gentlemen got along very well. Mr. Bennet often teased that he intended to travel to Pemberley often, especially when he was least expected. Elizabeth surely did not doubt him one bit. Nary a disparaging word had been uttered by Darcy's noble Fitzwilliam relations. His cousin the Colonel congratulated himself for his part in setting Darcy on the road to happily ever after. The Colonel's mother, the Countess, could not really say she was surprised her nephew had entered into such an alliance. She could not really say how she felt about such a match. She wanted her nephew to be happy, and she was persuaded he would never find the kind of happiness he deserved with his cousin Anne. She could have no real objection to Elizabeth. She, after all, had done everything in her power to support the young lady's blossoming friendship with her favourite niece. If her nephew had fallen in love with Elizabeth, and Elizabeth had fallen in love with her nephew in return, who was she to repine? In view of Darcy's tacit understanding with his Aunt Lady Catherine de Bourgh that she had better not cross him, he did not expect any expression of ill will on her part, nor did he receive any, not even a letter memorialising her disappointment for show. The Colonel was now his aunt's favourite nephew. As the second son in need of a wife with a large fortune of her own, it was just as well. Elizabeth's own Aunt Mrs. Gardiner, as well as her aunt's dear friend Mrs. Hamilton, must certainly suffer a measure of pride for their part in the union, the latter for having thrown Elizabeth into the Darcys' paths when they were all in town, and the former for encouraging her niece to seize the moment. She had wisely recommended to her niece that an opportunity to spend the summer at a place like Pemberley did not come along every day. Little did Mrs. Gardiner know that Pemberley would be a part of Elizabeth for the rest of her days. Pemberley was now Georgiana's home, and the enduring attachment of the sisters was exactly what she had hoped it would be. Georgiana had the highest opinion in the world of Elizabeth, though at first she often listened with an astonishment bordering on alarm at her sister's lively sportive manner of talking to her brother. Georgiana could not say with certainty that she had been the means of uniting them. Her stern, fastidious brother could never be persuaded to do anything that he didn't truly want to do. But whenever she espied her brother and her dearest friend, happily married, walking in the park hand in hand, she always smiled and reminded herself, sometimes a little nudge is all it takes. Thank you for listening to Gravity, The Shades of Mr. Darcy. Written by P.O. Dixon, read by Christopher. If you enjoyed the story, and I sincerely hope you did, please take a moment to like, share, and comment. If you have not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so now. It makes all the difference in encouraging me to share more of my stories here. Your continuing support helps this channel grow.